Good morning. Welcome into the Hallyburton Johnstone Shield final for the 2022-23 season. I'm Willie Nichols. I've got in commentary with me today Frankie Mackay, obviously from the Canterbury Magicians. Injured for the season, but she's been kind enough to join us in commentary. The Blaze, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat. Frankie, good morning. What do you make of that decision and their 11?
Morning, Willie. Thanks for that kind introduction. I was a little surprised, actually. I thought that Kate Chandler, with her all-round capabilities, would manage to find a way to sneak into that 11, but she hasn't. They've gone with a pretty tried and true team. So they bat deep. They've got Caitlin King coming in at number 7, Jess Kerr at number 8. So when you can start listing off players of that capability, you go on pretty well, aren't you, to have a side like that. So it's an experienced side. It's a great side with Maddie Green coming back in at that number 4 spot. Got runs galore from Burns, McFadden, Plymmer, Green, Casper, Newton. It's an excellent batting lineup to start. So Magicians will have their work cut out for them, but handy opening bowler coming back from the Magicians as well, Willie.
Yeah, absolutely. Leah Tahuhu. If we look through the stats, she's right up there, really. I think 11 from the matches that she has played. Of course, Gabby Sullivan, Sarah Asmussen as well, right up there in the wicket-taking tallies for the season. But in terms of Wellington up the top, Rebecca Burns and Jess McFadden, both players who have scored runs this season, both players who can strike the ball and looking to get a solid start, but also potentially get the run rate going early.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there'll be a little feeling out period. Teams haven't played down here, obviously neutral venue, not a home ground for either. New wicket hasn't been used since the Super Smash games that were played here in that Christmas New Year patch, so it looks an absolute belter as well. Having a look out there, nice even coverage of grass, really rock solid, really hard, so expecting a bit of pace and bounce, and no better bowler in probably world cricket to be able to try and exploit that early.
Yep, and here she is, one slip and a gully. Little bit of shape there, not too much, and as I speak about the slips, we must cover off Amy Satterthwaite. Her career today, the curtain will come down on illustrious professional career. Obviously you know her well. How will she be feeling ahead of this final match?
Well, I think she's going better than the rest of us. I had a little cry yesterday and I've had a cry about it this morning too, and she seems quite content with her decision to be that this is the last one.
Right on the money there from Leah. Yep, well, it's been an incredible career across all the formats, and obviously in the Super Smash final up there in Christchurch rather. She got the fairy tale, and I think she's been playing a role with the ball as much as the bat and across the competitions. You see her coming into play with her spin today as well?
Yeah, she's actually picked up a couple of little tips off Nathan Lyon through the week. So she said, I've played for 20 years and now I've decided to change my grip with just the one game to go.
McFadden's underway. She'll whip that off the legs. They'll look for 2, and it's good running. Throw comes in. Decent sized boundaries here at the Oval, so running between the wickets paramount, especially up front with the batters.
Yeah, 61 metres square and 63 straight down the ground, and a reasonably stiff breeze out in the middle too. So batters will need to be clued on around how they want to go about scoring. There's plenty of ground for the fielders to be covering as well, but it looks an absolute belter. It looks a great wicket here down at Sir John Davies Oval.
Now I've got a little bit of research here, Frankie, that I just wanted to sort of push under your nose. It's not to frighten you, but this is the last time these two teams met. Yeah, and forgive me for bringing this one up, but I did print it off, and a tough game for more than one reason as well. This is when, unfortunately, you were injured.
Yeah, won the toss. Didn't win the game, and that was about the extent of my involvement for the season. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. These two teams have had some great battles.
Tahuhu goes short there as well. A tactic that we see her use on the international scale and staged rather, and I imagine domestic scene as well. She likes to throw them in there early and really let the batters know that that's what she's got in her arsenal.
Yeah, loves the short ball, does Leah. But talking about that game, I mean, Magician's side won't shy away from it. They bowled really well, restricted to Wellington to 178, but then bowled out for 51. So that's not quite the way you want to start your season, but it's really is. It's not how you start your season, it's how you finish it, and that's been the logic for this Magician's side. And the end of the first over, nice one for the Wellington Blaze, 2 without loss.
Yeah, that game we are referring to up in Rangiora was round 1. Yeah, and on yourself, on the injury, what can you tell us? How you're coming along? And we're hearing and seeing you plenty on the TV at the moment as a commentator, but in terms of cricket, what are we seeing?
There's none. There's no cricket on the horizon for quite some time, so that's a nice feeling to be in at the back end of the season. Just put your feet up for a while, but best news of it is I managed to walk back to the Novotel from the ground yesterday, so that's clocked up about 7 k's, so with a little undulating up and down, so that's positive signs. I've got ambitions of getting myself up Queenstown Hill while we're here, but I think I may need a rescue from the top if that's the case. So it's ticking along, just ticked off I think 3 months post-surgery now, so into the stage where I shouldn't be able to do too much damage to myself, which is a lovely position to be in, but I'm still hobbling around and got a really nice scar to show for it. So yeah, we'll have a nice relaxing winter, and then come July, see if I feel like hitting some cricket balls.
Very good. So rest and rehabilitation as well as commentary, and also I imagine an element of support here for the Magicians. It's going to be Gabby Sullivan coming for the second over, backing up Leah Tahu. Gabby Sullivan, of course, she is the leading wicket taker in the HBJ with 17 wickets. She'll be looking to bring the ball back into the right hander, we imagine. Oh, even away. Have I got that one wrong from my scouting?
Well, Gabby's an interesting one actually. She should bowl outswing, is how it should come out of the hand. And she goes through little patches where she'll actually bowl in swing and she doesn't know how she does it. So it's a great change up to have. But hopefully we will see the ball shaping away from the right hander for Sullivan today.
Yeah, there we see it as well, going away. Keeping pretty low there. Rebecca Burns looking to go back and cut.
It's a good little match-up between the two, I think. Missy Banks has traditionally been the player that they've used to open the bowling for the Magicians throughout the season to be able to swing the ball back into the right-handed players, but to be able to utilise Sullivan in this role, it's actually purely just match-ups. Burns and McFadden, both the ability to target the outside edge. Got the experienced Amy Satterthwaite in at first slip. Hughes up to the stumps as well to try and minimise the ability of Rebecca Burns to use her feet.
She's in again, and she's right on that off stump. Tight bowling from the Magicians so far. If you are joining us for this HBJ final coverage, welcome in. Frankie Mackay alongside me here, Willie Nichols. We've also got Susie Bates and Katie Martin, so an all Southern commentary team, but we will be absolutely neutral. You can guarantee that as we enter the fourth ball, the second over. And it's right on the money yet again. A stolid start here from Canterbury, but at the same time for the Blaze, I imagine it's getting through these first overs without losing a wicket.
I like that it's taken you 10 balls to have your first fib of the day, though, Willie. There's no neutrality here. It's
Colours nailed straight to the mast there from Frankie Mackay. You can't quite see in the box, but she is wearing her team gear as Burns goes up and over. Backward point. Wonderful shot. That'll run away. The first boundary of the morning.
It's just a miss from Sullivan and just pounced upon by Rebecca Burns. Full, wide, just the chance to free the arms. And that's where she is so dangerous. Just any width she will put away. Nice full swing of the blade. And she's been in excellent form as well this season. 230 runs, an average of just over 32, 250s and a strike rate of 91. And that's really what sticks out for Burns at the top of the order.
And she goes back and she's cutting again. This might run away. Back-to-back boundaries for Burns. Too much width on offer there from Sullivan, and she's been made to pay.
Not the way you want to finish your over off. Back-to-back boundaries to finish the second. Blaze 10 without loss after 2, and a couple of nice little sighters for Burns. Just can't afford to miss there. Need to be trying to bring the stumps into play, but Rebecca Burns, she's been quite brilliant. She will pounce all over wide bowling. She'll pounce on anything loose at all. And she's really tasked with getting her side off to a good start. It then turns to McFadden, and her job is just to stay in to bat long. Ideally, she's batting somewhere in the 35th to 40th over, whereas Burns has got a little bit more of a free licence, and with some power coming back into this Blaze lineup, Plymouth, Green, Kasperick, Newton, King, Kerr, she has got free rein to try and get this side off to a good start.
Yeah, certainly looks a strong batting lineup on paper. Yeah, Rebecca Burns, just looking through here, 4 sixes for the season as well. We've seen her a powerful player. Called up into the White Ferns season just gone as well.
Yeah, I actually think that's made a big change to the way she's gone about her cricket. I think she's really applied herself. Maybe the fact that White Fern's dream felt a long way away for a little while, and so to have that taste of international cricket, she's come back with a renewed vigour.
And that one's chopped away through sort of a vacant third slip. It looked like they have got a gully in there, but McFadden finds the gap and down to the boundary for a single. In terms of the dismissals that Leah will be looking for here, obviously she's got the pace. She'll be bringing the wickets into play, but also the catches behind. We see her get a lot of dismissals like that, caught behind, and in the slipping gully like almost happened there.
Yeah, especially if she can get the ball just to nibble around on a new surface early on, then it'll be the chance to bring those catches into play. She's also, as we talked about just a little bit earlier, she's got a fantastic short ball, and these are two players that will take it on as well, and in doing so, that can bring about wicket-taking opportunities.
Oh, she goes short. Burns goes under it. It's a good bouncer to get it right up there on Rebecca Burns. Plane comes in over the oval.
And as we talk about that infamous game, first up for the season, Magicians bowled out for 51. It was actually Leah Tahuhu who dismissed Rebecca. Excellent short ball, excellent bouncer, right over top of the left shoulder, so wouldn't be surprised if that becomes a plan of attack through the day.
Oh, and you see her there, good pace. That's got right through into the keeper, Laura Hughes. So talk us through that dismissal. Did you say attempting the hook shot or just, yeah?
Yeah, trying to absolutely lasso it and just got too big and too quick, gets in too close and a big top edge, and I would say expertly held by whoever was fielding at first slip.
Brilliant. Frankie Mackay indeed. Oh, and she's bowled it straight through. That's nipped back. Wonderful piece of bowling and a big celebration. The Magicians, they're on the board. Burns has to go for 8.
Brilliant piece of bowling. That's the 1-2 from Leah Tahuhu, who goes to the short ball, brings about some indecision in the footwork from Rebecca Burns, and then has just got the ability to nip the ball back in off the seam, coming back off a length, top of the stumps. Easy as you'd like for Leah Tahuhu. That's a nice welcome back into the Magicians side. Picks up her first wicket and just her second over of the day, and continues on her excellent form in the 2022-23 season. A much needed wicket for the Canterbury Magicians early on. Burns goes for 8, and it is 17 for 1. It's 11 for 1. It's reading off the wrong part of the sheet we've got in front of us here.
Slightly different graphics here for NZC Productions. Frankie Mackay used to sort of the bells and whistles of Spark Sport. We'll let her off with that. But yeah, wonderful piece of bowling. We're talking about Rebecca Burns and the impact she could have on this game. Well, she can no longer have that with the bat. The short ball, and then 2 balls later, top of middle and off stump, well bowled, and a little bit of nip that you were talking about before.
Yeah, and that's where it's an interesting one. The Wellington Blaze, they love to bat first. That's how they've gone about both formats this season, T20 cricket, one-day cricket. They like to bat first, they like to put runs on the board. Batting is their strength, and so they allow themselves to do that first. But I actually don't think this is a terrible toss to lose for the Magicians. There's just enough movement that it could really put the pressure on this Blaze line-up early.
Well, Tahu, she's got a head of steam up and she goes full, but Plymouth right in behind it. Drives down to mid-on and she'll pick up the first single.
Excellent third over from Leah Tahuhu. 12 for 1 after 3.
Gabby Sullivan in for her 4th over, and she really is getting that away swing going. Rebecca Burns took her back-to-back boundaries to end her second over, but Burns is gone, and they've got the first slip in. They've almost got what I would call a catching point there. Frankie Mackay, talk us through that position.
It's just to do with the open face that Plymouth plays with. And so when looking to play through the offside, she often comes slightly inside out, so hands getting inside the line of the ball and then feeling for it. So it just means when the ball is shaping away and moving away, then it's the ability that those balls often will go through it at roughly what we'd say probably waist height. And so it's just the ability to have someone in the eye line, maybe put a little doubt in the mind as well as a catching chance.
Oh, there you see, just holding in the pitch, almost chipping a catch back to the bowler. Who is that catching in there for us, Frankie? At point. Hard to see out here at the deep fine leg commentary box. I'm looking at Bates, I'm looking at Martin.
I think it's Abby Gherkin actually in the long sleeve short fielding position there.
Sullivan in again, and Plymouth says, yeah, I'll open the face and I'll go right over extra cover. This might run away. Oh, good chase. Well, they look for three. They won't. And it is a good throw in from the outfield too. Well, we spoke about it, Frankie Mackay, and Georgia Plymouth says, yeah, I'll take that on and I'll go right up and over, which you can do with the new ball.
Yeah, hard, fast. Outfield looks lightning here as well down at Sir John Davies Oval, but it is an interesting position because it's a real area of strength for Georgia Plymouth.
Oh, and right past the outside edge. Well bowled.
And so yes, it can bring about a catching opportunity, but I think possibly early on it's more around trying to get Plymouth to think, I want to hit over them, I want to hit past them, I want to hit the ball hard. And then in doing so, maybe hands getting out in front, there is a slip still in place, so then bringing in the outside edge from there.
Oh, and that might be the one that she tried to get to go the other way, although you were saying you weren't 100% sure on whether that one that comes back in, is that the intentional or a slight scrambled seam, or just the randomness of being a bowler?
Well, she has got the intentional in swinger, and then she is the bowler that every now and again comes down to and says, that was meant to swing out.
It'll swing away. It's two wides. In terms of past scores here, as a commentary team, we didn't quite arrive early enough this morning to talk to the groundies, apart from Frankie, who was ensconced with the team, but seems to be sort of 260, 270 are the numbers people were throwing around.
Yeah, I think that's roughly there or thereabouts where you'd find yourself. I think probably 280 is the number that you'd be looking for, and they've made a solid start, 16 for 1 after 4, but that 280 mark is probably where you're targeting in a normal game. But when you talk about finals cricket, anything 250 plus, you turn up and you say, yeah, that's a big one. It becomes a little more interesting as the Wellington side, they've come in really batting heavy. They don't have a huge amount of bowling options available to them today. So that will put the pressure on their bowling lineup, having to do that skill second. But I think any time you turn up finals cricket, you always say runs on the board. Runs on the board are key. So to be able to put anything 250 plus, you'd be going home happy.
Well, here comes Tahuhu again, looking for wickets at the top for the Magicians. And she is right on the money here early on. And that's the other side of that for the Magicians, isn't it? When you're asked to bowl, to take those early wickets and really put the pressure back on the opposition. It is a final, and any momentum you can get early on, so important. Particularly a big bowler like Tahuhu is the leader of this attack.
Yeah, and then for the Wellington side, it's just how you try and combat that. It's how you play it. Are you prepared to just let her bowl an opening spell of 3, 4, 5 overs that don't go for many and try and keep her without wickets, and say, actually, we're prepared to let Tahuhu bowl 4 overs and have 1 for 10, and we'll say, yeah, we've actually done our job in that situation? Or do you look at it the opposite way, and if you can put someone like a Tahuhu under pressure, then all of a sudden that just continues on with the rest of the bowlers, and you've got Banks, the spin of Satterthwaite and Asmussen to come as well.
Well, she's dug that one in, and almost a shout of catch from behind, but no real interest from the rest of the fielders. Yeah, Leah Tahuhu, really in the last sort of season, obviously missed out on a contract last year, national contract, but well, she's really roared back and showed her worth and showed her hunger, her passion, and she's here in a final now with a chance to really do a job for Canterbury up top. old short full combo there.
Yeah, it's been brilliant from Leah and Amy as well, the way they've both come back into this Canterbury setup after some pretty big disappointment, missing out on national contract and national selection, and then to be able to come back into the group. And there's been no negativity from them. The first thing I heard from them after missing out on a contract was the first message they sent was, well, we're going to win 2 titles this year. That's what we're all about. So whenever you can have your experienced players like that who are just completely committed, buy into everything you're doing, it's been excellent to have them both involved. And I think Leah, she's then fought her way back into that New Zealand side. She's been excellent in all the cricket that she's played, be it T20, one-day cricket. She's just found a way to be taking wickets, and arguably you could say she's actually probably having the best result she's had her whole career. Picked up her maiden fifer, and has just made cricket look really easy this year.
Yep, and we've seen her accuracy. That is accurate, but that's also a lovely shot from McFadden. Under the eyes, back past the bowler, and they'll get a couple. So having to weather a little bit of a storm here early on. Yeah, you were out having a look at that wicket early on today, Frankie, and you did say potentially a good toss to lose. Yeah, what did you see, and what made you say that?
Well, I think it's a belter. I think it's flat, it's true, it's rock hard. But if there's going to be anything in it early, it's going to be your pace bowlers that can exploit it. And when you've got someone like a Leah Tahuhu in your side, you want her to have conditions in your favour. So it's not a horrible position to be in.
She's in again, attacking the stumps. Flicked off the legs. Out to the deep fine leg sweeper. They'll get a couple. Leah still with her hands on her heads. That would have been close. Had it hit the pads. As it was, it did not. And the Wellington Blaze 21 for 1 after 5.
And just a good even coverage of grass across it. It's not saying that it's a green seamer by any stretch of the imagination, but I think when the ball's new and it's hard and there is that grass coverage on top, it provides pace, it provides bounce, but it also can just provide a little bit of nibble if you can get the seam position right. So that's probably where Tahuhu excels, is the ability to have at times a slightly scrambled release, that 3/4 seam that someone like a Tim Southey has become really well known for. So she's got the ability to do that. So whenever you turn up to wickets that look like this, hard, fast, bouncy early on, the ability to seam the ball, you always think that Tahuhu's in the game. So not a bad result for the Magicians.
As that one just beat Satterthwaite. It's going to run line on down, a long chase and a good chase. They will get a couple. So taking the outside edge, that is what she's looking for there, Sullivan. She's been taking the ball away from the right-hander, but on this occasion it just beats Amy Satterthwaite at first slip there. Continuing to keep the scoreboard ticking over, which is important, along with trying to preserve those top order wickets.
And that's where it becomes dangerous for this Magician side if they aren't able to keep taking wickets. It's just a ground where you can score heavily on. So all of a sudden when you talk about batting first, 250 being the magic number, the last thing you want is to be batting second chasing 300 in a final. 300 feels like it's almost 350. So it is that real fine line of needing to attack and pick up wickets, but also how to keep tabs on that run rate.
It'll be a wide down leg. Well, yeah, when you look at the Blaze order, and you've still got Jess Kerr sitting down there at number 8, who we've seen what she can do for the White Ferns. It gives you an idea of the strength that they do have, and if the Blaze can build a platform here, as Frankie Mackay says, there could be a big total on the board at the end of 50. Sullivan's in again. She's got a deep backward square and a third man. That's beaten Plimmer, looking for the cut shot. Good square of the wicket player, Georgia Plimmer.
Yeah, she is. She's a very good young player, and she likes to play off both feet. What really impresses me most about Georgia is the fact she likes to score through the offside. If she's ever boundary hunting or feeling under pressure wanting a score, always looks for the offside option.
That's full and driven straight to mid-off. There is no single.
Which just becomes quite different to probably 90% of women's cricket, where boundary options, power options become leg side. So she almost creates a problem that bowlers and fielding captains aren't quite sure exactly what field to set to her.
This one's chipped in the air, back over the bowler. There's no one there, and that is going to race away. Off the bat, I thought that was a chip, but it was probably more of a beautiful lofted drive, and that's 4 runs Plymouth's first boundary.
Just shows the timing there, shows the quality of the surface, the timing that Plymouth possesses, and also that's hitting downwind. So it is the chance when it gets up on a reasonably stiff breeze here in Queenstown that if the timing's okay, it will just race away from there. But great signs for Plymouth early on in her innings. That's probably what she's most known for, is the ability to hit down the ground, to hit through that offside. So great start for her today.
Sullivan in again. This one's full as well. Coming back, and they're going to take off for a quick single. Direct hit. Would have been out. Almost had her at the keeper's end as well. But it's 1 run to the score. Bit of drama, excitement in the commentary box. It's 29 for 1 after 6 overs. I am going to step out of the box, and we're going to bring in the experienced former White Fern, Katie Martin.
It's a strong start from the commentary captain, Willie Nichols, for the day.
No pressure, Frankie.
Yeah. Got big shoes to fill now. It's been a solid start for the Blaze. Win the toss, have a bat first. To be 29 for 1 after 6, you'd have to be reasonably happy with that as a start.
Yeah, it's a solid start. Obviously, you don't want to lose wickets in the power play, but Rebecca Burns' role was to get on with it. Just trying to weather the storm of Leah Tahuhu, who's been so good.
A little inside edge, squirts away to deep backward square. Just another single to add to the target. She's been a revelation, really, this year, hasn't she?
The thing I love about this bowling from Tahuhu is the ability for her to actually tail the ball back in. Picked up plenty of wickets at the T20 World Cup in South Africa recently. Just has that slingy action where the ball angles away, and then the hand position that comes through, she just angles that back in. So as a batter, it's hard to line up where the ball is going to go.
Short ball on this occasion, left alone by McFadden. Yeah, talk about that T20 World Cup in South Africa. You've just come back and joined us back in the slightly different temperatures here in Queenstown. How impressive was Tahuhu over there on wickets that perhaps didn't necessarily suit?
Yeah, there were different conditions depending on where the New Zealand team played. Some spinning wickets, others under lights where it did a little bit as well.
Just happy to leave that one alone, McFadden.
Just the wicket she was able to take, like big wickets, big name wickets. Asked lots of questions. She come on with good pace. Not often have we seen Tahuhu really take that first over. Jess Kerr often picked up that first over, but Tahuhu was given the ball from the skipper, Sophie Devine, and just think her ability to target those stumps is a massive difference. Can't forget the absolute specky catch from Eden Carson in the Australian game as well.
Very true indeed. Of course, we get to shoehorn a crowded Targa White in there, don't we? Finals day.
Well, when Susie Bates comes in, maybe she'll just talk about Queenstown, the cuisine here, maybe the temperature as well. She's the only one that's actually wearing a puffer jacket in this commentary box, Frankie, so good southern girls got a little soft in her old age.
Short ball from Tahuhu, lobbed into the sky, settling underneath it. Everyone watching on and comfortably taken. And what a celebration from Leah Tahuhu into her 4th over and picks up a massive wicket of Georgia Plymouth.
Just a good use of the bouncer as well. Tahuhu's mixed up her length really nicely. Just caught with that weight on the back leg. Georgia Plymouth. It's the ideal start for Canterbury, being able to pick up Plymouth and Burns as well, 2 White Ferns players. You say that and then you bring in another one, Maddie Green. Plymouth, she goes for 11, 31 for 2. Wellington Blaze.
It's a welcome back for Maddie Green as well. Hasn't yet played for Wellington in the HBJ competition this year. Been away with WBBL, with New Zealand commitments, and now back into this lineup. But she's got a strong record in Wellington side. 6 matches in her career for Wellington, 337 runs, an average of just 112.33. Highest score of 106. So she's a reasonably handy player to come back into your side for finals time and occupy that crucial number 4 spot.
We brought a statistician along, however, Frankie, you've nailed that. How do you sleep numbers? Like, do you dream about this stuff?
Yes. At the end of 7, it's 31 for 2. Yeah, I was expecting to be here just sitting up on the bank getting a tan. The sun hasn't come out, and Willie got on the phone and said, do you want to come and talk about your mates rather than sit there and watch? So, of course, I had to go through my facts and figures, my numbers, get them all lined up just to make sure I knew what I was talking about. But, yeah, every now and again the stats dreams just creep in, cricket dreams. Have those occasional moments where you have that reoccurring dream where you can't get your pads on in time, you can't find your bat, running out to bat, and getting timed out. So I think a lot of cricketers have probably had those dreams.
The run-out ones as well, where the pitch just lengthens and you still just can't make it. Awful. You're running and it's just the line, it's just not there.
Maybe that's the issue. I just have a normal life. Missy Banks now into the attack for the Canterbury Magicians. Another one who's been in fine form this season. Really has excelled in the T20 format. It's probably been she's found her niche in that format to be able to pick up wickets. Been used with the new ball at the top of the innings for the Magicians, but it's a one-day format now.
You feel like Gabby Sullivan and Missy Banks is sort of the core of this bowling unit for the Canterbury Magicians for a long period of time. They've been around for a while. It's just the continued experiences they're able to gain, and they just complement each other so well.
Yeah, well, to think Missy Banks in her 50th match, and she's still only 21. And so, this is game number 51, sorry. And so, to have that level of experience behind you and to have picked the brains of some of the best players going around, Leah Tahuhu, Amy Satterthwaite in this side, it's just built a really good knowledge base in her. And now, as she gets a bit older, she played a few more games, her role in the side is just starting to expand, and she's grabbed it with both hands. You feel on a surface like this here at Queenstown, it'll just be her job to keep it tight. Yes, try and swing the ball. She's going to have some tough overs to bowl into the wind, reasonably stiff breeze as well. And so she's tasked with those tough overs and tasked with being able to break partnerships and keep it tight, which is no mean feat to be able to do both of those roles. And just run away down to third for a single.
Yeah, I love the fact that she's bowling a lot more at the stumps. She's attacking the stumps. Someone like a Jess McFadgen, you want her to play as many deliveries as she can. Same as Maddie Green. If you can attack those stumps, force the batters to actually play. Here in Queenstown, if there's anything off the stumps, it's such a good wicket that you're going to be able to just to hit through the line, and it's a fast outfield as well. I've seen plenty of chip shots over the field that have raced to the boundary. This is one of those grounds, if you can just try and target the stumps, being able to protect both sides of the field, it gives you the best chance. Maddie Green here, looking like she's lining up, standing on off stump, just covering the stumps.
And falling straight to start to Green. Good way to finish the over off from Missy Banks. Just the one run coming from it. It's 32 for 2 after 8.
I will let everyone into a little secret who's watching on the tube channel. We might go Instagram live at some point, but Frankie Mackay she's actually upgraded. You've upgraded into a B5, an IB4, 1B4 textbook. You're used to having the little black book, which was written in about font 3. So you've upgraded, but you've still kept the font size at font 3. So I'm surprised you don't actually have glasses for all of those stats, but It's beautiful. What's gone with the upgrade here, Frankie?
Well, actually, it's funny you ask, because the detective style hardcover notebook that just fits nicely in my inside jacket pocket, it's actually coming right to the end. I'm almost at the end of the notebook. And so it was that difficult decision as to whether I use the last 2 pages, which I thought I had too much stuff to write in for 2 pages, or I just committed to a bigger book with more things to write about, because I had so much stuff to talk about for this game. So I thought it was time to upgrade the book, but also with no stress about having to wear a blazer today, just rocking team kit, so I can afford to have the slightly bigger book. That short ball once again from Leah Tahuhu, just clothed away into the leg side from green, getting high up on the stickers. But yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about it. It probably is a little bit easier to read. I have still stuck with reasonably small writing. I think the secret behind the small writing is actually less about reading it and more the fact that I've written it down. I tend to try and commit it to memory somewhat, but it's nice. I think I feel good about it today. It's tidy once again from Tahuhu, right on the money.
Interesting move here from the Magicians. Tahuhu's into her 5th over. You'd expect that probably this will be her last over. 5 overs on the trot. They want to try and look to bring Tahuhu back through the middle to try and get wickets. You know what it's like against this Wellington Blaze side. It's a matter of picking up wickets throughout to try and restrict them. Such a strong batting lineup. It's a delivery like that at the stumps for me, Frankie, where she just asks questions on that fuller side, attacking the stumps, just that little tail back in. Well, you know the tactics better than me, but get the sense that Tahu will bowl out this over and then potentially a change, whether it's Jacinta Savage, just with that little bit of wind that is going to help the ball come back in. And then say maybe in the middle overs, bring Tahu back for 1 or 2 and close out the death.
Yeah, you might even see Sullivan swing around and get to bowl a couple of overs downwind. Tidy once again from Tahuhu. But you sense this was maybe a little bit of a gamble from the Canterbury side to give Tahuhu her 5th over. And gives a little bit less options as the day goes on. But I think it's that trying to get this Wellington Blaze side 3 down. Try and get into that middle order. There's some experienced players here in there. There's some great players in there. But it's just, it has been a side that the majority of runs have been scored by that top order. So it's trying to get them out early and put pressure on the rest. And tries, goes for that wicket-taking delivery once again to finish the over off. Green up to the task. It's 35 for 2 after 9.
Few supporters that have come down south from Christchurch, maybe through friends, family. Nothing like mum and dad to come out and support, but it's been a good start from the Magicians.
The Satterthwaites made the drive, the long drive down from Christchurch to Queenstown.
It's always the drive where people, tourists, say to you, oh, where should we go? It's always fly into Christchurch, drive down, stay at Tekapo.
As through the leg side from McFadden, not having that, just pitched up outside off stump for Banks, and she has taken the long handle to it.
Well, that is a shot from McFadden. Don't often see this early on in McFadden's innings. She likes to bat long and deep, coming off a really good 96 not out. Just the ball was put there. It wasn't necessarily bowled hard into the wicket, and no one out on the boundary on the leg side. Good start to the over.
Fuller on this occasion from Banks. This defensive push out to extra cover.
It's interesting as a batter, you see the ball that may just float in the air a little bit more, where others are a little bit flatter in the air and can sit in the wicket. So you just look for that ball that potentially, even as a pace bowler, is up in that eye line. You can have a free swing through it.
And that's the length that Banks will be searching for. You feel that this is the end they'll target as well. If any bowler is floating up, pitching up, this will be the end, hitting with the wind. They'll really look to get after.
She probably thought on that delivery there, Frankie, that she might have wanted to get after that. That was a little bit uncomfortable. in that hip area.
And just away into the leg side for a single. Just seems like Banks just trying to find what the ideal length for her is here today on the surface.
A wicket like this in Queenstown, anything that's over pitched or anything that's short are the deliveries that usually get taken a toll too. So it's about putting the ball in the wicket. There's enough grass on it that it can do a little bit. Just there, if there's enough effort on the delivery, just means that ball is going to hit the top of the wicket length. It's a harder length. Look at Amy Satterthwaite there in slip. She's got her arms crossed. She looks absolutely freezing. Do you reckon she's sitting there going, or standing there going, oh, it's my last game. I cannot wait. I can't wait. I can go home. I can put my feet up. I can put a blanket over me. Be nice and warm.
I think she'll probably have the hand warmers out there for sure. Goes after that one, does Green. Just the outside, inside edge into the leg side. Scamper back for 2. 7 runs coming from the Banks over. 10 gone, power play complete. It's 42 for 2.
Really good power play from the Wellington Blaze. He'd take 42 runs, I think, in the power play, even with the loss of the 2 wickets. As we see a beautiful replay of the power play. Jess McFadden, that was a strong shot over the leg side. Teams usually look at this point to say we don't want to be more than 3 down at the 40th or 30th over. Use those last 20 overs as that T20 style. So big job for McFadden and Maddie Green to do here to be able to bat deep. So I like the Blaze. You give someone like a Tamsin Newton, Jess Kerr, Lee Kasperick as well, who top run scorer and wicket taker for the Wellington Blaze, and the captain as well. So she's a true all-rounder in the truest sense, Frankie.
As opposed to not the truest sense. I like it. But absolutely, she is brilliant in this Wellington side, and her influence can't be understated either. I think the way that she goes about things, she's nice and cool and calm, keeps pretty level. She bowls some tough overs for this Wellington side, takes wickets for fun. We know that. She has collected a bucket load throughout her career. I think she's got 118 at an average of 19, which is just ridiculous numbers from Kasperick. But it's also with the bat. She's extremely handy. Plays a big role in that middle order, especially with hitting power either side of her. She's not the biggest hitter of a cricket ball, but she's clever, uses the angles well, just manages to find gaps and find runs. So she becomes a really vital player in this team for Wellington. And it just means that people can play around her. They can fill roles around her. But it is the chance for this Canterbury side. They want to get her in early. They don't want to see Lee Kasperick walking out at the 30 over mark and able to control the game. They want to put the pressure right on early on. Just a low full toss from Jacinta Savage, easily dispatched from Green.
They're well controlled from Maddie Green. Sometimes early on in your innings, and it's surprising to say this, that the full toss is quite difficult to play. You have throwdowns and full tosses and you think, you beauty, this is great. But in a game, it's the ball that you least expect. So she's done really well just to stand tall on that. It's brought about a change in the field now. Tahuhu goes back to that cover area. Very early change in terms of defending. They know the threat that Maddie Green poses.
Oh. A low full toss, once again, almost a Yorker from Savage. Just struggled to find her length so far. Been a little full, a little short. Looks like she's been struggling a little bit with that front foot landing as well, scuffing up the crease, trying to get a little bit more traction.
Coming back from injury, McFadden hasn't bowled a heap this season.
It's shoveled into the leg side from Green, and the timing's good once again. A couple of bounces, skips away for 4.
Yeah, just a drag down with that 4. That brings up the 50 for the Wellington Blaze. Strong shot from Maddie Green. Just sort of that almost that swivel pull shot that she has. Very much a front foot player, likes to plant the front foot forward and then just that slight shuffle back to be able to get that into the leg side. Big last ball here for Jacinta Savage.
Just defended into point area. Natalie Cox doing the tidy up. Dot ball to finish off. A big over though for the Wellington Blaze. 53 for 2.
Is there a reason why Jacinta Savage hasn't necessarily bowled a heap? She's sort of been in and out of that Super Smash side as well.
I think it's just the emergence of some of the other players. So Missy Banks has really made that T20 format her own. She's been someone that's been able to bowl in 3 phases of the game, so in that power play through the middle, and then has been working really hard as a death option. Gabby Sullivan has just come back into the side, missed all of last season with a stress fracture in the back, and she's just taken wickets basically every game she's played. So then combine that with Leah Tahuhu being available, and then the spinners dominating the game, Satterthwaite, Asmussen, and then some part-time overs from Anderson. It's just, I think, been balance of the side. And so playing again as a genuine all-rounder, she'll probably bat 7 and bowl some overs just into Savage. But it's just been a little bit where exactly does she fit and how to best use her. Down the ground once again from McFadden, just pitched up. A little bit over pitched from Missy Banks and pays the price once again.
There's a great shot again from Jess McFadden. Just punish that full length. Plenty of space down the ground. The last few overs are really posing some questions for Laura Hughes. Just around who she's going to bowl, what field is she going to set, where does she actually go in terms of the defence? Is she happy that McFadden is hitting straight down the ground? The drives are going to continue to stay up, so she may see that as an opportunity if McFadden doesn't quite get it right, but she has found the middle of the bat. A lot of those shots down the ground.
Driven hard into the offside. Good piece of fielding from Kate Anderson at extra cover. Actually looks in great form, McFadden. That is someone coming off runs, coming off 96, not out. That's what it feels like, isn't it? You have a knock and a week later you turn up and all of a sudden just coming out the middle of the bat again.
Sometimes it all just clicks, doesn't it? What I love about looking at Jess McFadden at the moment is just the shape she's being able to hold in terms of her batting technique. Gets herself in a little bit of trouble when she looks to hit the ball on the leg side as opposed to just allowing her skill set that she's got. She's got brilliant hand-eye coordination. She's just held in those shapes nicely, so even through the offside it's with a straight bat. And then when the ball's in that area, she's able just to time it underneath her eyes. Sort of feel someone like Jess McFadden had opportunity in the White Ferns that for her it's saying, okay, what do I want to do with my cricket? I wasn't selected for the T20 World Cup. I think in the last, 3 or 4 weeks with the HBJ especially, she's put her hand up, contracted White Ferns player, so I don't think there is anything as a closed door on selection. Handy with the gloves as well. Good close out of the over there for Missy Banks, 57 for 2. Good partnership building here for the Wellington Blaze. McFadden and the experienced Maddie Green. Speaking of experience, Susie Bates has come in. Frankie Mackay's putting her feet up, writing some more notes, some more stats. Welcome back to New Zealand, Suze. Have you got it?
Hello. Sorry, technical difficulties already. Not experienced in the commentary box yet, but luckily I'm surrounded by some absolute experts.
Well, Sarah Asmussen been fantastic this season for the Canterbury Magician. She comes in, got the best bowling figures in the competition, picked up 5 for clipped away on the leg side. Looking at Maddie Green here, Susie, how difficult is it coming from so much T20 cricket, then having to adjust into this HBJ format, the 50 over format?
Yeah, I bumped into Maddie this morning at one of the cafes in Queenstown, and she sounded a bit blocked up, but she insisted it wasn't COVID. So, yeah, she did say, I think the last time she'd played 50 over cricket was against Bangladesh, so it is a real adjustment. But the way she's been hitting the ball, as you saw in the World Cup, hitting hard and straight down the ground, she just has to do that for a longer period of time.
Did you ever get into a mindset of when you've played so much T20 cricket that you sort of just switch off and you're in your own little world, just to know that you've got 3 hours out there to bat?
Lovely shot out to the cover point from Jess. Yeah, I think you just get into that zen phase when you're at your best in any format of cricket. And, you know, sometimes when you came out to bat with me and it was chat, that's probably when I wasn't at my best, when I was just in Susie's world, in my own little world. That's when, you know, you played calmly and you just reacted to what was happening.
Fair. Firstly, Julie, just being able to rack up the runs on the offside. Thoughts on this field here, Susie? You see the opportunity to bring that cover up, or say that it's only ones and ones we win in this position?
Yeah, it is a tough one for leg spinners. I know a lot of leg spinners that I've played with or against love to start with that cover sweeper out, just to give them that bit of protection early in their spell in case they do drop one short. But yeah, you do love to be able to create pressure by bringing that offside up and making them hit through it, but also understand that bowling leg spin's one of the toughest things to do, so it is often the area where the ball gets hit the most. It's the end of Sarah Asmussen's over, and the Wellington Blaze are 63 for 2.
Like an old pro there, Suze. It's actually quite fresh here in Queenstown today. You sort of feel like it's getting into that winter zone already here in Queenstown.
No, I'm going to stop you there because I've been home all week in Dunedin. Drove up yesterday and it has been beautiful sunshine. I reckon I've been to the beach every day. It was 25 degrees when I stopped in at Clyde last night on the way up and saw old Uncle Warren Lee's. We were in shorts and T-shirts till about 7, 8 o'clock at night. So the weather has been great down south today. It is a little bit fresher, but I don't think it's a bad thing for cricket weather.
Banks in again. Oh, big swing from McFadden. Be interested in the mindset for McFadden here in terms of knowing that there's, I guess, experience below her, but sometimes it's actually a matter of being out there. She's striking all right, going at around 70. Sometimes you feel like you have to force the game a little bit more, but there's plenty of time in the game. We're only into the 14th over.
Yeah, I think in 50 over cricket, partnerships are the key, and the longer she's out there building partnerships with her teammates, I think if she reflects on this start, there has been probably a lot of dot balls, and if she can start, you know, getting up and down the crease with Maddie here and feeding Maddie some of the strike, that partnership's going to increase with the strike rate, and that's going to help them get into a good position at the back end of the game.
Bankson again with those shots down the ground. McFadden is forced to change in the field with the long on fielder back. It's a fine balance, isn't it, as a captain to, you'll know what it's like playing against Australia. They keep the drives up and you almost have to hit there 3 or 4 times for them to actually push that field back. But in New Zealand, quite often captains go early with those fields back. Is that a fine management from a captaincy perspective? As Green tries to go for that one.
Yeah, it is a different mindset, and I think in 50 over cricket, which we don't play as much of these days, you do want to be able to keep as many fielders in the ring as possible to create wicket opportunities, because the key is taking wickets. I think with so much 2020 cricket, we can get into a defensive mindset and protecting the boundaries.
Pressure on the field, had to pull in the dive, able to get in. All right, McFadden there. Sort of a hit and run to the fielder.
That is a great dive. She's dived from about halfway down the wicket, and knowing Maddie Green wouldn't have been diving. It is a fine art. You're either a diver or you're not, and there's a few people that are brilliant at it. Katie Perkins, who's actually also finished up cricket with Auckland Hearts, her and Holly Huddleston, great servants of the game and played so much cricket for New Zealand and for Auckland, and Holly also ND, so it's sad to see those two finish up. I'm sure they'll be watching today to send off another great.
Yeah, Amy Satterthwaite, last game for her, 66 for 2. We're not going to talk about retirement up here today, Susie, I can tell you that. There's plenty of oil left in that machine, being you, not your Tiguan car, which probably doesn't have oil in it, but when Willie asked us to come, I think he thought it would just get confused and we'd feel like we're just talking to ourselves out there, but there is people out there, so apologise if we do get a little lost in our ways, Susie Bates and I. We went many years ago, I think, hey Suze? Asmussen back in. You've played a lot here in Queenstown. Wicket looks a belter, doesn't it? Just a matter of getting through those first few overs. As Jess McFadden has gone long and strong, and a couple of bounces for 4 over that mid-wicket, wide long on boundary. It's balls like that that's a little full that can take a toll as a batter.
Yeah, that's been a real highlight of her innings so far. As soon as they've overpitched, she's been brave enough to take them on down the ground with the field up, and any time she's gone down the ground, she's executed. So Canterbury here, if they can pull their links back, they can actually restrict Jess here. That seems to be her boundary shot at the moment.
Asmussen's picked up lots of wickets. I'm not going to pick up wicket during this phase, but 14 wickets so far in the competition for Asmussen. She's had a good season this season. Awkward in terms of her technique as a leg spinner, probably not as traditional, just the way that she comes a little bit higher up and over. Interesting grip as well. Has attacked the stumps a lot more this season. She's spent a bit of time with the White Ferns in the winter training squads as well over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, she's a serious bowler, and being able to bowl leg spin, it's a tough art, and I just remember how hard she worked when she was with that White Fern squad. She just was willing to bowl and bowl and bowl and just absolutely loved it. So there's no surprise that, you know, she's had the success she has and the accuracy she now has, been able to keep the ball full for longer periods of time, and she doesn't tend to miss as much as she perhaps did when she first came on the scene.
You'll be loving the fellow spin twins now that you've joined the club. Really good over from Asmussen. Good pressure running from Maddie Green as well. 6 runs off it. 72 for 2. How long did it take you before you got the off-spin blister in between the fingers from bowling? First day?
No, the problem was I actually got it on the wrong finger. So I was showing off to everyone, look at my blister, I'm a real spinner. And everyone was looking at my hand thinking, why is it on that finger? That's not where you should be spinning the ball. So my hands were a little bit soft when I first started, just like playing the guitar actually. It takes a while to harden the hands up. But yeah, I just loved being back in the nets, bowling and competing. I was a bit of a pest when I wasn't an all-rounder. Tried to get on the slinger, which I wasn't that accurate with, or I ended up just keeping the pads on as Missy Banks starts another over.
Yeah, thick edge that time. Pick up a couple of runs. This is a really good partnership. 43 so far. What's the key in terms of bowling here? Is it the spin bowlers a lot harder to sort of take to, or is it a matter of changes of pace? What are the Magicians going to look to do here, Susie, in terms of through this post-power play?
I think, you know, it's regardless of whether it's... Sorry, microphone difficulty.
I don't know if people know that at home, Suze.
But I'll answer your question. I think spin or seam, I think if you're attacking the stumps, sounds pretty simple, but the longer that you can sit in those areas and not give any width on this field, I think when you miss with length or width, it sort of sits up to be hit, and then the fast outfield allows you to score. So, yeah, regardless of seam or spin, those bowlers that can stay on the stumps and bowl good lengths are going to be effective.
Well, the Magicians have 2 mid-wickets close in. Amy Satterthwaite, you can't see on her screen, but still has her hands in her pocket, so she is enjoying her last game.
I actually was watching thinking she was going to be in first slip for the entire 50 overs, and I thought that is a way to go out, and I think she should have just sat there. But good to see her moving. She's still moving well, now in mid-wicket, hands in pocket, so it's fair enough. It does look a bit breezy out there.
Leading by example, Amy Satterthwaite, as usual, the high standards she sets for herself in the field. Just tapped away round the corner from Maddie Green, safe enough. Just into Savage there. What's the legacy that Amy Satterthwaite leaves for you?
That is a big, big question, but for me, she has been one of the greatest left-hand batters that we've ever had in the game, and one of the greatest cricket brains that we've ever had in the game. And with that, the way she's helped out the players around her learn about the game, she was always willing to talk cricket with anyone that would listen. Loved it just as much as Frankie Mackay, so the two of them together with that Canterbury unit and with New Zealand have really grown the game in terms of teaching our youngsters about how to go about their cricket. So look, she's going to be a huge loss to the game. She's been a brilliant player, a brilliant leader, a brilliant friend, but I know for a fact she's not going to be lost to the women's game. She's going to still have a huge impact, whether it's through coaching, mentoring, maybe producing another White Fern and Grace. No pressure on Grace, of course. She can do what she wants, but
Partnership up to 47. I'm wondering when she will actually don the ball. Maybe she needs to warm her hands up a little bit more. Asmussen in again. Just the boundaries the Blaze are able to pick up each of these overs through the middle phase and put the pressure on. And you're picking up one boundary and over through the middle. Each of the overs, you're saying that 250 plus score is on. I think if you're getting 250 in a final, you're saying that puts so much pressure on the opposition.
we don't have our statistician here, but the partnership, I'm not sure
So
what
what
it is.
Statistician. It's a really difficult word to say, isn't it?
Statistician. We don't have them here, but this partnership, just from watching, seems to be developing nicely. I don't have any numbers on it, but this is a dangerous partnership, going at fours with plenty of wickets in the shed as they continue to sort of milk the ones off Asmussen, using that cover area as a one option and still being able to pick up the odd boundary.
Do you set targets in terms of scoring? Nearly drinks, you'd suggest either this over after this or the next one, where you want to be at, say, that 20, 30 over mark? Remember the old double the score at 30 overs? I don't know if that's applicable anymore.
Really good areas from Asmussen there, attacking the stumps. But yeah, I think the game's changed so much that targets have become a little less common, because if you get yourself in a good position with 10 overs to go, anything's possible on a wicket like this. So I think they're all about having wickets in hand and making sure that they're still ticking the run rate over. But look, at this point, anything between 250 and 300 is possible, but you want to keep pushing that and not limit yourself.
Well, with that single 50 partnership has come up between Jess McFadden and Maddie Green as well. Maddie Green 22 off 25, going along strongly. It's just on the top of the screen, Susie, in red, that 50 partnership for next time. As they continue to push through the singles. The running between the wickets has been great. They've been able to score off more deliveries now. You get a sense, see there? 50 partnership in red.
Thank you. I'm always learning.
End of the 17th, 82 for 2. Well, Susie, I'll give you a break from me. I'll bring in Willie Nichols again. It's because the 50 wasn't in blue. She didn't see the 50 partnership. It was in red.
You could cut her a little bit of slack, Marty. There you go. We'll break up the Martin and Bates partnership. It's a familiar one. Willie Nichols back in the seat here. And the Blaze, well, yeah, they've put on a 50-run partnership, Susie Bates, and as Katie Martin quite rightly pointed out, this is looking dangerous. So the Magicians, what do?
They bring in Amy Satterthwaite. Great bowling change. She always makes something happen with the ball. Last match, so good to see her still contributing as an all-rounder, and she'll set her fields and understand what she needs to do here to build some pressure.
Yep, well, she's got a cover sweeper, a deep backward square, a cow corner, I believe we're still calling it cow corner, deep mid-wicket, and a long on, so probably going to look to bowl pretty straight, keep the stumps in play. Big turner of the ball, or?
She can get some purchase. That one with the breeze here, it looks like she's going to get a little bit of drift away, so if she can drift it away and turn it back in, that's going to be lovely. But yeah, she's not a massive turner, but I shouldn't be throwing stones. But yeah, she can get some purchase, and I think her strength is just understanding, you know, the stage of the game, and if she can get these batters to only get 3 or 4 scoring shots and over, she'll be in.
Yeah, well, it's a combination really, isn't it, of are you trying to break the partnership or sort of keep tabs on the run rate. I think McFadden and Green will probably be content to keep knocking it around here. As pointed out before, it's a deep batting order they've got, and they've got power at the bottom as well. Satterthwaite's in again. That's well flighted. It takes the outside edge, squeaks through slip. Will they get 2? They won't. That's that drift you were talking about, Susie Bates.
Yeah, lovely flight there from Amy Satterthwaite, and I think she's going to be able to change her pace and see how these Wellington batters want to play her and see if they want to take her on over the offside. But like you said, with 4 out, they should be happy just milking it around.
Yeah, well, a big consideration for me, and we might have to send Katie Martin outside of the Portacom to check it, is which way the breeze is going here. It will be quite influential for the options that can be taken as a batter. Frankie Mackay reckons it's going sort of across to cover, but Katie Martin is on the scene and will report back shortly as Green looks to tuck one round the corner. There's no single there, and Martin throws some grass up like a golfer, and she actually says she doesn't. It seems quite inconclusive. The trees are blowing wildly. Martin's throwing grass up on the bank, but that'll be drinks here at John Davies Oval. The Blaze, they're 86 for 2 after 18. Welcome back to John Davies Oval here in Queenstown. Sir John Davies Oval, quite rightly corrected by Katie Martin. Willie Nichols and Susie Bates here for you in the HBJ final, where the Wellington Blaze, after losing a couple of early wickets courtesy of Leah Tahuhu, McFadden and Green have put on a 50-run partnership. And you'd have to say, potentially just slightly on top at 86 for 2 at the 18th over. Susie Bates, how do you see this one shaping up as we come out of the first drinks break?
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned, Canterbury started really well with 2 early wickets, but now I think Wellington are on the front foot, and this partnership is key for me. They need to get one or both of these players out probably before the 30th over, because like we've talked about, they've got a very long batting order. Lee Kasparik's been hugely successful with the bat so far, so she's still to come in, Tamsin Newton. So Canterbury will be looking for wickets. It'll be interesting when they go back to their strike bowler, Leah Tahuhu, and how early they have to do that. But at the moment, the spinners are on and trying to bowl a few dot balls to create some pressure, but haven't been able to build enough pressure for long enough just yet.
Yeah, well, it's the leg spin of Asmussen who's in again. That's right on the money. Big welcome to our audience, whether you're watching here in New Zealand or live on Foxtel across the Tasman in Australia. We welcome you. Great to have you here in Queenstown. That's short and cut, a little bit of indecision, but they will get a quick single. The dive again, almost a bat bounce up sort of situation, but after all that, it'll be a single to Jess McFadden. Yeah, Susie Bates, in a situation like this, Canterbury, are they content to keep letting this tick over at 4s and 5s and over, or do they want to make a breakthrough?
I think when the run rate's, high 4s, you're pretty content, and I know teams talk a lot about that 35th over mark being no more than 3 wickets down, so you can really launch, and at the moment they're on target for that. So look, I know the experience of Maddie Green and Jess McFadden, they'll be reasonably happy at the moment. I think if the run rate was to get below 4, they'd start to have to take some risk, but at the moment they're keeping in a very healthy place.
6 bowlers used by the Magicians so far. It's currently spin from both ends. Another quick single. It's well run again. They've been pinching the little single in there at cover and continuing to turn the strike over. Yeah, 6 bowlers used from the Magicians so far. Satterthwaite on at the other end. So spin from both ends. Doesn't look to be a lot of turn. This is, I suppose, usually their pattern to bowl the spinners through the middle.
Yeah, when you've got a quality leg spin and off-spin bowler, it's nice to be able to use them together as another single out to that cover sweeper from Maddie Green. It just looks really easy for these 2 at the moment, maybe apart from the run between the wickets, which has forced a few dives, but that may be the opportunity, a sneaky little run out when they try and push one too many.
Katie Martin in hysterics in the box at Susie Bates, talking about the running between the wickets and a few mix-ups. They'll get another single out there to the leg side. McFadden, yep, they're building, and it's a pretty decent wicket, a very fast outfield, and you just feel this could be a high-scoring final as we come to the end of the 19th over. It's 91 for 2. Well, they're going to continue with Satterthwaite here. Both teams, it's looking each other in the eye here really, and seeing who's going to flinch first. Magicians want a wicket. The Blaze want to take this as deep as possible before they unleash their lower order. As we mentioned, Kasparik, Newton, King, Kurt, they've got stroke makers, they've got power. If they can build a base, which they're doing here, they can really look to put the pressure on late in the innings. Susie Bates, you've batted out here quite a lot. A place that you enjoy batting?
Yeah, one of my favourite places not only to play cricket but to bat. As you can see, the wickets very true. There's not too many demons, fast outfield and beautiful scenery, so you can get into that zen zone that we talked about. Is another dot ball from Amy, so 2 dots in this over, and like you said, it does really feel like a real holding phase of this game of who's going to budge first. There haven't been too many boundaries lately, so the more dots and ones Canterbury can bowl, we might see a change of intent from the Wellington batters.
Yeah, absolutely. This is good bowling from Satterthwaite. Just the 5 runs. She's almost through her 2 overs. A few overs without a boundary. All the Blaze look to, they're content to keep looking to try and flick round the corner, but there is no single there. Maddie Green.
Sort of sense something's about to happen here, whether it's a boundary or some extra risk. Maddie Green, she likes to swing the willow, and she likes to score boundaries, so I just sort of feel there's an important phase of the game right here.
And she'll lean back, strokes it firmly to mid-off, and there is a single there. She'll get off strike. It's 2 from the over, from the Satterthwaite over. It's 93 for 2 after 20. And the Blaze continuing to build. Magicians continuing to hold firm there. Just wanted to pick up on one of the fielding positions there. A sort of backward point for both the spinners as opposed to the third man, the traditional, or third woman, if you will, in women's cricket. Just third, Katie Martin informs me. But a backward point rather than a little bit finer. Is that sort of, I guess, the slightly slower nature of the spinners?
Yeah, and also the breeze that Frankie Mackay was saying, which was the opposite to Katie Martin.
Conjecture.
The breeze going down the ground, tough shot to get value for. And look, Maddie Green has worked a lot on that reverse sweep against the spin, so it'll be interesting how early she brings that out with that vacant third man area. As another singles hit out to the cover sweeper. A lot of runs being scored out there so far off Asmussen.
Yep. This partnership 55 off 67. It's a good one. The Magicians looking to put the squeeze on here. It's been 2 or 3 overs now without a boundary. Asmussen in again, well bowled. Leans back, they'll take another single through that cover region, which we've spoken about. Yeah, wonderful place to play cricket here in Queenstown. Good conditions, fast outfield as mentioned, and befitting the HBJ final. Just moving a mid-wicket in here. Satterthwaite's brought herself around, or Hughes has brought her into there. So a straight field. The field's up if Maddie Green wants to go straight. This one's flighted, and that's going to run away for 4. There's the boundary we talked about. That's going to really let the pressure valve off.
Yeah, unfortunate miss there from Asmussen, not where she's wanting to bowl that delivery, but I like the intent, bringing the drives up into the breeze, asking Maddie Green to take a risk at this phase of the game, but unfortunately all plans don't always fall into place, and she's just slightly missed 2 full there, and Maddie Green too good and put that away for 4. But like I said, having the drives up, hitting into the wind, I really like the intent from the bowler.
Yeah, well, it had been 4 overs without a boundary. The shackles have been broken to an extent as they continue to milk the ones out to the cover sweeper. At what stage does this get a little worrying for the Magicians? We've seen them content to allow the singles. But if you keep filling the boundaries in as the 100 comes up in the 21st over, at what point do they have to make a change?
Yeah, I think if they're only 2 down at the 30 over mark, it's going to be a very dangerous Wellington side. But I also know with the experience there, as we see a brilliant delivery from Asmussen back in towards the stumps, that's the area she'll be trying to bowl with this breeze. But yeah, I think at 30 over mark, if they're only 2 down, we're in for a big score. But knowing this Canterbury side, they'll back themselves to chase anything on a really good wicket.
Yeah, the googly there from Asmussen, and a good one to finish as well. It's a good finish to the over, just the boundary from it. That's the end of her 6th. The Wellington Blaze, they're 100 for 2 after 21, after electing to bat here in the HBJ Women's One Day Final. Susie Bates, Katie Martin, Frankie Mackay helping us with the commentary, although Frankie Mackay has gone down there to the Magicians dugout. I feel like I should inform you. Potentially chatting about what we've just been chatting about, whether they need to try and break this partnership or continue to let it grow. As another plane comes in here, they really rattle the portacom, I tell you. Don't know if that comes through to the viewers at home. We do welcome you into this live stream of the final, wherever you are listening, whether it's here or across the Tasman, I'm told. That's struck firmly by Maddie Green down to long on. Satterthwaite continues to pick away here, really, trying to bowl stump to stump Susie Bates and draw a mistake out of the Blaze batters.
Yes, always very accurate with the ball, Amy Satterthwaite.
It's also struck powerfully out to deep mid-wicket, so they're happy with ones both sides seemingly.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who out of McFadden and Green take the initiative here. This partnership is building really nicely, but I'd imagine one will up their risk sometime soon.
That's short, and it's struck powerfully. It's going to be a chase on for the fielder. I don't think she'll get there. Jacinta Savage chasing around. It's another boundary. Maddie Green on the pull shot, just a little bit short. It sat up and it got the treatment.
Yeah, Satterthwaite will be disappointed with that delivery after being able to keep the Wellington batters to one. She missed a little bit short, and Maddie Green was so quick onto the back foot and punished it into the leg side. So a good over so far for the Wellington Blaze.
And that one's short and cut out to the sweeper. As we've seen, a real feature of this partnership, their ability to rotate the strike to keep the singles coming in amongst the boundaries. And that's seeing them with a healthy run rate here as they continue to lay this foundation. McFadden and Green into the 40s. Arm ball, as called by Katie Martin, sitting beside us, the straighter one. Punched into the covers. Yeah, it will be interesting to see where Laura Hughes goes next. I see Gabby Sullivan warming up and mid-off, potentially go back to pace from one end.
Yeah, I think the spinners have done a little bit of a job, but they've leaked a couple of boundaries in the last overs, so they haven't been able to build as much pressure as they would have liked. So, yeah, whether it's Tahuhu coming back into the attack as the strike bowler, as Wellington are now 108 for 2 after 22. Tahuhu's bowled 5. She was brilliant up front, 2 for 14. Sullivan was a little bit expensive, but she's one of their strike bowlers as well. So I think one of those two coming back at some point in the next couple of overs to see if they can change things up and make a breakthrough. But Asmussen and Satterthwaite done a job with the ball and kept the run rate under 6s. So decisions here for Laura Hughes to make as to when they bring that strike bowler back. And just as we're talking about it, Willie Nichols, you called it. It looks like Sullivan is going to come into the attack from the airport end. Is that an end? Or have I just made that up?
I don't mind that from you, the airport end at all. Let's continue to go with it. I believe that could maybe be the Remarkables end or the airport end, and you're right. They've gone back to the opener to see if they can force the hand of the Blaze, and here she comes with the keeper up, cover sweeper, and that's just slashed straight through cover. A wonderful shot from McFadden, and it will go all the way. Welcome to the crease, Gabby Sullivan.
That is a beautiful shot first up from Jess McFadden. Not easy to do when you've faced overs of spin and then pace comes back into the attack, but she's been offered up a little bit of width and she did not miss out, and it raced away to the cover boundary. Not the start that Sullivan will want.
Yep, the pressure right on her. And this one's over pitched and it's swung away out through square. Perfect placement. It's back-to-back boundaries.
Sometimes the nature when you get hit for a boundary off your first ball, you go searching in the over, and it looks like she tried to bowl one out the back of the hand, and that boundary out to the square leg boundary has brought up Jess McFadden's 53. She's been in fine form for Wellington this season in the one-day competition. 53 off 67 balls, outstanding innings in a final under pressure.
Yep, a wonderful innings. 96 not out in the competition round robin, and she's continuing that form here in the final, and she's found a really good ally in Maddie Green. That's her 8th one-day women's HBJ 50 of her career, as we refer to Frankie Mackay's notes. Meticulous, as you'd expect from a librarian, and the pressure really on the Canterbury bowlers here. And that's right back where she needs to be.
Yeah, brilliant innings from Jess McFadden, and she's really picked the deliveries to go after, and whenever they've missed with length, they've got too full or got too wide, she's put it away. So very patient to wait for those misses, and then she's been able to attack.
Well, she's attacked here, and this one's gone straight up, and it's going to be out. Just as we've been complimenting her, she spoons one straight in the air to mid-on. And Gabby Sullivan, after going for 2 early boundaries in the over, she has broken the partnership. It's a huge wicket. Not sure who caught it there. Katie Martin thinks it might be Missy Banks. Wait for the scorers to confirm that, but a big breakthrough, Susie Bates.
Yeah, as I was just speaking about her picking the right ball to go after, this one was slightly over pitch, but she was hitting into the breeze, so didn't quite get hold of it, and it'd been such a good over for the Wellington Blaze, changing the momentum with boundaries, but Gabby Sullivan has done exactly what her captains wanted her to do, take a wicket. Even though she's been a little bit expensive, the wicket was the key there, and they've finally broken that dangerous partnership. Jess McFadden, 53 off 69, has to depart. Wellington are now 116 for 3, and Lee Kasparek comes to the crease, who has had an outstanding season so far for the Blaze.
Yep, it was a really good partnership, 85 runs and 95 balls. And it needed to be broken, and it was broken. And as you mentioned, Lee Kasparek, well, we know her for her off-spin, her guile, and all her skills with the ball, but as you quite rightly point out, Susie Bates, she's been in good form with the bat for the Blaze this year. 250 runs from her matches. Not featuring on the high score list as I look at that, but potentially... Yeah, 250 runs for the season, so a good haul, batting in the middle order. And the field's going to come in here now. Canterbury look to go on the attack. Sullivan, she's got a ring field on the offside. First up to Kasparek. And she's driving and she's off the mark. High score of 87, is that? Yeah. As I look, the statistician, Katie Martin, well, she's everywhere today. She's been giving us weather reports. And that information is right in front of me. Yeah, a high score of 87 this year. That's the end of the over. It's a good one for the Magicians. They've broken the partnership at the Blaze. 117 for 3 after 23 overs. And I'll have to just look at the commentary roster there. I'm not sure who I've scheduled on next, but Frankie Mackay's over in the dugout with the Magicians, as she should be, given it is her team. Obviously ruled out with injury and in that first round. They're going to continue to go with Satterthwaite. Yes, they are. Everyone in on the offside. They're wanting to put the pressure on Kasparek here. They've made a breakthrough. They're going to want to keep her down that end, but she leans back. Well saved at cover. They'll keep her on strike. Really trying to put the pressure on here, Susie, after a period where the Blaze sort of seemed to be right in control.
Yeah, now the Magicians can really squeeze. When a new batter comes to the crease, it's really important that you can bowl some tight overs. I love how Laura's now only got 2 fielders out for both bowlers, so lots of fielders in the ring creating pressure for the new batter.
It's nicely done. Just tucks it into square leg where there's a single. Yeah, Lee Kasparek. Interesting player, scores in funny places at times. Can play the sweep. Obviously good off the back foot as well. But be interesting to see the roles that they look to play here. Maddie Green, obviously, the set batter on 40 off 43. The run rate's at 5, so they'll be looking to build a partnership here and continue the good work that McFadden had started. That one's shorter and wider, and it is a wide. Yeah, what roles do you see them playing in this partnership, Susie?
That's the delivery I'm sure Amy Satterthwaite will like to forget. I think she went for the arm ball there and just didn't quite execute. But look, I think Lee's going to come and be really busy like she always is, get up and down the crease, get Maddie Green on strike. I think it's a perfect situation for Lee Kasparek here to really work her way into her innings, knowing that Maddie's going to be scoring down the other end. The run rate's at 5, really good position here. So if they can build another mini partnership here, they'll be in a really good position.
Yep, and for the Magicians, they want to keep taking wickets. Oh, that's beaten everyone. And they'll sneak a little single into mid-on.
Smart batting there from Lee Kasparek. You talk a lot about staying on the wicket and getting in the tram lines when the spinners bowl so that you're not giving them the space for those cordon bowls. I think it's within the rules. As Amy continues to bowl here in a dot ball there, really good areas from Amy Satterthwaite, and a good over for her. Her 4th over, the Blaze now 120 for 3, and I'm going to get out of this seat and let the dream team of Willie Nichols and Katie Martin get together.
you, Susie.
Well, some would say this is the moment everyone's been waiting for, but mainly just us, really, Katie. Great to have you in here for this HBJ final. Thanks for flying in at short notice to commentate. Obviously, just back from South Africa and the T20 World Cup over there, which, of course, as we know, Australia triumphing over South Africa in the final. And I wouldn't mind asking you a few questions about that tournament when we do get a chance, as Gabby Sullivan continues after making the breakthrough. Yeah, how did you enjoy it over there, firstly?
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was very warm, actually. It got quite cool at night, but it was a fantastic tournament. I think in terms of the tournament, and well, you know, we would have loved New Zealand to be in the final and win it. South Africa making that final was just such a fantastic atmosphere at Newlands. It was a sold-out crowd, 13,000.
It's a good save there. It's well done. Canterbury continuing to try and keep the runs low in this after making the breakthrough. Yeah, it did look terrific on TV. Came through brilliantly.
Well, the first ball was a dot ball, and the whole crowd cheered. And I thought, goodness me, this is going to be a long 3 hours. And they just got into it. And it's going to be a game changer for women's cricket in South Africa. Hopefully some more investments. There's going to be the SA T20 competition for the women that's coming up as well. Another good delivery from Sullivan at the stumps. So I think it presents some awesome opportunities. And we've got another T20 World Cup in Bangladesh next year as well, so there's plenty of World Cups to come. But I don't know, I thought you were going to ask me how to beat Australia, and I still have no idea. Maybe if a virus goes through the camp or something and they're shaking for numbers.
Yeah, they really are quite magnificent, aren't they? That was actually going to be on my list of questions, but more probably just an admiration piece for that side and their sheer consistency in world tournaments, but right across the board in both formats.
Yeah, well, their domestic cricketers are professional now, so are able to, I guess, do it full time, train full time, and we've seen the fact now in the women's game in New Zealand, that pay parity, players able to spend a bit more time committed to training, and hopefully over the years to come, the investment in New Zealand cricket will continue to reap some rewards. But they're just such a good side. They're well balanced. They've got a lot of experience. Different players stand up at different times, and you think the T20 number one batter in the world couldn't even get really a go. And Talia McGrath just shows how strong Australia are.
Yeah, I did see an incredible stat. I think either going into the final at the end of the tournament, the amount of balls she'd been able to face, which is testament to what you spoke about there. And that is a maiden over here at Sir John Davies Oval. Gabby Sullivan, she made the breakthrough. Now she's followed it up with a maiden, and we're at the halfway mark of the first innings here in the one-day women's final. The Blaze are 120 for 3, and you have to say it's sort of in the balance here, Katie, or who do you see having the ascendancy?
I think looking at the run rate and the fact that every over the Blaze have been able to score runs, they're pushing that 300 score. You'd suggest if Maddie Green's there or thereabouts in the last 10 overs, they could be pushing upwards of 300. I don't necessarily think that puts the Magicians out of the game by all means when you got Amy Satterthwaite, Kate Anderson as well. As we see Satterthwaite in again. Yeah, she's been so good this year, hasn't she, Willie?
Yep, with ball and bat. And obviously, Amy Satterthwaite, this will be her last professional game. So a special day down here in Queenstown. And what a moment to bow out. A final. We've already seen her with the Magicians win the Dream 11 Super Smash. Could she do the double in her final season?
It's interesting saying to someone a couple of weeks ago about how cricket is a fairy tale game.
It can be.
But how often do you actually get fairy tales? It's very, very rare. I mean, who would have thought that Ross Taylor would have finished his test career, especially with a wicket? But for Amy Satterthwaite, they didn't pick up a contract this season, decided to retire. If she was able to pick up 2 titles, as that one's just gone down the league side, that's a dream. That's a fairy tale to finish up on.
Absolutely. That is writing your own scripts. There's going to be a little bit of work to do here. You do sense it's a good wicket and it is a fast outfield, so there is runs to be had, but what sort of number do you think, does it get to a stage of that's a big total? Is 300, is that going to be psychologically a big mark here, or do you think, given the outfield and the pitch, that Canterbury wouldn't be scared of that?
Yeah, I think 300 psychologically is a big number, but I don't think that puts them out of the game by any means.
It's Nice single into the leg side. Lee Kasprick just assessing the situation here. They want to rebuild a partnership. We've spoken about the firepower down the order, and they know if they can have wickets in hand at that 30, 35 over mark, then they can really push for that big total. Although Canterbury just putting the squeeze on here. That run rate's just dropped to 4.72 now. And Maddie Green, well, she really is the key batter, and she's been in good form as well. Contributions for the White Ferns as well. And a player who can mix power with also a little bit of precision as we come to the end of the 26th over. It's 123 for 3 here. Frankie Mackay has walked in right on cue because her commentary shift is just about to start. She's been in the dugout with the Magicians, so she might have a little bit of intel there. Or not that she will be giving too much away. I welcome her back in. She's with Katie Martin as the 27th over is about to begin.
Another over for Gabby Sullivan. There's still power to come. Tamsin Newton played for the White Ferns. Caitlin King as well has some power, and Jessica, well, we know what she can do down the bottom of the order. McFadden into a 6. Strong shot through the offside. That is a great shot, being able to get just to the left of the mid-off fielder, just over pitch and slightly wide from Gabby Sullivan. Not too wide, Frankie Mackay, but that is a fantastic shot for Maddie Green. Moves to 46 off just the 53 deliveries.
She looks in excellent form, does Maddie Green. Feet moving well, nice full face of the bat. Just looks an imperious touch.
Check the roster.
Punch down the ground again, over pitch, Maddie Green, and that has found the boundary. And with that shot, Maddie Green, she picks up her 14th HBJ 50. It's just shown all her class. Just been able to hit all around the ground. Not since Frankie that she's been put under any sort of pressure. She's just controlled the innings beautifully. And when you see Maddie Green playing down the ground, you know that she is in fine form.
Yeah, she's just been brilliant today. The way she's played, she's been able to access all around the ground, but as you said, down the ground is the key. When she's in good touch, she's able to just access down the ground, offside and onside, almost at will, and that's what we've been treated to today.
Well, this is a look at the first boundary of the over. One of the hardest areas to hit is just to that left of mid-on, but gets her foot out the way, that front foot out the way, to be able to get her bat through the ball. Some players practice for their whole life, Frankie, and can't even hit those areas, so it was fantastic.
Mate, I know. I'm not sure I've actually hit one there in 16 years, so.
What would be the chat amongst this Canterbury Magicians leadership group, Laura Hughes, Amy Satterthwaite and the bowling group, around what they need to do here?
There'd be a lot of chatter around bringing the stumps into play and how they're going to try and minimise scoring, especially for Maddie Green. And then it's just going to be the chance now. They've picked up a wicket almost slightly against the run of play, and so you've got a little in with Lee Kasprick coming in their number 5 slot. It's just the chance to bowl a lot of deliveries to her. Can also be a way to just starve Green of some strike, get her down the non-striker's end, take some momentum out of her innings that way, because at the moment she is striking them exceptionally well.
Well bowled to close out the over. Just when Gabby Sullivan hits those stumps, you know she's in fine form. 134 for 3. Oh, the HBJ final was here last year as well. Otago Sparks prevailed over the Wellington Blaze. Wellington Blaze missed out on this Dream 11 Super Smash title this year as well, Frankie Mackay. Is this payback here? What are they thinking? How do we get across the line, the Blaze?
Well, they haven't actually won a one-day title since 2003-2004, when it was shared with the Magicians way back when. It rained on finals day, so title was shared.
That's like a 0-0 in a soccer game, really, isn't it?
Last year's final, of course, as you mentioned, played here. Otago batted first, made 220 for 9. Kate Ibrahim 92, Caitlin Blakely 57.
And then Wellington, they won't want to talk about this one. 82 all out. Highest score of 15 from the bat of Tamsin Newton. And, of course, your favourites. Blackie, Emma Black, 3 for 13. And then Eden Carson, who we love to talk about, part of Spin Club, 5 for 17 off 10. So...
Eden Carson's really found some form since getting a White Ferns contract, but he used the feet from Lee Kasperick. 5 off the 14 deliveries. Just trying to build some sense of pressure here. The Magicians, Amy Satterthwaite, how to get a little bit of drift away. Will she get one past the outside edge of the bat? They push through hard for the single.
It's not all doom and gloom, though, for Wellington in matchups against the Canterbury side. The last time Canterbury beat Wellington in one-day cricket, the 20th of December, 2020.
Oof.
So it hasn't been a happy matchup for the Canterbury side, but they have got a nice little knack of winning the ones that matter.
Ball that occasion from Amy Satterthwaite. You almost forget about those 2 years between 20 and 22. If you're any normal human being, Frankie. So I think even from Wellington, they can forget about those titles and go, you know what, this could be a year in the HBJ. Good close out of the over. Just the experience of Amy Satterthwaite. 137 for 3.
They have lost 6 one-day finals between winning in 2003, 2004, 2021, 22 to Canterbury, 2011, 2012 to Canterbury, 2008, 2009 to Canterbury, 2006, 2007 to Canterbury. And there are a couple of others thrown in there as well, 2009, 2010 and 2015, 2016. But they have found a way, the Canterbury side, that when the title's on the line, they've found a way to get over it.
Yeah, sometimes there's a bogey team. There was really a common theme through there. I think it was Canterbury. A bogey team for the Wellington Blaze.
Picking up what I'm putting down. I like it.
I'm learning. Well, the Magicians have turned to Leah Tahuhu. He talked about this early on. She bowled 5 overs on the trot to start. And when would they bring Tahuhu back to try and get that wicket? Partnerships building. I just wonder if this is the matchup, the contest between Maddie Green and Lee Kasperick as well. She'll look to try and bowl at the stumps, the ball tailing back in, angling away, tailing back in, looking to try and hit the wickets. Just there, a little bit down leg side and just able to pad it away, Maddie Green. I wonder if that one is slightly hurt, and she said, oof, you know, when the thigh pad doesn't quite cover the thigh.
Which is basically every time, I think. These two have played a lot of cricket against each other. They played a lot of cricket, of course, with each other as well, but they'll be two competitors that won't want the other getting one up over them.
All right, there, that's the spot from Tahuhu. How hard is it to play with that ball just angling back in, just with her late, a lot of talk about the wrist position and how she holds the ball, just because of that slingy action and how the thumb comes down the side of the ball that enables that angle straight back in. How hard is that to play as a batter?
Oh, incredibly difficult. Tell you what, it's also really interesting, having had the pleasure of standing at first slip to her. You would have experienced this too with the gloves on. Is the amount of times she bowls that one with a slightly scrambled seam, comes down towards you, and actually once it's pitched, she manages to stand the seam up, and then it swings from there.
Oh, yes. Oh, that is hard.
Yeah, horrible feeling. Excellent skill to be able to do, but horrible to have to face it.
Actually, one thing with wicket keeping Tahuhu, it's just you can see Laura Hughes there, not quite getting the ball at sort of the natural knee height, whereas a wicket keeper, that's where you like to take the ball. With the slingy action, sometimes the bounce is a little inconsistent as it comes through, so some of them really take off at you, and then others just sort of just angle and die into your sort of ankle position as well, so it can be hard to judge as a wicketkeeper how far forward that you stand for when that ball does rear off. Well timed from Lee Kasperick, just out to the boundary field on the leg side there for one though.
So then with your wicket-keeping hat on here, do you end up standing, do you just gamble on standing a little bit too close, so those ones that don't quite come through, if they do get nicked, they at least carry, and just run the risk that you've really got to be on your game? There's going to be some that fly through and might come close to taking your head off.
Well, the hardest thing is you don't want to stand in what they refer to as no man's land. As a good Yorker to close out the over. Keep well out though from the Wellington Blaze. 138 for 3. You don't want to be in that position where you're uncomfortable, where you feel like you don't have time. So I think I traditionally as a wicketkeeper, and I know others, stand probably further back than maybe people would like, just because you're just not quite sure where the ball's going to go in terms of that bounce. So if you're too far forward, then you get stuck in terms of where the ball is. So you want to be able to have time to say, can I get the nick? Can I get the ball that goes away off the edge, and have I got time to move, rather than just simply throwing your hands at it. So yeah, it's tough from a wicket-keeping perspective at times with Tahu. She got hit in the head in 2016, I think. A ball in India reared off. I was standing back and it reared off the wicket, as that one is reared off Lee Kasperick's bat, use of the feet, swung that into the leg side. Fielder was up, so she's able to find the boundary. Good aggression from Kasperick.
And clever batting as well. That's the experienced pair bowling at the moment for the Canterbury Magicians. You've got Satterthwaite and Tahu. This is the area of the game that the Magicians want to try and squeeze, and so have got fielders up inside the circle trying to put pressure on. But Kasperick hitting with the wind, just prepared to take a little risk early, prepared to try and take Satterthwaite on. Been economical so far throughout her spell.
Good use of the feet, just be able to manipulate through the leg side as well. Well, as a skipper, Frank, when do you say, okay, we're going to bring that mid on up versus when it goes back? How many deliveries do you think that a batter needs to hit over the top to be able to push that back? As it goes back now for Maddie Green, who is in fine form. She's flying here, 53 off 61.
I think it depends who's batting. I think it depends. If you've got someone who that's their natural get out of jail shot, maybe they're not proficient at just being disciplined to hit the ball for one, then it can actually create a wicket taking opportunity. So you're pretty happy once they've shown they're prepared to do it. They might only do it once and you're prepared to chuck it back. For some people who don't necessarily enjoy hitting the ball over the top or hitting through the leg side, then you actually gamble on it. They might do it a couple of times, they might do it 3 or 4 times, and you still say, actually, that's a risk, it's playing into our favour, we'll keep that person up. But it's a little bit of a conversation with bowler around, because you still want them to have the confidence to toss the ball up, bowl full, be attacking the stumps.
Played out to the boundary rider again from Maddie Green. See many balls in this over, or from the spinners from that end, is actually being hit into the leg side. I haven't seen a huge amount that are actually being hit into the offside. Just a sign of the lines that Satterthwaite is bowling. This time she's bowled wide of the stumps, and Lee Kasperick's got low on her knee, be able to get the elevation over mid-off, and that is a boundary. Really good way to start and finish the over there for the Magicians, for the Blaze, sorry. Lee Kasperick showing a little bit more intent against the spinners. 149 for 3. Well, we talked at the start, Frankie Mackay, about the prime position or the ideal position for the Blaze, who won the toss and they decided to have a bat first. Was to say they wanted to be no more than 3 down at that 30 over mark, and then as you talk to, look to try and double that score. So they're on for just under 300 here.
Yeah, when you're talking prime positions, this is it. If you find yourself finals cricket, 3 down at the 30 over mark, 149 on the board, 2 set batters in, a partnership that's well built, 33 off the 44 deliveries. You lost that wicket of Jess McFadden, but you've had Lee Kasperick come in, be prepared to work the ball around initially and then go boundary hunting. You're in a great spot.
Asking questions there, Tahu, who you would think this is probably going to be her last over in this little spell to come back. Maybe she has the option of bowling 3 in the second phase, which means she's only got 2 in the death. What will the Magicians look to in terms of bowling out these last 20 overs? Used 7 bowlers so far. Savage just the 1 over for 11. Sullivan's bowled her 6. She's been a little bit more expensive than what you would expect from the leading wicket taker.
Well, I have heard a little rumour that
Was
Leah
this your idea?
Tahuhu is on loads. Can't bowl 10 today.
Okay.
So 8 is the limit. So it's whether bowled 5 in that first spell, whether it's 3 in this spell, or whether it's a 2 and a 1 later on. I believe that Jess Kerr is the same. So it's an interesting little proposition. Or is it one of those moments where as the captain you just say, no, you're bowling 10 and we're asked for forgiveness later on? Game on the line. I'm sure Tahuhu, being one of the most competitive cricketers we've ever had the pleasure of playing with, if she's got, at the moment, 2 for 17 off 6.5, I think it'll be pretty tough to get the ball out of her hand. But I think you might just see a little 2 over spell here and then some wiggle room later on.
Well, for the folks at home, just explain in terms of why Tahuhu is probably going to be on bowling lows. In fact, she's bowled a lot of T20.
Yeah,
cricket.
I assume it's just based on the volume of cricket she's had leading up to this. So T20 cricket maximum of 4 in a day. You're then preparing to play for those games. You're not necessarily loading yourself to bowl 10 overs. But look, she's fit and firing. She could comfortably get through 10. I think if finals cricket you asked her to bowl 15, she'd probably be able to do it. So yeah, it'll be an interesting one to see how it goes. And then of course the same for Jess Kerr, and I think that'll mean for the Wellington side they've probably got to use a genuine part-timer. It's potentially Maddie Green who's got to cover those overs that Jess Kerr's not getting through. So it adds a little extra level to a final.
Looks like there's a bit of extra lift in the wicket. A couple of effort balls from Tahuhu. The sun is starting to come out here in Queenstown, so it might just be hardening. Top of the wicket, just missed down the leg side there. Might send Susie Bates out just to double check the temperature, and she's come back inside within stepping out with 1 foot.
She's made 1 step out the door. Wind chill factor. Sun's out, sun's lovely, but brisk breeze.
I'd love to see where this Sir John Davies Oval sort of sits in terms of years to come for international cricket. And the White Ferns played here against India. As that one's just chunked off the edge of the bat from Maddie Green, and it's gone fine enough. It's made the boundary and singled so. Signal 4 from the umpire. Just that extra little bit of width from Tahuhu. It's such a great wicket. It's a hard wicket. There's something in it for all bowlers. I'm sure that I haven't heard what's happening with the Ford Trophy and when that's going to actually be played, but assuming that'll be scheduled here as well. Just gives a lot to the game. Good pace, good outfield, and good aggression from Tahuhu. Frustration to finish that over. Good one for the Blaze. 157 for 3. Yeah, where would you see this in terms of the grounds?
Oh, well, I love it. I think it's one of the best grounds to come and play at. That's an easy question. If you're a player or support staff or part of the group, then what a place to come and play your cricket. The best backdrop going around in world cricket. A little bit distracting, we will admit, from time to time with the planes and the helicopters and everything going on, but beautiful and always such a good wicket here. That's the key thing, is you can play your shots. There's generally a little bit in it for the spinners, especially if you play a series of games here. Pace bowlers can run in, get a bit of purchase. There's pace, there's bounce, and batters love it. They just fill their boots when they come here. So it's a beautiful ground, beautiful place to play cricket. Very hospitable folk down here in Queenstown as well. Look after the teams and the players really well. So I'd love to see it get more cricket. I'd love to see it get more international cricket, especially crowds often come out, good support as well. So yeah, you'd love to see it. I'm just not sure exactly where it fits in as to what format you're going to see played here. Maybe it's a one-day cricket ground rather than T20. Maybe women's cricket could make its home down here in Queenstown.
Asmussen's flipped around. coming from the other end as well. Pushed hard out into the boundary rider. Well, you can see on the screen that the sun really is shining down nice and bright. That grass, I think, will just start to dry out a little bit more. It might actually be the best batting conditions, might be second.
Well, I did, walk past the ground staff, so I went for my little wander around the ground. I said, how you going? How are you? All the pleasantries. And I said, oh, this looks like an absolute belter. And he said, if you think it's good now, we just need the sun to come out. So that's that little glimmer of hope for the magicians there, that actually the best of the day could yet be still to come. And with that pace and bounce in the surface, they're expected that they're going to have to face a lot of spin. So perhaps doesn't mean such an advantage for that Wellington Blaze side as well, with batting first.
How important is it in terms of a final and that mentality of putting a score on the board from a Wellington Blaze perspective?
Huge. Absolutely huge. I think batting first, you basically can put another 30 runs on your score. That's essentially what it feels like.
Big shout. Give a nod out. Just looked like it was angling down the leg side.
Yeah, so when you're starting to talk about scores, most of the time now in this competition, 250 is about your par. Anything above 250, you start to say, yeah, we've had a pretty good day. Anything 280 plus, you'd say, yeah, we're well and truly ahead of the game. But if you can be putting 250 on the board, that feels like 280. You put 280 on the board, that's comfortably feeling like 300 in a final. So, yeah, it always adds another level of pressure, I think, which chasing always does anyway. It's a tough art to be able to perfect, and then finals cricket is just a different art altogether. So, yeah, when you're the Wellington side at the moment, you just need to finish this innings off well, add another 100 to 140, and you'd say you are streets ahead of the game.
Long off has gone back, just angling again into that leg side. Good close out of the over. 161 for 3. Oh, with that, Frankie, I'm going to put you two off-spin twins back on. Susie Bates back in to lead out the next lot.
The sun has clearly come out. The sunglasses are on from Susie Bates. The headphones aren't quite yet. There's an art form to it. Suze, there's an art form.
I got there, thank you.
Who knew the hardest part of the day was going to be putting the headset on? But
I haven't started well with my stints. There's been lots of technical difficulties, but thank you. Thank you for the support, guys. I was just talking about playing in Queenstown, and feels like a real home away from home, and I absolutely love it. The only problem with international cricket is the international teams love it too, and you don't want them to be too happy off the field. Sometimes you want to send them to Invercargill. Sorry, Invercargill.
Be careful what you pick here. Just into Savage, back into the attack for the Magicians. Okay, so Invercargill's where you're sending them.
Oh, I love Invercargill. My mum was born there, but, I know as tourists, it's not, one of the top tourist destinations, but yeah, we often play in Queenstown, Mount Maunganui, and the overseas teams absolutely love it, and so they're happy off the field, and sometimes that helps them on the field.
Short and cut away from green. A lovely piece of timing. Just comes back for the second. Yeah, well, that was always the case, wasn't it, with the White Ferns in Australia. Mount Maunganui became Mount Meganui. Meg Lanning just said that was home away from home. So I see your point. I think this is maybe a little too nice, too kind. Short outside that, off stump again, but can't find the gap. However, Sri Lanka does come and play here, play against the Black Caps. April, is that the better way to do it?
Yeah, when you need cotton wool in your ears, you want your beanies still on out in the field, and when you're not so happy with that fresh air, that'll bite you.
Short and outside the off stump, cut away and running hard. coming back for the second. Good piece of running. Pressure right on.
They do say, back in the day, they were very clever at the scheduling for men's test cricket. I know Warren Lees used to say how they'd send Pakistan to Dunedin for the first test match and they'd freeze, and that would be the end of them for the tour, wanting to get home to the warmth.
All big inside edge from Green. Lucky to get away with that one, looking to go hard through the offside. Yeah, well, other teams do it, don't they? Australia, they always play their first test at the Gabba. Nice spicy green top. Probably historically there's been a little bit of Christchurch has been used for that as well here in New Zealand. Put touring teams on a green seamer and say, how do you like that? Into that offside gap once again to finish the over off. 5 runs coming from it, 166 for 3.
I do think it is something we can do better in women's cricket, is actually taking advantage of the home advantage. You see in men's cricket all the time, the Australians in India at the moment, and the wickets are turning from ball one, and I think in New Zealand and for women's cricket in particular, we haven't perhaps used the grounds to our best advantage. Mount Maunganui is often a little bit slower and takes some spin when we've had a really gun seam attack. So I have had a few chats with Ben Sawyer around that and how we can not only give ourselves the advantage but best prepare for upcoming tours as well. So I'm sure with the resource we have now and with the planning that goes into place, it'll be something that'll change. We'll play at the grounds that really do enable us to perform to our best.
So what you're saying is Whitefern's coming back to Queenstown?
I hope so. That's what I said to Ben. That's the best place to be, and he can bring his family over and he'll be happy too.
That's true. Well, hopefully there's some New Zealand cricket schedulers listening in as we speak, thinking, yeah, Susie Bates is onto something there. We'll try and sort that out for next season. Where else? Top grounds.
Look, I know you'll agree, but Hagley Park is Hagley Oval. Yeah. Beautiful cricket ground. Always get good support there as well, which I think is important. It's not just about the wicket, it's about the fans coming into the ground, and you always get good bums on seats there. Obviously, Eden Park out at Oval I think is a really good ground for women's cricket, good pace in the wicket, and same thing again, you often get good support on the bank. So those are 2 grounds in particular. I'm never going to look past Dunedin, but that's not everyone's favourite place.
The reverse from Green, I've been waiting on that, how long it would take to see it. It brings it out of the back pocket and puts it away for 4.
Brilliant shot from Maddie Green. I was wondering how long it was going to take her to bring it out. She's played this shot so effectively in 2020 cricket. I think it's been one of her biggest improvements is her ability to play the spinners behind the wicket. She's so strong down the ground and has been for years, but now bringing in the lap, the reverse sweep, she becomes really difficult to bowl to. So it's going to be tough for these spin bowlers to know where to put their fielders, because Maddie's now shown she's got plenty of boundary options.
That's actually what I was going to ask you about Maddie Green, is always had a heap of potential, a heap of promise, a heap of striking ability. In the last 12, probably 18 months to be fair, has just taken her career to a completely new level. What do you put it down to? Secrets to success?
Yeah, I feel like she's been the type of player that, has had the odd match-winning performance and hasn't been able to do it consistently, and she'd be the first to admit that. But, perhaps, sadly, Amy leaving the squad, Maddie really felt the sense that she needed to step up and be a senior batter, and I think Maddie perhaps didn't see herself as the senior batter in that group when everyone else knew how good she could be and how important she was. So perhaps Amy stepping aside, she really realised that was her opportunity, that she needed to be consistent for us in that middle order. But I also think getting picked up in competitions like the 100, the Big Bash, that gives you confidence as a player, knowing teams want you.
Out into the offside again, running hard, pushing hard to come back for that second. Comfortably home in the end. A good over again for the Wellington Blaze now, 175 for 3. And how much of an impact does it have when you go to those competitions, you work with some different coaches, some different players, just the ability to bring different ideas like this reverse sweep back into your game and how to best go about it?
Yeah, it's a massive part of the game now, and and you'll know from watching in the last 2 or 3 years just how much the game has grown and expanded, and if you don't grow your own game you fall behind, and I think players have seen that, and when they go over and play in the Big Bash alongside Australia, who are the best in the business at the moment, and other international players, they see how they train, they see what shots they've brought into their game, and you're able to learn off them and also have the ability to train it. So it's been massive for players like Maddie Green.
Excellent striking once again from Maddie Green. And that's got the legs on it to go for 4 as well. Lightning fast outfield here, and Green making best use of it.
She is one of the toughest batters in the country to bowl to when she is set, like we've talked about, so strong down the ground with those long levers, but now the ability to hit behind the wicket as well. So she looks set for a big one here.
Cut away from Maddie Green. Oh, and picks the gap expertly. There's 2 fielders in that point region almost holding hands with each other, and still manages to find the gap.
Brilliant use of the pace there. She didn't try and overhit that. Savage slightly missed with width, and Maddie Green was able to just guide it through both those point players. Looking really dangerous here. She's still got 15 overs left.
On the cut shot once again. Great diving stop. Nat Cox in at backward point. It's a big right hand on it. So when you've got a player like this, well, you've now got 2 set players, good partnership forming, flat wicket, good conditions. How do you go about it? Is it you're still hunting wickets trying to break a partnership, or is it just defence mode for the next few overs?
As Savage misses a little bit short there, but hit out to the sweeper. Look, in an ideal world, you take wickets, but it's actually asking on this type of wicket, how are you going to do that? Is it through change of pace? Is it through restricting boundaries? Do they need to bring their variations, the Yorkers, into the game? And look, it's a tough one because these batters look very dangerous, and you don't want to try too much because then you can leak boundaries as well.
And hard down the ground from Green once again. Picks out Gabby Sullivan at mid-off. He's just trying to bowl some dot balls, I think, is what it feels like at the moment. It feels like there's been a lot of scoring shots played, and then you sprinkle a couple of boundaries in there, and all of a sudden it's big over after big over. The game can just get out of control here for the Canterbury Magicians if they're not careful. On the late cut once again, Maddie Green, and it is that gap again, 3rd boundary of the over. Picks it perfectly, and 14 coming from it. The Blaze now 189 for 3.
Beautiful timing from Maddie Green, not trying to overhit the ball. And I think the other way, I guess Canterbury could look at it, but it's easier said than done, is trying to keep Maddie Green off strike and bowl as many balls as they can at Lee Kasparek, who is still striking, but she's in this partnership, her role is to get Maddie on strike. So if they can keep Maddie away from the deliveries, then perhaps they can create an opportunity. But like I said, when you've got a player as good as Lee Kasparek being able to manipulate the strike, that's not always able to be done so easily. So look, there are different ways to skin the cat, but at the moment I think a wicket would be ideal. It's just who that bowler is and how they're going to get that.
Well, they've had a good year, Canterbury Magicians bowlers, but it's often been one person's had a good day. So you'll have Sarah Asmussen picked up a 5 for, she's also picked up 4. Leah Tahuhu picking up 5 for. They've had days where one bowler has been exceptional and been able to run through a team, rather than, I think you often look at this Wellington Blaze side and they go about it completely opposite. They often have people take 1 or 2 wickets, but by the time 5, 6 people do that throughout a day, that's how they go about it. So it's trying to find a way for the Magicians to stem the scoring. Perfect way to do that is by taking wickets. But also, how do you create some form of pressure out in the middle for 2 players who are just making it look easy? as Maddie Green dances down the track, up and over the offside. Has that gone all the way? Absolutely it has from Maddie Green.
That is the shot of the day. Used her feet. We think she's hitting with the breeze down there, but still a massive shot over the offside. One of her strengths is how well she can hit over the offside. Beautiful shot to bring up the first maximum of the day. Maddie Green looking very dangerous here, and I think now the conversation is perhaps going to have to be about how we're going to get her out. And I think you look at the scorecard, and Tahuhu and Sullivan are the only bowlers to have taken wickets, so those are perhaps the bowlers that you need to bring back on and take a risk that may not pay off, but I think you've got to do something different here.
And something different it is for Asmussen. She's going to come right arm round the wicket with her leg spin. Covers come up inside the circle, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep square as the boundary riders back for protection. And sweeping, and manages to pick out short fine inside the circle. A little bit lucky there, Asmussen, but there is a plan, there is a way. This is a defensive mode to try and take those boundary options away. But very small margin for error. Chance and goes straight through the hands. So straight away the defensive option, the change, brings about a chance and just goes straight through.
So unfortunate for Asmussen. Brilliant plan, just trying to change things up, throw a different look at Maddie Green, and straight away the second ball of that plan she creates an opportunity, but not quite quick enough to pick that up. Maddie Green hits it pretty hard and just through the hands for one.
On the favoured cut shot, Lee Kasparek pushing hard. Can she get back for two? Absolutely. Great end to the over for the Wellington Blaze, and they just keep rolling on. 36 gone. It is 199 for 3. And with that, time for a little drinks break as well. Conversations that will be happening at this point. Suze, they'll probably have a look at this and say, gosh, she's hitting it well.
Let's just put that on repeat. She loved that one. As soon as it left the bat, she knew it was gone for 6. One of her strengths. Brilliant partnership here they've built again after they took that wicket of McFadden. But yeah, conversations, probably what we've been talking about. We know the cricket brains out there with Laura Hughes and Amy Satterthwaite, and they know they need to take a wicket to stem this run rate flow, but it's all well and good saying that. It's then the conversation of how we're going to do that. I do like the coming round the wicket option. You know, maybe some of the seamers can try that to shut one area down of the ground and build some frustration as we look at the bowlers so far today. Savage, 3 overs for 30, not having her best day, but I still think with that ball shaping back in can potentially shut down areas of the ground. Tahuhu, Sullivan, the only wicket takers today, so I'm sure we'll see them at some point in the next few overs. And the spinners as well doing a reasonable job. Amy Satterthwaite with 3 overs up her sleeve. She'd be one of the players I'd turn to for a wicket. She tends to have that golden touch in her final game. So they've got plenty of options. It's just about finding ways to get these Wellington batters out.
Yeah, and that's the potential. I mean, Missy Banks has had a lot of success in the T20 format, so almost by the time it gets to this stage of the game, it's becoming very similar to T20 cricket. So yes, she doesn't have a brand new ball in her hand now, but that same mentality of how you can be defensive yet attacking could really play into the hands of this Canterbury side. But if you're the Wellington Blaze, you'd say job well done at this point. 36 overs in, best part of 200 on the board, just 3 down. What are the conversations they're going to be having around this last 14 overs?
I think they'll be talking about a score that they're targeting now, and they're on for 300, and if they can get that 300 mark, it's a psychological win, I think, going into that second innings. And I think Canterbury were having that same chat. What do we believe we can keep them under? And if they can keep them under 280, I think they're going to see that as a win in this last phase of the game. So, look, it's going to be an interesting phase to see how it pans out. Sometimes when you're in such a healthy position with the bat, you can go too hard too soon and then not have set batters at the end and leave a few runs out there. So really important that one of Kasparek and Green bats deep into the innings if they want to maximise that total. So we'll see how they go about their business as well, and what score they're looking at.
Yeah, have to be looking at that 300 mark, and as you said, it is that psychological blow. Teams always talk about, can you keep them to under 200, under 250, under 300. I think if the Canterbury side can keep Wellington to under 250, they've had an exceptional last few overs. But if they can keep them, as you said, that 280 mark, they'll think they're still in with a shout. Started well. Leah Tahuhu with ball in hand was able to get rid of the dangerous Rebecca Burns early. Just 8 off the 9 deliveries, and then she picked up her second one. Too much pace, too much bounce for the youngster in Georgia Plimmer. And then it was a good partnership was put on for the Wellington Blaze. They were able to wrestle back some momentum in this game, and then almost out of nowhere, Jess McFadgen, she'd been great for 53 off 70. She'd been able to target down the ground, but then that one was hitting into the breeze. Didn't quite get the timing and perished. But from there, it has been all the Wellington Blaze. And it is Missy Banks back into the attack for her 6th over of the afternoon.
Just a question, because Missy Banks comes around the wicket a lot in 20 over cricket. Reasons for that? You probably don't want to give too much away, but I feel like this is a phase of the game she could do the same thing.
Oh, I can definitely give them away. That's fine. There's not too much rocket science behind it. It was actually largely based on the success that Monika Singh had through her T20 career in terms of not necessarily wicket-taking ability, but being able to be consistent, being able to swing the ball back in, and being able to close down one half of the field. So by coming right arm round, swinging the ball back into the right-hander, it was just an opportunity to be able to, there's a chance, and I think that could be extremely close, and it is. We talk about how to find a wicket. Well, you find it with a little bit of brilliance, and that'll be Nat Cox in the backward point region. We have seen that all season from her, and we've seen it again.
Unfortunate run out of Lee Cashbrook. It looked like the only way Canterbury were going to get a wicket at the way the Wellington players were batting. Maddie Green faced 2-dot balls, perhaps an error in decision making, and hit it to the gun fielder who executed the run out. So massive breakthrough for Wellington at a crucial stage of the game. Lee Cashbrook departs for 24. Blaze now 199 for 3.
Huge moment in the game. They talk about a way to find, a way to build pressure, a way to get a wicket, how do you create a false shot, but a couple of dot balls and then trying to pinch one in the circle, and it seems like perhaps if she'd gone straight away there could have been one there, but just that little bit of hesitation. Maddie Green calling it off the bat, calling Cashbrook through, and ends up a run out. Laura Hughes taking the bails off. Excellent piece of fielding, and just what is needed for this Magician side. And there'll be a few little nerves there for Wellington. There's been a couple of good starts in their one-day cricket, and then little collapses through this middle order, and they won't want to see that again today. Meanwhile, that's the little bit of hope that the Magicians will be holding on to. But when we did talk about the right arm round, it's just basically trying to mimic a left arm bowler. So Canterbury don't have the luxury of having a left arm seamer, and so it was just thought, is there anyone who could try and use that? And at times Missy Banks feels as though she actually swings the ball too much to be an LBW chance, a little bit like Megan Shute. The Australian side is probably one who is very similar, to actually bowl a ball that's going to hit someone in line with the stumps and then go on and hit the stumps from there to be given out LBW. It's actually quite tough going. So it was found that by coming round, she was able to land the ball in line with off stump, straighten it up, and bring more methods of dismissal into play.
We did talk about that at the World Cup, that Megan Shute struggles to get LBW, and Sophie Devine reviewed it, and it was hitting the stumps.
Yeah, I did say that she struggled, not that it was physically impossible. And of course, no reviews here in the domestic one-day competition or in our Super Smash competition as well. Big chase for Leah Tahuhu out to the cover boundary, and that just trickles across the line.
Another strong shot from Maddie Green, and the loss of wicket hasn't changed her momentum one bit. She's been so strong through the offside today, scored plenty of boundaries through the gaps. She moves to 97 off 96.
Beats the bat on that occasion, does Missy Banks. 204 for 4. The Wellington Blaze. And bringing Missy Banks back into the attack has worked wonders. It wasn't the wicket taken off her bowling, but it's the opportunity to pick up a wicket to break that partnership. Green goes straight away off the bat, and it's just the hesitation from Kasprick, and then runs slightly on the angle as well, just to add distance. But much needed wicket for Canterbury.
Yeah, it looked like Kasprick there backed up, but then just stopped and was on the back foot a little bit just before she took off for that run. So unfortunate way to depart the crease after they were looking so dangerous. What is also dangerous is Maddie Green is on 97 and there's still 13 overs to go in this match. So there have been a lot of big scores this season. Caitlin Gurry, 183. Kate Anderson, 141. Can Maddie Green challenge that as Asmussen comes back into the attack from the non-remarkable end? And now going back to that round the wicket plan to Maddie Green, which I really like, but Maddie Green is going to be looking for the sweep shot if she gets too straight here. And welcome back, the one and only Willie Nichols.
Thank you, Susie. Yeah. What an intro, and what a time to come back into the commentary box. Maddie Green, 98. Searching for her, just going to the statistician, Frank Mackay, was that going to be her third or her fourth? This would be her third. We do not want to jinx her though. She's played sparkling knock here as the sun shines down in Queenstown. A lovely day. It's gone at run a ball. The run rate's 5.52 and the Wellington Blaze are on for a big score here in the HBJ final. Bit of a chat going on here. The Magicians potentially going to look to put the squeeze on Maddie Green as she approaches a milestone. Susie Bates, in your experience, what do you like the captain to keep them out when you're looking to roll into a milestone?
I just want to know if this is a milestone for you. Have you called 100? I know I'm not going to hex it. I don't believe in that, but are you excited?
Well, we'll just wait and see. They've brought mid on up. I like this. They're asking her, do you want to take that on to get your 100? She's cut it to point and run. We've just seen her run out last over from the drop and run at point, but she'll move on to 99. Tamsin Newton's the new player to the crease.
I think any player in the 90s, you know, as much as it's about the team score, there are nerves. So if you can bring the field up and make them take a brave shot, I think it is a part of the game where you can create a wicket.
She'll get the single.
I have never seen Maddie Green dive, and that just shows the desperation here. She has pulled out one of the biggest dives I've ever seen. No, she's sitting on 99, 99 off 99. What an innings we've seen so far.
Well, here she goes. Whoa, beats the bat. The leg spinner ripped away. Tension in the commentary box. She'll have to wait another over. That's the end of the 38th, and the Blaze are 209 for 4.
I realise I gave you quite the introduction before, like you're about to sing a song, but I did actually have a ticket to 660 tonight in Dunedin that I gave up to be here with you fine people. So if you wanted to sing a few 660 bangers, that would make me happy.
It was certainly not the vibe I got, Susie Bates, but thank you for turning down 660 to be here at the HBJ final. It's great to have you here, Sir John Davies Oval. The Blaze are putting on a show at the moment. Canterbury still looking to keep trying to take wickets and keep this total down as Missy Banks comes in from the remarkables end. She gives the width stroke through the covers, and it will just be one, which will bring Maddie Green back onto strike, looking for her third one-day women's domestic 100. And what a 100 it would be. What a time to do it.
I like this from Amy Satterthwaite. She's taking a bit of control here. She knows what it's like to be on 99. She's been there a lot, bringing all the fielders up, covers come up. We've only got deep square and deep mid-wicket out, so the two fielders out on the leg side and everyone in saving that one to put a little bit of scoreboard pressure on here.
Awful thing to do to the batter. And that's full toss, exactly what you want. She swings it away, and that'll be it. A third one-day domestic 100 for Maddie Green in the final. 101 balls, 12 fours, 1 6. It's been a great knock, Susie Bates.
Outstanding from Maddie Green. Not the delivery that Banks would have liked to have bowled to her on 99, but Maddie Green just knocked the full toss delivery out to the leg side. 100 off 101. She carries on where she left off with the White Ferns in the World Cup, being brilliant with the bat, carried on that form into a really important final.
Yes, a really important knock. And now the Blaze will be hoping that she can use her power in the back end of this innings. You'd sort of think, given the situation they've got to, 300, almost a minimum now, with 6 wickets in the tank. Missy Banks going full, and that one's squirted down to third.
This is the phase of the game Marty and I like to talk about as party time, and when you've got 12 overs of party time potentially with 6 wickets, a player in and set on 100, wicket looks beautiful, outfield looks beautiful. This is the most enjoyable time as a top order batter when you've earned the right to play all the shots that you've practiced. So this is going to be a good watch, hopefully.
Absolutely. And it's Maddie Green who holds the cards at the moment. As Missy Banks comes in again. There's width. Beats the bat. Well taken. Laura Hughes there. Yep, party time indeed. But Green will also be conscious that you can also send the balloons up too early at party time and you lose those wickets and you don't make nearly what you should. So I think she'll be looking to just continue this one, build a partnership with Tamsin Newton. There's width slashed away, and that will run away for 4. Too much width on offer, and Maddie Green, she's in too good a touch today to miss out on that. 4 runs to end the 39th over.
You cannot miss width to Maddie Green when she's in this type of form, and the ability for her to hit that gap with 2 fielders up when she's been given that width has been outstanding. It looks like Canterbury are going to bring Amy Sathwaite back into the bowling attack, but as you said, with 11 overs to go, Tamsin Newton reasonably new at the crease. The last thing Wellington want is 2 new batters at this phase of the game, so important that they still do build another mini partnership here so they can really launch again with 5 overs to go.
Yeah, Tamsin Newton, is she just going to look to turn the strike over here, or do you think she could be the one who looks to find the fence as well?
I think the style that she plays, she just hits the ball hard and straight, and I don't think...
Well, there's a good example of that down the wicket. She can't beat mid-off.
Apologies.
No, that's absolutely fine. We're on the stream, you've got a little bit more of a licence.
Loose.
Sathwaite in again. Or was there an edge there? Oh, no, it's a bottom edge, straight down.
Yeah, I think this partnership, they both hit the ball so strong down the ground, and I don't think Tamsin needs to worry about feeding Maddie the strike. I think she just picks her balls as well, and they both can go.
Yeah, well, partnerships is the key word as Newton advances, and she slams that down to long on. Well struck. If you do look at the partnerships, they've been able to build them right through the innings, really. Apart from losing the first wicket, partnerships all the way through, building, and that's allowed them to get into this situation where they have a bit of a licence coming into the last 10 overs. A little bit of a change of the field here. Sathwaite actually going to come around the wicket. What would be the thinking there, Susie Bates? And Green advances, and she struck that high and handsome out to mid-wicket. It'll only be 1.
I think it's simply about trying to shut down one side of the field. She's got long off and then 3 on the leg side, and just trying to bowl into Maddie Green's pads and make her hit to one area of the ground and hopefully down one of those fielders' throats.
Well, she's back over the wicket to Newton. Oh, who's beaten. It's well bowled. We've seen that drift and that little bit of dip there as well. Using the wind to her advantage potentially. The mid-off is up, so if Newton wants to go down the ground, she'll have that option. Oh, it's well bowled too. So a quality over by Amy Sathwaite, just the 2 off it as you come into the 40th, and Susie Bates is going to be replaced by her longtime friend and teammate, Katie Martin. Comes right into the box at 10 overs to go, and look at those partnerships there, right on cue from Regan, our NZC stats analyst and technology guru. You can see those partnerships, 20, 85, 83, and this one just beginning of 19 between Maddie Green and Tamsin Newton and Katie Martin. That says it all. If you're looking to build big scores, you've got to build them with partnerships.
Yeah, it's the speed as well that they've done it in. Good strike rates from the Wellington Blaze batters. Usually if you get a 100-run partnership and you look to get an 80-run partnership on the back end of that, it does push you to that 280-plus score. And with 10 overs to go, you'd suggest the Blaze will be looking to score at least 8 runs and over, which gets them just under that 300. You never want to leave any runs out on the field.
Certainly not on this wicket in this outfield where runs can certainly flow. So Gabby Sullivan, she's going to continue from the remarkable Zen, a single to get them going. If we look through the bowling card, Sullivan's got 4. Tahuhu, obviously the strike weapon with just 3 to go. Who else do you see? Oh, this is actually Missy Banks rather. Well, no, it looks like Sullivan to me.
Well, we've heard chat that Tahuhu might be on bowling load, so she might only have 1 over to go. So likely that Satterthwaite, Asmussen and Banks will need to close out with Gabby Sullivan as well.
Dabbed into the cover region. That is something they've done well this whole innings, Katie. They've managed to turn the strike over in amongst the boundaries. I mean, there has been, over almost 20 boundaries in the innings and a 6, but it's been the singles in between time that have kept the scoreboard moving.
Yeah, spot on. It's been able to identify that gap with that boundary right around the offside where they're able to play, just dab it down.
Bit of innovation.
Innovation from Newton, and it's gone straight through. Oh, that's the big wicket of Maddie Green, actually. Hit the off stump. What a fantastic innings, 106, but she has to depart. The first little bit of innovation we've seen from Green, and she has missed that, looking to ramp that behind third.
Yeah, I must admit, I was just seeing Susie Bates out of the commentary box, and I haven't quite seen that, but it looked like straight, a reverse sort of, or just a lap, rather than the conventional scoop. We'll wait to see the replay, but that'll bring an end to a mighty fine innings in the final. Maddie Green, a runner ball 106. She'll be disappointed, but she's put her side in a great position to really build a good first innings total here in the final. She's getting clapped off Sir John Davies Oval, and rightfully so. A quality innings, Katie Martin, and one that's hopefully put them on course for a total that, in a final, pretty respectable.
Equal to top score at Maddie Green in 50 over women's competition. We just have a quick look at, just teasing you, we won't have a quick look at the replay, but one thing that Maddie Green had done so well, Willie, was just to play those conventional cricket shots, get up and down the wicket, hit straight as well, and the moment where she showed just a little bit of innovation by trying to ramp that full delivery over the keeper's head effectively. She missed out. Gabby Sullivan, how good's she been though? It's her 19th wicket in the HBJ competition this season, adding to her total in the Super Smash as well.
Yeah, the leading wicket taker, and that could be out too. They've gone up and she's out. King has to go first ball, just as we were speaking about Gabby Sullivan. She's got another. That's 3. And all of a sudden, the tide is beginning to turn.
Innocuous wicket there. Caitlin King looking to turn that onto the leg side, and she's caught a bit of glove onto pad into the air, and Gabby Sullivan, well, she all of a sudden, a big wicket of Maddie Green, and then a ball after Caitlin King, who goes for a first ball duck, is on a hat-trick. What a season she's having.
Now, we speak about it so often, it can change quickly, and in the space of 2 balls, Canterbury are looking to really peg the Blaze back. They've lost Maddie Green and King first ball. She did hang around, not potentially sure whether she thought that might have come off something else, but she's got to go first ball, and all of a sudden, Canterbury just sensing an opportunity here to really pull them back. We've mentioned this is a good wicket, a fast outfield, and although the score was looking pretty good 2 balls ago, it's starting to change, and here comes Whitefern Jess Kerr, who we know can play her shots. She's a ball striker. Well, here's that scoop we were talking about before. Potentially watching a lot of the England series where we've seen Joe Root and the like playing that often. And it's the sort of shot that when it comes off, everyone absolutely gets around you and says fantastic innovation, and when it doesn't, people tend to be quite harsh on you, I believe.
Tough game cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can do all rights and all wrongs at the same time.
Do you play that shot, Marty?
Nah, I like my face too much for it to go into my grill, Willie, but I'm more of a like to ramp it. It's a tough option with the ball. If the ball's on the outside of the bat line, that can pose a risk. Gabby Sullivan.
Well, she's on a hat trick.
You've called
She's on
100.
a hat
Can you
trick.
call a hat trick?
It's not about me, but here she comes, charging in with, and that's stroked away beautifully by Jess Kerr. She's not worried about the hat trick ball one iota. Strokes that out to deep backward point. And we've been speaking about Gabby Sullivan. She's on 20 wickets for the season now. What a season she's having.
Yeah, this is a breakout season. Last season, obviously didn't play with having a stress fracture in the back, but she's been able to stick on the park this season. Just shows the talent that she's got.
She's in again, and Tamsin Newton drives. All of a sudden, Tamsin Newton and Jess Kerr, well, they really do need to build a partnership as the 41st over comes to an end. It's 221 for 6. Let's have a look there. Yeah, you can see that. The elation from Canterbury, the disappointment from King. Just so quickly it can turn, and all of a sudden, all those numbers we were bandying around 300, well, the complexion's looking quite different.
That's what wickets do. The Blaze now will be conscious of the fact they've just got 4 wickets in the shed. Jess Kerr goes, it means you've got Monika Singh, Nicole Beard, who's had a breakout season as well, and Zara Jetley. So there's so much more time in the game than you think as a batter. Still 9 overs to go. Tamsin Newton is going to be crucial here. We know Jess Kerr's going to just swing the willow. She's a good batter. She can build an innings. I've seen her just come out and whack
I was
the
going
ball
to ask
around
you
the park.
what you thought she'd do. Well, that one's short, and she's popped it off. This could be out. It is out. Amy Satterthwaite, another one down. That's 3 wickets in the space of 2 overs. I think Leah Tahuhu coming around and taking the catch at deep mid-wicket. And all of a sudden, the Blaze going up in a blaze. 2-2-1 for 7.
Wow, just in another innocuous wicket. Jess Kerr looked like she'd only really half hit that. If she'd fully gone for that, I think that probably would have cleared the rope. She is that strong, but how quickly a game can change. There's 8 and a bit overs to go. Blaze have only got 3 wickets in hand now. They're on for 300. Just the loss of that Maddie Green, and now 2 quick wickets brings Monika Singh to the crease, and Satterthwaite, she picks up another wicket for her tally in her career, first wicket of the game today. But this game is absolutely spun on its head in the space of 6 deliveries.
Yep, 3 wickets, 1 run, and Frankie Mackay, we called her a neutral commentator, but she's just given us the fist pump as she walks around the boundary, and rightly so. Canterbury have roared back into this, and all of a sudden a lot's going to fall on Tamsin Newton here. She has to get through with the tail. There's still a whopping 8 overs to go, and you go from 4 for 220 and eyeing a big total to being almost looking like you might get bowled out. Here's the replay, scooped out to mid-wicket, and Satterthwaite, she probably knows she got away with one. The hands on the head tell it all.
It probably wasn't as short for Jess Kerr to be able to get that elevation. Good catch from Tahu, who was a little bit off that mid-wicket boundary as well.
I'm going to say it was her power that almost undone her there, Jess Kerr. Not many players are going to top edge that, and it's going to fly all the way out to the boundary rider, but it did. And Satterthwaite's in again here. And Monika Singh, she has a real role to play. I can't tell you much about her. What do you know, Marty?
Oh, she noodles a ball around. I wouldn't mind Satterthwaite to have potentially a slip in here just to build a little bit of pressure. Just 2 fielders out in the boundary now on the leg side.
He's giving it plenty of loop, and that's well respected by Singh.
The one thing that those wickets present here, Willie, it means that the Wellington Blaze batters aren't probably going to be able to take as much risk as they'd like.
Yeah, it certainly changes the game, doesn't it? You know,
Yeah.
You had strike weapons with the bat, Kerr, down the order, ready to come in and go, but it's changed so quickly here. And all of a sudden you go from looking, towards 300 to maybe looking towards 250. Is that fair? It's a long way to go, but it's hard now with the tail.
it's a good shout. We're on just for over 250 here, but it means that Tamsin Newton is going to have to try and manipulate the strikes as she faces as many deliveries as she can.
Short, and it's punched powerfully out to Tahuhu. Absolutely, Tamsin Newton's the one with the experience and the class, a genuine batting option. It's going to have to be her and manufacture what they can. As that's the end of the over, and it's been another wicket-taking one. 3 wickets in the last 2 overs. 3 wickets for 1 run has seen this game turn on its head here in the HBJ final.
Well, the crucial thing here for Manika Singh is to try and not chew up those dot balls. If she can try and get Tamsin Newton on strike, look to manipulate the field of either hitting the gaps and hitting them hard for 2, being able to get back on strike. So it's crucial here from a Canterbury Magician side as a fielding unit to know when Manika Singh is on, we need to squeeze in. When Tamsin Newton's on, we don't mind giving her a single, fall back on the boundary.
That's exactly right, and the field's out, and they'll get her off strike, and it'll be interesting to see what Laura Hughes and the Magicians want to do here. Do they want to try and squeeze Manika Singh, as Katie Martin was referring to? And I think Tahuhu will come in to cover as well. Picked, Katie. And this is going to be a crucial moment in this game. Still 7.5 overs to go. Incredible, really, with just 3 wickets in hand from the position they were in. And it's Gabby Sullivan who's taken the wickets. She's got 3 today, and she's charging in again. And she goes full. Oh, I thought that had almost gone through Manika Singh. It's missed leg stump. Targeting the sticks here. They want more wickets, the Magicians. They are smelling a bowl out.
Yeah, they're pole hunting here, the Magicians. Just looking to go full. Just a little bit of angle back in now from Gabby Sullivan. Lost the swing on the ball. Just try and bowl as straight as she can, getting Singh to hit to her fielders.
On Singh, she's going to play her shots. It's a one-handed dive from Tahuhu. She can't hold on to it. That would have been spectacular. But she saved 4. But Singh saying, I'm not going to sit here and be tied down. I'm going to try and score. And most importantly, she's got off strike. But what about the effort from Leah Tahuhu at cover?
Oh, fantastic effort. She's got a full palm on that as well. Tahuhu drops back now. That would have been a catch of the season.
It's driven strongly. And you can see by the shots that are being played, this is a good wicket, isn't it? You're seeing front foot drives through the covers, down the grounds. The Blaze will be aware that they've got to get as much as they can now. They've got to forget what's happened. They've got to try and get as many as they can, because this is a good batting wicket in a fast outfield.
Yeah, the sun is shining down as well, so it's just baking that wicket, just hardening the top a lot more. They'll still be pushing for that 250 score here.
And just a couple of balls to go. They'll push the cover sweeper back out. It's deep backward square and a deep fine leg. So they really are trying to put the pressure on Manika Singh, keep her on strike, keep Tamsin Newton away from strike. Newton's 11 off 17, going nicely. It's full and Singh can't get it away. That'll be the end of the 43rd. 226 for 7.
It's a hard thing from Tamsin Newton's perspective, just in terms of she knows if she gets out here it puts a heap of pressure on, so you actually have to bat within yourself a little bit, which makes it tougher in terms of your mentality that if a ball is in the arc, sometimes you can miss out because you're only half hitting it. She's a very quality batter open for the Blaze in the Super Smash as well. Amy Satterthwaite to continue. She's been good today.
Yeah, Satterthwaite looks like she's going to get through her overs here. That drift, when she's bowling with that drift, Katie, is she actually, are they arm balls, or is she trying to turn it, or is she bowling it seam up?
Arm ball there, I think, by the looks of that.
She's going to keep Tamsin Newton on strike. There's another low-flying plane comes down here next to Sir John Davies Oval. Canterbury putting the squeeze on the Blaze. Can they rally here deep in the innings to get a score which they can defend? That's width and that's slashed. They might get 2. Tamsin Newton, she's very quick, but she won't take on the arm. Just the single. And the red and black fielders are coming in. They're going to try and squeeze Manika Singh here, put the pressure on her.
How quickly has the game sped up as well? Magicians are pushing through, trying to speed up these Blaze batters.
Absolutely. I'll be interested to see the latest Manhattan. They were going along so well. We were talking about party time in the commentary box, and this is as a player when you've got out after the position they're in. That swung away. Leah Tahuhu coming around. Just the one. Good power shown by Singh.
Well, as a fielder on the boundary, you can definitely afford to push a few off, maybe 5 to 10 metres, just to be able to create that opportunity. You actually want to try and force Singh to play it over you to present that opportunity.
Yeah, well, it really has changed out here. Every run vital for both sides. Canterbury sensing the opportunity to keep the pressure on the Blaze, who are going so well. 199 for 3 they were, then 220 for 4. And now they found themselves 229 for 7 with still 6 overs remaining. And yeah, you don't want to dwell on it too much, Katie Martin, but as the set batters that they were, Maddie Green, Lee Kasperick as well with the run out, they'll be sitting there ruining that a little, as you tend to do.
Yeah, it's a back-to-back wickets, those 2 dots a few overs ago. And the screen just showing the wickets of Maddie Green and Caitlin King. You always say you don't want to lose wickets in pairs, and it's a real coach killer. Most things in cricket are coach killers, to be fair. I always find something to analyse and look at, and I'm sure Frankie McColl will come back in soon and analyse a whole lot of different things. But we talked so much about the brilliant partnerships through the middle after the loss of the 2 wickets early on, 83 and then the 85, and then it's just those 4 wickets lost since that 37th over. There's a lot of pressure on. You say party time, well, I sort of thought it was more like 43, 44 overs that potentially then with the set batter that you go in. Because 10 overs is such a long time to go. I mean, it's 60 balls as well, and if you're probably going to score at least a run a ball off those, if not 8 runs off the last 10 overs. It gives you a chance.
Yep, absolutely, as Singh works that away. Nicely played, actually. Yeah. The pace of Tahuhu back into the attack. So Canterbury really sensing the opportunity to try and bowl the Blaze out here. They've brought back the big gun. But nicely played by Monika Singh. Under the eyes, guided it down.
Get out the way. Surprised she didn't bowl her a bounce of that first delivery. But Tahuhu's here to try and mop up the tail. Tamsin Newton knows her really well. Won't mind that extra little bit of pace.
So you think Tamsin won't mind the pace here? Pace on the ball?
No, I don't think she minds the pace. I think they'll look at Tahu might look to bowl that bounce. You get 2 bounces and over in the 50 over competition. She can try and hit the badge, the Wellington badge on the top of the helmet, present opportunity to the fielders on the leg side.
Well, she's got 2 back on each side for that. That's well cut away though. Newton trying to beat point, got it slightly in front, and that's picked up by the sweeper.
You know what it's like, sometimes you see players that look a little bit more comfortable when there's a bit of extra pace on. They don't have to force the play as much. Whereas maybe those lower order batters don't necessarily like it when it's nose and toes type play, Willie.
There's not many better in women's world cricket than Leah Tahuhu, who's charging in again from the Remarkables end. It's a big slash from Singh, straight through to the keeper. They got the first slip in as well, so they are looking to bowl the Blaze out here.
One thing that I find so unique about batters is that you play the shot, you play and miss, and the next thing you know, you practice a shot you should have played. Yeah. I don't know why batters do that.
The shadow batting.
Yeah.
And it's usually a beautiful shot straight after the swing and the miss. Perfectly in line, high elbow. Oh, Tahuhu squares her up, and one bounce to point, but no wicket. They've just got to weather the storm here, really, don't they, the Blaze? Get through Tahuhu, potentially scoring options at the other end. Will she bowl all through her 10?
Well, the shout is that she's only allowed to bowl 8 overs. Depends the aggression, and when you're in a final, sometimes what those big wigs say, you sort of, sorry, I missed your message. I felt so good.
And there's probably no more of a situation than this, bowling at the tail, 7 down, trying to get your side into a position to win an HBJ, win the final. That's well defended though by Singh into the covers, and she'll get off strike. 2-3-2 for 7, and as we spoke about, the boundaries have dried up. It's becoming a survival here for the Blaze. Just so different to what this game situation was a half an hour ago.
Isn't it amazing? Wickets just stem the flow so much by bringing a new batter in and then being able to squeeze in the field, try and restrict the boundaries and just create those dot ball pressure, and then not having an in batter as well. You do so much work as a batter. Maddie Green was out there for a couple of hours and then just one lapse, and how she was playing, you saw the frustration when she got out. It's such a brutal game. You do so much hard work and then you feel like, yep, I've deserved the opportunity to sort of release the tension a wee bit, but then you get out and then it completely changes the game. Happens the same in short form cricket as well in T20 format.
Absolutely, as Asmussen, the leg spinner, is back. She's coming around the wicket. Manika Singh will get off strike. That's her doing her job, really, isn't it? Get off strike and leave it to Tams and Newton to try and make some decisions around how they might play this last 5 overs and eke out as many runs as they can. 250 would seem to be a minimum.
Well, they're probably on for another 20 runs at least off the last 5 overs. They've been going just under 4 runs and over since the loss of those wickets. They can just pick up ones off Asmussen each ball. That's 6. It's their last over as well. They haven't picked up a wicket so far in the final. Asmussen, probably been expensive for her in terms of how she's been going, but she's had a real breakout season for me this season. Been able to control through the middle for the Magicians, and just the confidence she's been able to gain with training with the White Ferns, performing against the best players in the competition as well.
Well, that's nicely played by Manika Singh behind point. It's going to be a long chase out there. They'll get 2. Will they look for 3? Playing a handy little role here, the number 9. This is what they've got to do. We've spoken about partnerships.
The crucial thing from the Magicians here is that it's not necessarily having to search for that wicket. It's around saying we're going to try and create as many dot balls on Manika Singh as we can, and instead of thinking we've got to get her out, it's just trying to build that dot balls on her, get her to play shots like that, swinging into the leg side. One may hit the boundary rider in the hands. As that has for Asmussen. No spinner likes to field the ball off their own bowling.
A violent throw from the deep there. It's 2 to come in the over. Asmussen's back over the wicket. Tams and Newton advances. Beats mid-wicket but can't beat deep mid-wicket. Ticking it over. Yeah, Asmussen, Women's Domestic Bowler of the Year, either last season or the one before, so certainly has been a key performer for Canterbury. As Frankie Mackay returns to the box, looking rather upbeat after this wicket surge here, and that's well bowled. That'll be the over. 238 for 7. There's 4 to go, and the Blaze are looking to eke out the last runs they can to put a total on the board in this HBJ final. You, of course, can, following it wherever you are here in New Zealand or overseas, you can tweet us with the hashtag HBJ final, ask questions of the commentators, probably the ones with cricket experience like Katie Martin, Susie Bates and Frankie Mackay, but tweet us in a question, make sure it's appropriate, and we will try and answer it and put that to you.
Be nice if you could though, please. A few of us are a little jet lagged and a little weary.
Questions specific to the final appreciated, you know, rather than going elsewhere with the cricket. All the focus here at Sir John Davies Oval. It's a lovely day, a great day to watch cricket, a great day to play cricket as Gabby Sullivan's in again. This one's pitched up. That's a wonderful shot. Tams and Newton straight out of the coaching manual, back past the bowler, 4 runs.
It's a great shot down the ground. No field it. It's usually behind the umpire. Just over pitched again, not much swing on, and Tams and Newton, she is so strong down the ground when she gets her shapes right. She's one of the more powerful players in women's cricket here in New Zealand. Now, Gabby Sullivan's got 2 overs to go. Suggests that her and Missy Banks are likely to close out this innings.
As we see a little bit of innovation there. That's the... I want to clarify what that shot is called, Kate Martin. It's sort of the reverse lap, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say reverse lap. It's quite topical being here in Central Otago. It sort of looked like a little bit of a gold digging shot.
Yeah. That's very topical. Yeah.
Did you like that?
I'm actually quite,
You lost the
I'm quite
words, mate.
speechless. Yeah.
You know, where it looks like you're panning
Yeah.
for gold. You can pan for gold out in the shot over.
Yeah. Oh, lucky enough to be there a few weeks ago, actually. Old gold mining town.
Someone actually found, I think it was 50k worth of a gold nugget in the shot over river.
Is that recently?
About 3 years ago, I think, from memory.
It's Katie Martin facts you'd never believe you'd hear in an HBJ final broadcast. Right. Monika Singh. The field will go out again. She's got Tamsin Newton with her on 20, who really does seem the key. But Monika Singh's playing her role, holding up an end, and it'll come out from the outside edge, rather. It'll be no run. It's going to be 3 overs to go after this. 18 balls. We spoke about 250. They start looking at 260 now. And how would that be as a total for a run chase in a final?
Yeah, I think if you're the Blaze and you walk to the ground today, you'd say if we scored 260, we'd be happy with that. Anything over that's a bonus.
Monika Singh, knowing her role well, she'll stay there. She'll give the strike to Newton with 3 overs to go. 18 balls. Wellington Blaze 243 for 7. And we're going to bring in Frankie Mackay to see this one home. She's been poring over the statistics. Her phone is charged and she's been walking out there. I'm sure she'll be able to give us the latest from the ground.
Welcome back, Frankie. The game has completely turned since we last saw you, but it's just crucial wickets, isn't it?
Been out walking wickets, left for wickets, right for runs, walked a few laps, picked up a few wickets, so Canterbury side will be feeling much happier about that.
Missy Banks back into the attack. Suggest she's probably going to close out the innings. Last 2 overs. It's interesting, you have a total of mind, and then as the game progresses you say, oh well, actually we could have got a little bit more, but sometimes in the position you're in you would have taken 260 for the Blaze turning up to the ground today and then thought, okay, well there could be an option for 300.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's the same as a batter. If someone told you you could turn up on the day and be given a 99, would you take it? Yes, you would. But if you get out on 99, everyone wants one more. So it's always that interesting position when setting a total as to how many you want, how many you need. And I think with this Canterbury side, there's always that little hint of doubt. Satterthwaite's final game, it's been talked about, the form that Kate Anderson's been in. It's just that little feeling of, do we need more than we think? And potentially that played into the mind of both Jess McFadgen and maybe Maddie Green as well, who both got out when they were well and truly set.
As Singh has gone long down the ground, just over pitch from Missy Banks, and what a shot that is. What a contribution that Singh is playing here. Just the little bit of assistance from the wind as well. Good boundary, pushing that score up to that 250 mark for the Blaze.
Yeah, great striking from Monika Singh. She's done a great job since she's come in. She's looked to be busy. Yes, it's just 13 off 24, but it's enabled them to put a partnership together, enabled them to get some momentum back into their innings. Missy Banks just looking to continue to bowl full and straight, and so in that position, if you are the Blaze and you are offered the opportunity with 2 drives up inside the circle, you really have to try and take it. So if mid-off and mid-on up inside, have to go after it. Now after that forceful shot down the ground, has a long on back in place.
Just squared out into the offside. Well, the partnership moves to 24 in timely fashion. Close out of the 48th over. 249 for 7 the Blaze. Good contribution I think from this position, Frankie, with 2 overs to go. You can sort of just throw the blade at it now. If Monika Singh keeps going, Tamsin Newton as well. this is a time where you can pick up 10, 15 runs off each of these last couple of overs. I think scored 20 here and got to 270. The Blaze, I think, would say, yeah, we're really happy with that. That gives ourselves a chance, puts pressure on the Canterbury Magicians in a final to chase. The top order, big pressure on Amy Satterthwaite and the emotions that come from her last game, like you talked to Kate Anderson as well. A big couple of overs to go. Hold again here. Is it a wee edge? Yes. Has actually bowled the stumps. Monika Singh has been bowled from Gabby Sullivan, picks up her 21st wicket of the season. Just that ball that angled in and then away. Wasn't able to get a bat on it.
They're just trying to run the ball down to third, it looked like, and there's possibility. I thought maybe an edge, but it looks like it's gone straight through, hit the top of off stump. So just classy bowling once again, Gabby Sullivan. Just knows how to take wickets, Sullivan. She's been a real revelation in this Magicians lineup. And a new job for her as well this year, having to bowl the death overs. Traditionally has been someone who's bowled with the new ball and then bowled through the middle of the innings. Got a really good slower ball with the off cutter, so it's been used a lot through the overs 30 through 40. But now this season has had to take on the death bowling role, and she's done it with aplomb.
Yeah, it does definitely hit the stumps. Saw Laura Hughes take the ball, which was a brilliant take as well, and thought, oh, she's probably got a little edge on that, but just edged off the stumps. She's had a great season with the gloves as well, Laura Hughes, one of the best keepers in the country. As Nicole Baird, another revelation this season, comes into the crease. Oh, Gabby Sullivan looking to pick up 5 wickets as well. So we've had 100 in the HBJ final. Can we get a 5 for Gabby Sullivan? Never had a 5 wicket haul. What's her best bowling figures, Frankie Mackay?
Off the top of my head, I believe it's 4 for 31, but I just will have a look at the book, and yeah, it is. It's 4 for 31.
Lead you into that?
You will actually say that I didn't even read that off the paper. I did just know it.
Well, with the font size of your book, I wouldn't have read that, but 250 runs come up for the Blaze in the final. Sullivan comes in again to Newton, cuts that nicely. Looking to go back for 2, but I will hold there. Seems hard to pick up 2s on that offside field, even hitting that gap perfectly.
Yeah, the Canterbury side have adjusted really well and made sure they're well off the boundary. So there hasn't been a lot of balls struck over boundary fielders' heads. So the ability, Leah Tahuhu out at cover at the moment, would be 10, 15 metres off the boundary.
Oh, the ball coming back in. There's an appeal. Is it given? No, not out. No sound effects up here, so as you see, wasn't an edge there. Plenty of shouts though from the Canterbury bowlers.
Yeah, I think she might have just brushed the back pad with the bat, I think is what the sound possibly was. Just looked like bat and pad were really close together through that shot.
Sullivan in again. This time at the stunts. A chance for a run out. Yes, direct hit. Is this given? Doesn't look like this is given out. This is very, very close. Jacinta Savage at mid-on. Oh no, it's Missy Banks. How often does Missy Banks hit the stumps? We have to see a replay of this, Frankie Mackay, but I thought this was very, very close.
Look dead from up here, but we are a long way from the action, so benefit of the doubt.
Just another reverse lap, unable to get a hold of that. Well, 1 over to go, 252 for 8 on the board. Just a great over from Gabby Sullivan to close out. Picked up 4 wickets today. It's been in fantastic form. What would the Blaze be happy with here, pushing up to that 260 mark?
Yep, 260 is the minimum, I think, from the position especially they found themselves in. 3 for 116 and then 4 for 199, and that was roughly at the 30 over mark They were 149. We were thinking, well, double your score at 30 overs, you're a chance to push on to 300. That's come down. That score has come down because of that loss of wickets, because of how the Magicians have been able to bowl and control through the back end of the innings. But I think, again, like we've been talking about, if you turn up for finals cricket, you win the toss, you bat first, you make 260, you would say job done on pretty much any ground around the country. So I think that's the ballpark they need to try and find themselves in.
Last over. Nice take. I don't think the foot has moved an inch at all, anywhere out or around or down, so safe enough. Good glove work from Laura Hughes, though.
I'll back you with your wicket keeper's eyes.
Everything's out. It is interesting when the batter does slide their foot around a wee bit. Sometimes you think, yeah, that's out, but by the time you've got the excitement and then actually taking the bails off, it's that 1 second too late. Vital dot ball, though, that first ball, able to get one off the bat here. Well, Tamsin Newton, her role is try and hit these boundaries. Hit these balls for boundaries, Frank.
Yep, absolutely. 4 balls left in the innings, and I think it's now the position that if she can't hit the ball for 4, needs to be looking for 2s. And Nicole Beard at the non-strikers end needs to be clued up to that. Needs to be making sure she's doing her best effort to try and get back.
Oh, the use of the feet ended up pushing that into the Yorker space. Really well bowled from Missy Banks.
Just excellent control at the back end from Banks. He's been able to go change of pace, take pace off, bowl Yorkers. He's controlled her length really well. Made her hard to get away at the back end.
Oh, edged away. Good stop by Asmussen there at third. Just unable to get the boundary. Just 3 singles in a row here. A couple of boundaries here. Pushing past that 260 score. Usually I think be looking through the offside. Downtown if she can get the ball up into the wind. Oh, she's hit that hard into the leg side. Unable to make the boundary, but Nicole Beard comes back for 2. Safe enough. Really good piece of running. Good cricket awareness from Nicole Beard. Just 1 delivery to go. It's either 6 or 4 here.
Yeah, just swing yourself off your feet here, time. There is no one in position for the lap shot. Could go to that, but I think you're trying to put this one over the boundary.
Last ball, use of the feet. Found the fielder. Only able to pick up the single. Great last over from Missy Banks. What a comeback it's been for the Canterbury Magicians. Able to pick up wickets through the back end. 38 off the last 10 overs here for the Wellington Blaze. Have really pegged the batters back. And your summation of that first innings, Frank?
I think great start by the Magicians with ball in hand to be able to pick up those couple of early wickets. Then I think huge partnership between McFadden and Maddie Green changed the complex of the match. And then that dismissal of McFadden almost out of nowhere. You thought perhaps could give an in to that Magicians lineup, but it didn't because of the little cameo between Kasperick and Green. Kasperick getting 24 off 30. And then that just opened an end when she was run out. There was then a mistake came about from Maddie Green. She was looking to push the scoring on, looking to be really attacking, try and get them up towards that 300 mark. And then it was wickets. As King, Kerr went in quick succession. Manika Singh, a nice little cameo. And Tamsin Newton really the glue in the middle of that innings. So I think the way it started off, Wellington Blaze started with a bit of a struggle, got themselves well ahead of the game. And now I think we've ended up reasonably neutral. Leah Tahuhu stand out with the ball in hand. Stuck to her 8 over limit as well. 2 for 26. Gabby Sullivan, a bit of a tough start for her with ball in hand, but fought back exceptionally well to pick up 4 for 54, the only maiden bowled of the day next to her name as well. Missy Banks, great at the death, didn't pick up a wicket but kept things economical. Jacinta Savage took a little bit of tap, 3 overs for 30. Asmussen looked dangerous, didn't pick up a wicket though in her 10 overs. And then Amy Satterthwaite at her economical best, 1 for 40 off 10. The last ball she's going to bowl in the red and black. And what a day it was for her. And hopefully now the side that they've been able to restrict the Wellington Blaze to 258 for 8, a chase of 259 required. How good would it be to see Amy Satterthwaite out there scoring the winning runs?
Yeah, well, plenty of work to do for Amy Satterthwaite and the Canterbury Magicians to get across the line. Maddie Green, she finished up 106, her equal top score. Well supported from Jess McFadden as well, and a great contribution at the end from Tamsin Newton. Gabby Sullivan picked up 4 wickets. Tahuhu economical. After the Blaze won the toss and elected to bat, they put on 258 on the board. The wickets got a lot better as the sun has shined on. That's Sir John Davies Oval, and it was Tahuhu who opened up the bowling. A fantastic delivery of Rebecca Burns tailing back in through the gate, and that set the scene. Georgia Plummer was only able to edge that ball to the field, and you thought, well, Magicians were on top here, but a brilliant partnership between Maddie Green and Jess McFadden throughout the middle. 83 in quick succession set that Wellington Blaze middle order up for success. McFadden picked up another 50. What fantastic HBJ season she is having. Played all around the ground, but beautiful through the offside as well. Good shapes. Strong on the leg side as always. Good attacking options early on. And there was this wicket where she did go one time too much into the wind, got that high on the bat, only able to pick out that mid-on fielder. It was Maddie Green who continued on.
Yeah, and she went through to her half century as well. Glorious through the offside, and that really was the hallmark of her innings, the ability to hit down the ground, to be able to score almost at will, back past mid-off, mid-on, through the extra cover region. As soon as they pitched the ball up, she was able to score freely. She was savage against anything short. There was a little cameo in there from Lee Kasprick, who was just able to continue that momentum on, proved a good foil to Maddie Green, picked up a couple of boundaries, tried to put the pressure back on the spinners from the Canterbury Magicians, and then just content to work the ball around, try and form that partnership with Green. And at this stage, it looked as though the Wellington side were well ahead of the game. We were talking about 300 possibly being scored. The reverse sweep came out from Maddie Green. That's when you know she's playing well as well. Her scoring rate moved up to a run a ball. Lee Kasprick playing little foil alongside her, and it really was some questions getting asked of the Magicians lineup. Glorious again from Green through the offside. And then when she was provided with some short ones from Savage, she was able to just pierce the gap. Almost had 2 points in place. They were so close, they were almost touching hands, but still, with the form that she is in, was just able to regularly pick the gap again and again, and once more, just for good measure. You see the head thrown back from the wicketkeeper, Laura Hughes. Couldn't get those fielders closer together, and she was just able to continue to pick that gap. She moved into the nervous 90s. There was the chance of bringing fielders up to try and create the element of pressure, but she was just able to cruise through. And this will turn out to be one of the deciding moments of the match, possibly. Lee Kasprick just resting on her bat, runs on the angle, and eventually she is run out. A disappointing way for her innings to end. It felt like they'd done all the hard work, got through the tough stuff, got themselves in a position to score regularly, and then it was that wicket that just gave them an in, the Canterbury Magicians, and it was an in that they took. Maddie Green trying to be inventive, through the legs, bowled, bottom of off stump, the perfect yorker from Gabby Sullivan, and then the real pressure started to go on. The tide turned, little inside edge onto pad. Gabby Sullivan, the wicket taker once again. Caitlin King, dismayed at that decision. She had to go first ball. Then it was Jess Kerr holing out to deep mid-wicket. Leah Tahuhu with the safe pair of hands. A final wicket for Satterthwaite to take in her illustrious 50-over career for Canterbury. And it meant Tamsin Newton came to the middle, and she formed another good little partnership with Monika Singh, and they were able to push the side up over that 250 mark. And Katie Martin, could that be enough?
Yeah, I think they'll be happy enough with that score. Monika Singh just bowled later on in the innings, just looking to guide that down. It was a good partnership to close out. The Canterbury Magicians were able to restrict the Wellington Blaze in those last 10 overs, 38 for 3. Will that prove a difference? Oh, that's a summary on the screen there. Well, the target for the Canterbury Magicians is 259. For the Canterbury Magicians to do the double this season, the Dream 11 Super Smash and the HBJ. Oh, that's the target there. Play will resume here at 2:21. We're going to have a wee lunch break, and we'll see if the Magicians can chase down 259 to take home the HBJ title for this season.
Welcome back to Sir John Davies Oval here in Queenstown, halfway point of the Hallyburton Johnstone Shield, the women's one-day final, and the Wellington Blaze have posted 258 runs, so it's going to be 259 to win for the Magicians. If we look through the scorecard, Susie Bates with me, a well-compiled innings, potentially didn't get quite as many as they would have wanted, but 258 in the final, Susie, pretty good going.
Yeah, brilliant partnership from McFadden and Green really set up the innings for the Wellington Blaze. Unfortunately, not the way they would have liked to finish. They were on target for 300, but good contributions there from Lee Kasparek and Tamsin Newton in the middle allowed them to get over that 250 score, which we talked about being par in these conditions and in a final as well. When you've got runs on the board, take early wickets, you're in the game. So they would have taken 258 at the start of the day, but brilliant innings from Maddie Green for her third century in HBJ cricket.
Yeah, she was in superb touch and she found good allies in McFadden early on, and obviously Kasparek through the middle. Tamsin Newton, I thought, did a good job at the end just to steady the ship. It looked like at one stage there they could be rolled out for sort of 230, 240, and you never know come the end of this game where that 20 extra runs that they were able to eke out could be really important.
That mini partnership between Tamsin and Monika Singh was crucial to Wellington being able to get over 250. So brilliant little nod out cameo there from Tamsin Newton, and well supported by Monika Singh, who was able to found the boundary when needed. And here we have the Canterbury Magicians bowling card.
Yeah, absolutely. Leah Tahuhu up top, as you'd expect. She was brilliant with the new ball. Took 2 early wickets. On bowling loads at the moment as she comes back from the T20 World Cup. Only able to get through her 8, but in those 8 overs, hugely impressive.
Yeah, we saw her briefly at the lunch. Surprised that she stuck to the bowling overs. We know how competitive she is, but I think she also is very smart with her body and making sure that she's prepared to bowl in this final, and she hadn't had the load she quite wanted, but she was supported well there by Gabby Sullivan, who didn't start as well as she would have liked, but came back and took wickets when they were needed. And then the spinners there, Asmussen and Sathwaite, did a job through the middle to restrict those Wellington batters to keep it to a score that they'll be happy with now chasing. Yeah,
that fall of wickets really telling a story there. 3 wickets for just the 1 run really stymied the momentum, but as we've spoken about, they were able to get their way through to 258 for 8, and that now leaves the Canterbury Magicians with work to do with the bat. We've spoken about this is a good wicket, this is a fast outfield. Susie, yourself walking out as an opener with 259 needed in a final, what is going to be the mindset here for Laura Hughes and Abby Gherkin?
Yeah, I think they just have to, bat smart, and they know they've got a deep batting lineup, and they can take a little bit of time just to get used to the conditions, play nice and straight early, and pounce on any width or length that they get offered up. But look, when you've got Kate Anderson in the form that she's in, she's had a top score of 141, and when you've got Amy Sathwaite, you go out there with confidence chasing this score. So look, the Wellington Blaze have a really good bowling lineup with some quality spinners, and as they walk out to the middle now, it'll be interesting to see how Hughes and Gherkin go about this.
Yeah, and who are we expecting to take the new ball? Obviously, Jess Kerr back from White Ferns duty. You'd expect her to have the first and look to get all that swing that we know she is about. But just looking out there, it might not be Jess with the first.
They do like to go to Monika Singh for the first over, whether it's in Super Smash or HBJ, and it may just be they want to start from this end, and the breeze suits Monika, bringing it back into the right-hander. So Jess will likely take the second over from the remarkable end, but yeah, she is a bowler that's used to bowling the first over for this Wellington side, and as a batter with not a lot of pace on the ball but a lot of swing, she is tough to face.
Absolutely, and we've spoken about how important these opening overs are going to be for both sides as the Canterbury Magicians try and chase down this, and really it would be a fairy tale for Amy Satterthwaite in her final professional match if she could be on the winning side, but a lot of work to be done until that moment. And in terms of the Blaze, well, hugely successful in the Dream 11 Super Smash, an incredible record, but the Hallyburton Johnstone seems to be the one that's evaded them. So here we go. Can either side put the early momentum in their favour? It's Monika Singh, left arm over the wicket, and she starts well. Deep backward square, and that might be the only player outside the circle, so really looking to put the pressure on. No easy singles at the start, Susie.
No, and a very good start there from Monika. If she bowls with that shape and hits the stump, she's going to be very tough to get away. 2 mid-wickets in here, which I like the look of with the lack of pace.
And you can see that slight shape, and Hughes plants the front foot. Will look to play off the front foot. There's obviously a single round the corner as well, but yeah, as Susie Bates points out, a couple of mid-wickets in there, and gives you an idea they can look to bowl quite straight. Ask Hughes to make something of it off the stumps. That one's straighter, and they'll scamper a quick one. Almost thought there was going to be a mix-up for a minute there. It'll be a leg bye to get us underway here. Hughes off strike, and it'll be Gherkin.
One of the strengths of this Wellington Blaze team, they've got some real athletes in their side, and they set the standard in the field. Tamsin Newton being one of the quickest players going around, so they'll be looking to create opportunities with all these fielders inside the ring, and a great start here from Monika.
Yeah, well, they've got Lee Kasparek, I think, there on the block, the captain as well. So 2 skillful fielders in the ring there, looking to stop the ones. No slips though, Susie. I guess the shape of the bowler coming back into the right-hander.
Yeah, I think they've assessed the conditions, and with the shape and thinking it might not carry, the opportunities are in that mid-wicket region, and with Jess McFadden standing up early as well, that makes it difficult for the batter to create any momentum using the crease. That's going to keep the batters in their crease and allow Monika to just settle into a line and length, and hopefully through dot ball pressure, that's where they see they're going to create the wicket opportunities then, other than nicking players off. Yeah,
well, it's been a quality start here from Singh. Just the 1 run and a leg bite, that nothing off the bat, so to speak, as yet. And that one's pitched up, and it's smashed straight back down the grounds. Abby Gherkin, a wonderful shot. It was up, it was full, and she gave it the old heave-ho straight down the grounds.
Brilliant shot from Abigail Gherkin, so early in her innings to be brave enough to swing the willow that hard. Wasn't a bad ball from Monika Singh, just slightly over-pitched, and she just trusted to put her hands through that ball and hitting down breeze. Brilliant boundary to get that first boundary for the start of the innings. Canterbury 5 for none after the first over.
And as predicted, it is going to be Jess Kerr coming on for the second over. What a revelation she's been since coming into the White Ferns environment in the last couple of years. She really is the leader of that attack these days, and she'll be hunting wickets here. Looks like they're not going to go with a slip for Jess as well. Cook's going to move the ball into the right-hander, potentially just an assessment of conditions, as you mentioned, Susie.
Yeah, it is interesting when you know in 50 over cricket that wickets are king, especially in the power play, but perhaps their theory is to squeeze with dot balls. I wouldn't mind seeing those mid-wickets a little bit closer to create even more pressure.
Almost like a catching mid-wicket as Kerr begins, and that's tailing back in. Hughes pushes it to cover off the back foot. Yeah, that's the captain, Lee Kasparek, in there. And she's marshalling the troops. I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's the most you'll see Lee Kasparek talking on a field, I would suggest.
She has a brilliant cricket brain, so it's great to see her get this opportunity to lead. She's done a great job, and she's always been someone that players have trusted talking to about the tactics, so she's going to be up for this challenge.
And we'll look forward to seeing Kasparek bowling later today as Hughes drives on the up, diving, sprawling. Jess Kerr to no avail, but it's a good start from Kerr here.
Yeah, and we talk about no catches behind the wickets, but I think if you look at Jess Kerr's career, her modes of dismissal are often bowled LBW because she just keeps the stumps in play with that shape. So she'll be looking for the same tactic today.
Kerr in again, and Hughes, wow, she's pulled out the front foot pull shot. Is that going to go all the way? It will, over mid-wicket. Aggressive option, trying to take it and put the pressure back on Kerr.
Great intent here from the magician batters. They've had a look, but any time that Wellington have missed their length, whether it's been too full or too short, they've been onto it straight away, and that ball just a little bit back of a length and it's sat up, and Hughes whacked it to that square leg boundary. Great start here.
Yeah, it looks a good pitch, doesn't it, when you can hit off a length like that. This one's at similar length. She slams it into the block, and look at this run away. not going to quite get it. A big chase out there for Maddie Green, I think, the Centurion. She'll throw it in 2 runs, but the run's flowing for the Magicians.
I'm not sure Maddie enjoyed that chase after a long innings with the bat. It was a big chase out to that cover point boundary, but it just shows if you can play through the line here, play good cricket shots, you get value for shot, and this is the start that Canterbury wanted. Run rate 5s, and they've started over 6s, so brilliant start in a final.
Yeah, and Kirk just going to move her point round. It looks like Zara Jetley there. She's just going to come around to sort of in front of point. Doesn't want to see another one squeezed through there. She's got 2 to come in the over. Bit of width on offer. Hughes takes the hand off the bat, looking to slash that. Yeah, it is a good wicket, and it's also a big hard block here as well, so players can hit the ball into the block and watch it run away. So we see here, look at that. It wasn't that short, but she was good enough just to trust the hands and sort of swivel pull it over mid-wicket. Kerr with 1 to come in the over. And that one's, she might have to bowl that one again. Yep, the hands are up.
Just back to that replay of the boundary, watching live, it looked like it was short. That ball was still hitting the stumps, and she was able to rock on to the back foot and play that ball into the leg side with a horizontal bat. So you know if you can do that early in your innings, you can really trust the wicket. So it's going to be a really interesting battle here with these opening bowlers.
Yep, going with the swing as well. And that one's full, and she can't beat mid-on, so it'll end the Kerr over. There's 7 off it, and the Magicians 12 for none. Yeah, you're talking about Maddie Green's chase after a terrific 100 and a good lunch. Your thoughts on the lunch? I was pretty impressed down here at Sir John Davies Oval. The Moroccan lamb, seasonal vegetables, and I think potentially a Cajun chicken. It was brilliant, really.
They know how to look after people down south, and Queenstown, they always put on a good spread. I actually thought, the vegetables, the pumpkin and the carrot, there was some delicious sort of spice. I'm not sure if the players would have enjoyed it as much, but for us that just get to sit here and talk, it was a very nice feed, and wasn't expecting it today.
Absolutely. How much nicer is lunch? Well, they're going to pinch a little single here. That's good running from Canterbury. How much nicer is lunch when you don't have to go out there and play in the second innings?
I did see Leah Tahuhu really enjoying lunchtime after bowling her 8 overs, knowing she's batting lower down the order. You can put your feet up for a little bit. So that is the nice thing about 50 over cricket, actually having time to enjoy a break. But yeah, I'd much prefer being a batter to have batted first and then enjoy the lunch.
Yeah, have the work done. And that's all popped up. Just pushing that ball across Hughes. You've obviously faced Monika Singh a bit yourself, Susie. Does she have the one she can push across the right-hander as well?
Yeah, she does have the delivery that just holds its line, and you're set up so much for that ball coming into the pads that one can actually be one of the most dangerous balls she bowls.
Well, this one's shorter. It's a drag down. Not a lot of bounce there. Yeah, not too many left armers on the domestic women's circuit. Gives her a slight edge, something that the batters aren't used to facing.
Yeah, it's a different setup when you've got to face the left arm coming over the wicket, but also it's just the balance with a bowler like Monika Singh. You want to wait for the ball and let it arrive, but you also want to show intent, so you can kind of get caught in two minds. If you wait too long, you feel like you're not showing any intent, but if you go too hard, sometimes you miss out on actually playing the right shot to the right delivery. As you can see there, she's just very accurate at hitting the stumps, really hard to create pace to hit through the offside. Your best chance is to sort of stand still and hit with the shape of the ball. Yep,
and her accuracy so far has been a real feature of this opening spell. She's asking questions. She obviously was hit straight down the grounds by Gherkin for 4 to end the first over. So that's where Gherkin potentially will be looking if it's up there. And this one is up there, and she goes for the same shot. It'll be the same result, 4 more.
One of Gherkin's strengths is how strong she is down the ground. I watched her score a century against the Otago Sparks at Hagley Oval, and the number of shots that she hit hard down the ground, whether it was onside or offside, it was a real super strength of hers. So as soon as these Wellington bowlers overpitch the ball, they're going to get punished by Gherkin on such a good wicket.
Yep, great to see the stroke making down the grounds. This one's shorter, and that's what you get after the full one. Swept out to the deep square leg, but that's Tamsin Newton, and gee, she's a good fielder. Or is it? Or is that Plummer? That might be Georgia Plummer. Another good athlete and a good fielder. I associated that sort of movement and throw with Tamsin Newton, but both pretty good fielders. Georgia Plummer, always the thing that struck me when she came onto the domestic circuit was how well she moved in the field.
Yeah, she is an absolute athlete. As we look at this replay from Gherkin, just slightly over pitched, and on this wicket you can throw your hands through the ball and trust that, and with the wind as well, so very smart cricket. But yeah, they're full of athletes, this Wellington side, and Georgia Plummer, one of the best fielders I've seen come through the domestic system. She loves fielding out that mid-wicket boundary. She'll be doing some Ks out there today, but she's a fit young thing, so it won't bother her, and she'll want to contribute in the field, having not done as much as she would have liked with the bat, and also not being a bowler. That's where you can really play a huge part in these games.
Absolutely, she's a good mover out there. And Curran again. This one's ducking back, wrapped on the pads. Big shout. She does move the ball an awful lot, and potentially on that occasion just sliding down. Susie Bates is gritting her teeth in the commentary box.
I thought with the type of shot she played it was going way down leg, but having seen a little bit of a replay, I think she just tried to play that 2 square, and yeah, with the shape Jess is getting, potentially missing the stumps, but it looked close.
I guess that is the challenge as a right-hander, Susie, which you can talk to us about. That new ball, when it's coming back to you, there is always the temptation to go across it. You know it's coming back. How do you go about lining up? I guess the key, potentially balance, trying to keep the head from not falling over.
Yeah, there's a lot of great in-swing bowlers in the women's game. Megan Shute, Anya Shrubsole, Jess Kerr, so I've had to face a lot of them opening, and you know, we talk about getting onto off stump, lining yourself up, but then also making sure that you're not playing the first line. So I'll explain that a bit later on, but yeah, as we see, another good delivery outside the off stump. But yeah, you want to make sure that the first line that the ball's released from with Jess Kerr bowling, it's then always going to come back into you, so you sort of have to hold your first movement even longer than normal to make sure that you're playing the second line of when it's done its work and swung, and you know that's the ideal. But then if she gets one to hold its line, or if she's got a leg cutter, it becomes really challenging as a right-hand batter.
Yeah, well, as we saw, that one didn't quite swing as much, and it's what Susie Bates is talking about. The other one that doesn't come back as much, but I guess talking about that first line where it starts, is that as much about are you planting your front foot, or is it where the bat's getting dragged out that's the concern? Is it sort of the LB or the one coming back?
Yeah, I think it can be different things for different players. I know when my head's tipping to the offside that my front pad becomes even bigger than it already is, and so it's making sure that my head position's good and then I'm playing the ball as late as possible.
No better person to analyse this with us than Susie Bates here is Abby Gherkin. Well, Jess Kerr has given her a bit of a working over here. She's ducking the ball back. She's getting one to hold outside the off stump. And that's 5 dot balls here in the 4th over. This is a quality over. And a good contest this. The up-and-comer versus the White Fern superstar. She's in again. And that one right back on the money. And Gherkin says, I'll respect that. You can have your maiden. That's well bowled. It's the first maiden of the chase. And the Magicians, they're 19 for none at the end of 4. Now let's go back and have a look. Umpire Bates thought it might have just been slipping down. Wow. All about where it struck her.
You see what I mean about the shot she played? It looked like it was going down leg side because she sort of played right across that front pad. But with how full that delivery was, it was every chance of hitting the stumps. But when there is an in-swing bowler, the ball tends to keep on going and can often be missing. So tough call live. Obviously it's easy up here when you don't have to actually make a decision, but those are really good areas for Jess Kerr to be bowling.
Yeah, the absolute advantage of seeing the replay. And you're right, how square she tried to play that really did make you think it potentially had hit her more on sort of middle and leg. But looking at that sort of almost on off stump, hit her pretty full. But she's still there. Monika Singh come back for her 3rd over. Just looking to run the ball over the right-hander. Playing confidently, though, Hughes and Gherkin, and not seeing not seeming too tentative, which can happen when you're in a run chase in a final and you feel like the weight of the world's on your shoulders.
7 dot balls now in a row for the Blaze, and I think that's going to be their tactic, is sort of squeeze the Magicians to death rather than searching for those wickets on a good wicket. The more dot ball pressure they can get in partnerships, it's not just one bowler, it's both bowlers, and so far they're doing a good job.
Absolutely, and you can see the frustration building. This is impressive stuff by the Blaze. They know their blueprint for what they want to do out here. Susie Bates alluding to the fact that build the dot ball pressure and try and bring the wickets as opposed to blasting them out. And Manika Singh backing up Jess Kerr's maiden before. Oh, it's well bowled. Talk about having to wait for the ball. It seemed to take an age to get to her, and Hughes just caught on the crease a little. This is impressive stuff.
Yeah, and with these bowlers attacking the stumps and the ring fielders in so close, you do feel like your only scoring option rather than trying to hit through is hitting over the top, but that's also a risk. So interesting to see how the rest of this over plays out.
Oh, and she's beaten the bat again. Brilliant bowling, Manika Singh. That left armer's angle across the right-hander. Something's coming. That's the sense in the box. 10 straight dot balls here, the Blaze. Applying the pressure. This one's up, and it's struck through covers, but they can't get through. There's almost a mix-up. The throw comes in, but it's another dot ball.
You can sense the urgency here from Hughes, knowing that dot balls in this power play and not what you want, and searching for that boundary. But this is what is so great about 50 over cricket. It's who can be the most patient for the longer. Does the bowler sit on their length and hold their patience, or can the batter see out this good spell of bowling?
That one's dug in, and it's pulled, and it's just carried over. I think that's Jess Kerr at mid-wicket. She jumped up, couldn't quite get a hand on it, or maybe she did. Susie, what were you seeing of that one?
We felt it up here that something was going to happen. Manika Singh dropped one slightly shorter, went for the big shot over the inner ring, and probably could have been taken. It looked like it went through the hands, but with the breeze out there, it's hard to judge those catches. But 5 overs gone. Canterbury are now 21 for none, but 2 tied overs from Jess Kerr and Manika Singh pulling it back for the Blaze here.
Yeah, it's been an impressive start with the ball. The pull shot just potentially touching the fingertips of Kerr. She's a good athlete as well. She jumped up, but potentially the wind just carrying it over. And yeah, it's been a sustained period of pressure here now from the Blaze. They're putting it on the Canterbury openers. It really is a case of who's going to blink first here. The bowling is accurate. We've seen Gherkin 2 lovely straight boundaries down the grounds. But apart from that, she's just got a single off the other 10 or so balls she's faced. So the pressure is on here. As Kerr comes in again. That's full. Squirts off the inside of the blade. There's no run. Yeah, the old ring field. That is certainly how you strangle the batters.
Yeah, it's a very simple plan by the looks of things. Hit the stumps, bowl nice and full, and make the Canterbury batters hit over the top or take a risk. And so far they've been able to string 2 good overs, and the longer they can do that, the more risk the Canterbury batters feel like they're going to have to take.
Curran again, shapes back, and it's a nice looking drive. She's certainly got a nice technique, Abby Gherkin, and a real up-and-comer. I think we've all seen the wonderful photo of her as a young player with Amy Satterthwaite, and then the then and now, and she's playing alongside her. Pretty cool story.
Yeah, she's a real talent, and any young player that can score a century in their debut season has something about them, and she's got great role models with Frankie Mackay, Amy Satterthwaite to talk to her about batting, and from what I understand, she laps it up. So it's going to be great to see how she progresses. Likes to don the gloves as well, so it's always helpful as a young player to have an all-round skill set, so if one's not going so well, you have another to fall back on. So it would be good to see her get the gloves back on at some point, but at the moment she's doing a great job with the bat for Canterbury.
Yeah, from one opener to another, Susie Bates there as Gherkin faces up again to Kerr, and this is another straight drive. Put that in the highlights reel. Might have got a hand to it It's not going to quite go. Big chase out there. And well done, and they'll run 3. So good value for shots. And a shot you can play here at the Sir John Davies Oval.
Great chase from Georgia Plymmer. She's going to be key for this Wellington team to see how many runs she can save in the field. Her and Tamsin Newton, brilliant athletes. That was a massive chase into the breeze as well. But what I love about Abigail Gherkin is she wants to score runs. She wants to hit the ball hard. And as an opening batter in 50-over cricket, that is great to see that intent.
You talk about the players coming through, and especially the athletes in the field. Are you seeing that with the emergence and the increased professionalism in the women's game, the players coming through, the younger players in particular as well, Susie, the athletes that the game's starting to attract, as we watch Jess Kerr running for her penultimate ball of the 6th over? Are you encouraged by what you see?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a game changer, and it's not rocket science, but the more you train, the more time you spend on your skills, the more time you spend on your strength and conditioning, the faster you get, the fitter you get, the stronger you get, so that just improves the level of play drastically. And now we have systems in place to allow for that. Not only do we attract athletes, we make athletes better.
And this one's dropped in short, and Hughes whips it up and over. A couple of bounces, that'll be 4. Shot of authority, her second pull shot over mid-wicket. And that'll end us on the 6th over. It's 28 for none. I'm going to take a spell, and we're going to bring in Susie's Otago, former Otago Sparks teammate, Katie Martin.
Thank you, Willie. That was a good start with a bat. Good partnership. I have to go into the mind of Amy Satterthwaite, who's sitting there in her last game on the sideline. Seeing a good partnership start here as Monika Sings comes in for another over. Do you think there's many nerves going on there, Susie, for Amy Satterthwaite?
She looked very relaxed at lunch. Speaking to her early in the week, I think she's just had a lot of time to process this decision, and I guess you can talk from experience. You didn't tell everyone that they were going to be your last games, whether it was for Otago or New Zealand, but you knew deep down yourself. So I guess you can relate to what that was like and how you're feeling.
This one swept hard, picked up length really well here. I think it's just, I always found that going into the last year, I just love going to training the last couple of years. Usually when people retire, it's probably the thing they least like to go to, but yeah, you sort of just take it in, and the memories of your games that you've played in, the players that you've played with as well, and the memories and friends that you've been able to make kind of go through your mind at that point in time. And then I'm sure there may be an aspect of, I don't want to get a first ball duck here in my last game.
Do you remember how you felt? Last bat for Otago in particular?
I can't remember the Otago game. Did I score 100 against CD, maybe? Was that my last
No, but
bat?
it might have been a Super Smash.
Yes,
Super Smash final. Was
Super
that
Smash
you?
final, yeah. I wasn't really 100% certain at that point that was going to be the end of the career, but I did remember last bat for New Zealand and thought, well, I'm going to go out with a couple of run-outs and a shot over extra cover just to really... not run-outs with my wicket-keeping, but with my batting.
Trademark.
I'm going to go out with my trademark here, Susie, so I'll give a yes, no, maybe, sorry, which I did a couple of times. My apologies, Hannah Rowe. But I thought, yeah, I'm gonna try and use my feet and head over extra cover and say, you know what, I've played the 2 shots I wanted to play, and some terrible running.
What do you think today? What shots do we want to see from Amy Satterthwaite? Left-hand batter, obviously, that cover drive, but what do you think she wants to finish on?
I reckon that mid-wicket, just the pick-up shot over mid-wicket through cow corner. It's been a strong shot for Amy Satterthwaite. And the sweep, that's a shot that I think she's brought in the last few seasons. As that one has edged away, found the gap. I'll push back for 2 runs. Classic cover drive from Amy Satterthwaite, though. I think that's her. Remember when she started playing, see that 7th over, 31 for none. In the nets, she was so great at that photography shot. She liked to she'd play the shot and bring it all back to make it look like it was a perfect shot, when in reality, how often do you play the perfect shot? But the cover drive, I think that is signature Amy Satterthwaite.
No better wicket to have your last bat on. You know, we don't want to curse it, but if you're going to bat somewhere and enjoy the day, know that you can trust the wicket. It's Sir John Davies Oval. So she's not in yet. These batters are doing a great job, but I think everyone here today is willing for at some point that we get to see the classical Amy Satterthwaite, and she holds that pose for the cover drive.
Jess Kerr, she will be searching for that first wicket. Still getting a little bit of shape. I talked a lot, I heard you and Willie talk a lot about Abby Gherkin and the areas that she plays in. Just gives herself a chance with the technique that she's got of playing straight, that she's able to get that timing really well. Sort of been up and down the order in the Super Smash competition for Canterbury, but really found her way at the top of the order for the Magicians. Laura Hughes up there as well. Another beautiful shot, not able to pierce the gap though.
Yeah, like a lot of the top order batters going around in the world at the moment, who like to stay leg side of the ball and enable their hands to get through the line and hit through that mid-off extra cover, which is a real strength in the women's game when you can only have 4 fielders out most of the cricket you play.
Well, it's another tight one. They've all appealed, been given not out. That looked very tight as well. Some anxious looks from the fielders. I think that was in line. It might have just been the height potentially. You have to have a look at the replay of this. This looked very close for me, Suze. Oh, so it's gone in my old age, but she's got a low crouch in her position when she racked on the pads. Gherkin. Still searching for that first wicket.
Yeah, I think she played that delivery off the back foot and it wasn't quite as short as she first thought, and it looked like it just skidded on. So yeah, from up here, like I said, it's easier, but it looked like it was still stump height. So, you know, hasn't had the rub of the green so far, Jess Kerr, but if she keeps attacking the stumps like this, she'll get one to go her way.
Well, we understand she's on bowling load, so she's into her 4th over now. That one has got to be given. That is given. That is closer. And this time the finger goes up. Well, 3rd time lucky for Jess Kerr, and she picks up the wicket of Abby Gherkin. You called it, bowl at the stump. She's done that. It's fuller. That for me is hitting middle and leg. And Canterbury, they lose their first wicket.
Outstanding areas from Jess Kerr. She's missed a couple of times short, but she's a good enough bowler to know the right lengths to bowl on this type of wicket. And as soon as she's hitting the stump, she's dangerous. So she's had 3 opportunities there. Finally got one full enough and straight enough, and the wicket was given. And Abigail Gherkin departs for 13 off 23. Canterbury now 31 for 1.
Well, timely wicket. Both batters bat with a lot of aggression, a lot of power. We'll take another look at that wicket. Just looking to hit leg side. I think that is plumb as you get, even with the swing of Jess Kerr. This time an easier decision. We talk so much about how good Abby Gherkin's shapes are, and just on that occasion looking to swing that on the leg side. Tell you what though, that brings in the absolute sensation of Kate Anderson. What a fantastic season she is having. Leading run scorer in the Super Smash competition. Loves Hagley Park, Hagley Oval. She's made it her own. I think she averages over 100 there, so it's not too dissimilar type wicket and boundary, and maybe slightly different scenery. She's been in fantastic form, and this is the wicket that Jess Kerr will be searching for. Slip in place. And easy as you like. That trademark cover drive. Will it make the boundary? Big chase for Nicole Baird and Tamsin Newton. And they'll push back for 3. surprisingly so. Just a slide of the bat, not a dive from Kate Anderson. And that's the end of a successful over for Jess Kerr and the Blaze. Magicians 34 for 1. How often have we seen that from Kate Anderson? Just leant on the ball, cover drive through the field. Just like throwdowns to her, isn't it?
And as a bowler, you know not to give width. You know you want to keep it nice and tight and hit that front pad, but that first up ball from Jess didn't quite swing as much she would have liked, and it was right into that arc of Kate Anderson. And the form she's in, she was going to put that away, and she got it away for 3. This is a really key partnership for the Canterbury Magicians. Good matchups here for the Wellington Blaze with Monika Singh and Jess Kerr bringing the ball back into the right-hander, Kate Anderson. Laura Hughes off to a good start with 15 already. Really good intent shown from the openers, which has released a little bit of run rate pressure for this middle order. A key partnership here now, and Kate Anderson and Amy Sathwaite are key to this middle order for the Canterbury Magicians.
Pretty similar. First 10 overs as well. Similar mark. 2 fielders out on the leg side for Kate Anderson now. Just that angle across. Unique leaf position. Just a step back and across and then shoulder arms. It's really been the thing that's come into cricket in the last few years is the unique leaves. Have you brought any uniqueness into your game at all, Susie?
I've developed like sound effects in my older age, like not quite like Marnus or Steve Smith, but sometimes just the you know, like you go to leave one and then you think it's close to the stumps and you're like and just these noises.
Not what I was expecting after that question. Pulled hard into the leg side, but there's a protection there.
Not unique enough.
No, I liked it. Can't say I've heard it. I usually turn the stump microphones down when I'm on comms anyway. So you've created or developed noises, like effort noises.
Yeah, it's just sort of my own personal sound effects. Happens in the nets too, out in the middle.
Nice shot down the ground. Looks like she's middling it well, Laura Hughes. Do you ever compliment yourself? Like, is there a shot, Suze, or is it just, oh, yeah?
Not out loud, I hope, but yeah, in my head, I'm like, if I plan on drive, I'm like, shot, but just quietly.
Yeah, cool. Width missed out on this occasion. Other uniqueness of Kate Anderson is she constantly rolls her arms over. Like, she rotates her arms. And I don't know where it comes from. I need to ask her actually. Every 2 or 3 balls in the field, or when she's batting, she just rotates her arms. I have to ask Frankie Mackay if she knows what the situation is. Tied over, just one off that. Good couple of overs for the Blaze. Magicians 35 for 1.
It's almost like that rugby warm-up, you know, when you're in a circle, you're about to go on the field and you pump the shoulders and try and get amped up. Maybe she's got a history in rugby and it's just, you know, pumping herself up. Oh, is it more? Okay, no.
No. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down, Suze. We have to go Instagram Live again to get the comms cam going, but I think she used to play rugby, possibly where the divers come from as well. Well, there's a comparison. I said they were similar. It's just the one additional wicket for the Blaze. 35 for 2 at the same point. Magicians going along nicely. 35 for 1 after 9 overs. Nicole Beard, she comes into the crease. How good has she been this season? Bit of a revelation. Just that left arm orthodox spin. Something that players aren't necessarily that used to. Straight away on the stumps. That's where you want to bowl to Kate Anderson.
It's so great to see some young left-arm spinners coming through. Obviously, Fran Jonas has been exceptional for Auckland and the White Ferns. We've had Morna Nielsen, but there hasn't been a ton of them. But now there's some competition in the domestic comp.
Oh, that's squirted off the inside edge. Just gone out to the boundary fielder on the leg side. I just wonder here, Suze, if potentially the look is let's try and take the pace off the ball against the Kate Anderson. Back and across. Precarious position from Laura Hughes. I'm almost going up with the appeal there. I can't afford to miss that one. And again, just dropped short. Picked up that delivery so well today, Laura Hughes. Found the sweeper though, just one.
A lot of people don't like the word matchups, but if you were to talk about matchups to Kate Anderson in particular, if you had a left arm spinner and an in-swing bowler, I think that's where you'd look to attack her. So it is great to have Baird into the attack, obviously bringing the ball back into the right hander with the breeze as well. It'll keep angling in, and if she's able to get turn as well, that makes it really difficult. So she's off to a nice start here, easing into her spell. No boundaries, just the 2 singles.
I'll ask you about matchups and the importance of it. Good close out of the over, just a couple of runs. Well, at the 10 over mark, the end of the first power play, 37 for 1. Oh, before you go, Susie, as we have a look at the Manhattan, pretty even stuff. There's a lot of lines there for my eyes. When you talk about matchups, what do you talk more about what that actually means, and then how a matchup works against a batter?
I've never been asked actually what it means, but as a batter, there's obviously certain bowlers that you over time score off more freely, or over time get you out more often than not. And with so many stats these days, obviously our statistician has just arrived with coffee, so she's back providing stats. There's so many stats out there that you can work out, okay, this is when this batter struggles to score, this is who gets this batter out more often than not. And often for right-hand batters, the in-swing bowler, the left-arm spinner are really good matchups because the ball's always coming in and it brings LBW bowled. So, look, just because it's the matchup doesn't mean that's the reason you bowl, and obviously you still have to bowl well, but I think it does help, especially early in batters' innings, to put them under pressure.
Usually the weakest point from a batting perspective is your first 10 deliveries. So see Lee Kasprick come in. She's plenty of gesturing, as we know Lee Kasprick really well. She's always manoeuvring around in the field. This is a key moment. Slip in place. Swung hard by Laura Hughes, just to the left of that cover fielder. It's not going to make it to the boundary, but they will pick up 2. How hard is it to face someone like a Lee Kasprick who lacks pace? She's such an intelligent bowler.
Yeah, she's difficult, and she's been brilliant for so many years, and what she's so good at doing is often when spinners get hit, they get quicker, whereas Lee is brave enough to get slower, take pace off, bring the length back, and then sometimes as a batter, the harder you go, the harder it actually gets to generate any pace.
Oh, a bit of a quicker delivery there from Kasprick. I've said this a lot. She's got very small hands, like tiny fingers. So it's quite surprising she can actually get her fingers around the ball. Probably why it doesn't spin as much. That's all right, I've said this to her face as well. Well, she does have tiny hands, doesn't she?
She's not a massive human, is she? She's a little Scottish pocket rocket. Training with her back in Dunedin, she is very strong for a small human. She did a little bit of Olympic lifting back in the day. Very talented athlete, great tennis player. Yes. But with her bowling, she just works with what she's got, and she knows as well that one of her strengths is drifting the ball away, so she's bowling herself from the right end, which will encourage that drift, and sometimes batters play her as an off spinner and often get beaten on the outside edge. I mean, watch the Australians early in her career run past a few, and they learnt pretty quickly to make sure they stayed in line with the ball.
Yeah, she's got a fantastic record against Australia. Also a fantastic record this season. Top wicket taker for the Wellington Blaze. She just adds all sorts. She is a talented athlete. I've seen her play a little bit of tennis. Good hand-eye coordination. Hughes on this occasion sweeps hard. Just out to the fielder as well. Good few over patch here for the Wellington Blaze with the ball. Magicians 40 for 1 after 11. Well, as we say goodbye to Susie Bates, who works out what she means about matchups, Frankie. Pretty even, Stephen, sort of start here. Wickets in hand for the Canterbury Magicians. Wellington Blaze are getting through some of their bowlers as well. We've seen the use of 4 bowlers so far. How do you make of the start?
I think you'd say it's pretty neutral. I think both sides would be reasonably happy with where they're at. Canterbury side able to build a little bit of momentum into the chase. It beats the outside edge of Laura Hughes. And I think Wellington would be pleased it hasn't got away from them, the run rate. It's been a reasonably solid start. They've been able to pick up a wicket early. So I think it's just stayed in that neutral territory at the moment. I think both sides will be reasonably happy. Just shoveled into the leg side, no timing from Hughes on that occasion. I think this actually, as much as the chat of matchups, don't necessarily need it to continue all day, but I think this is actually a key matchup for both of these players. I think a really good opportunity to get the left armour into the attack. Lofted down the ground. Excellent hands through the ball from Hughes. The timing just not quite there once again.
I'll come back for a couple. How many times have we seen the ball just pull up inside the boundary rope? I'm always a big believer of the cricket gods. I'm not saying I've called this early in the 11th, 12th over, but you know when sometimes as your batting team you think, oh, I've just literally picked out the fielder on the boundary every single ball, and the opposition just tended to find the gap, and you thought, is it the angles that we've been setting? Is it the way the game's meant to go? Sounding very superstitious of me, but I just think there's something about the game that sort of tends to fall in favours of teams.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If you have days where you feel like the cricket gods are smiling on you, or they're not, Mother Cricket is against you. Onto the back foot once again, Hughes. Just can't quite find the timing. They've set good fields, the Wellington side. They've got protection out square, allowing their bowlers to bowl into the surface. That means that both of these players are looking to get onto the back foot. Just can't quite manage to get it away. Boundaries have dried up. Tries a different tact. This time there's Hughes. Down on a knee, sweeping square. Just the single though, once again. 12 gone, 43 for 1.
We've had a question come in on the Twitter handle. Stephen from Napier. Question, Frankie, for you is, Wellington Blaze were top of the table, but yet they're playing here in Queenstown. Yep. Should the final of the HBJ be at the top finishing team? I think that's a great question.
Yeah, that's a really good question from Stephen, actually. And there's some merit to it, for sure, because you've played so well through the entire season. You're the top qualifier for a reason. If it had rained, obviously, they'd go home with the title. So the chance to play in front of your friends and family, absolutely, they deserve that chance. And it's worked out a little bit interesting for the Wellington Blaze. Of course, the T20 competition finals day was held at the top qualifier of the men's competition. So that means they had to come all the way down to Christchurch and play a final and lose. And so now they've got the chance, they get to come down to Queenstown. If you had to pick a second ground to come to, this is the one. But it does make for an interesting... That's an outstanding grab from Rebecca Burns. Absolutely sensational. The thick outside edge from Hughes and comfortably taken in the end. The little juggle, the little bobble, but held her nerve, and that's the Magicians 2 down.
Oh, very thick edge. She has flashed at that, Laura Hughes. And she's so close in there, Rebecca Burns. She has taken an absolute brilliant catch there. And with that wicket, it brings to the crease Amy Satterthwaite. And what a special moment here for the Wellington Blaze, who have set a guard of honour for Amy Satterthwaite, who will finish up her cricketing career, professional career here in Queenstown, her last ever innings for the Canterbury Magicians. And what a special touch it is for the Wellington Blaze to set a guard of honour up for Amy Satterthwaite.
158 matches for Satterthwaite. The second most ever played in domestic women's cricket here in New Zealand. Katie Martin, do you know who number 1 is?
Katie Martin.
It's Katie Martin. 169 was the record. But comfortably second is Amy Satterthwaite, career that started back 2003-2004 season. 20 seasons of domestic cricket. Yeah, fantastic record. First person to cross the 5,000 run mark. 5,081 next to her name at the moment. 800s and 36 50s in her career.
It was a special finish for Amy Satterthwaite, who fantastic Hagley Oval and the Canterbury cricket named Hagley Oval Satterthwaite Oval, able to finish up with 100 in her last ever game.
A pretty special moment, that's for sure. It was beautiful, actually, at Hagley Oval, renamed Satterthwaite Oval, and just to have the chance to have your family, your friends, your loved ones there to celebrate that. And it's not every day that you get an oval named after you. I actually think what Hagley Oval needs to do is, for a little gesture, you see around the grounds around the world, you see stands or gates named after someone. I actually think they should plant a tree at Hagley. 45 for 2 after 13. So that's, I just think, nickname branch. I think that's a nice little in. And always talk about that the banks of Hagley Oval need more trees, need more shade.
They do.
And it's going to be there for forever. So
that is some of the best work I've ever heard come out of your mouth. I do love that. You could put a little plaque at the bottom. Yeah, weirdly enough, her family, most of them have nicknamed some form of trees. Brother's very skinny and they call him Twig. Amy is called Branch. And I think Mike Satterthwaite, the dad, is called Log. Coming from a farming town in Culverton, just out of Culverton, so special moment. Mike and Sue have made their way down south. They've driven down. I'm sure there's a few emotions, Frankie, with both Mike and Sue. Grace is still up in Christchurch, so a special moment for the family.
Chance put down by Nicole Beard, going away to her left hand, her strong side. It could be a huge moment in the context of this game.
Oh, she's in brilliant form. Kane Anderson, she can see the funny side of that, but I'm not sure if the Wellington Blaze do such good bowling from Nicole Beard. She's asking questions, exactly the area.
Use of the feet on this occasion from Anderson. It beats the fielder. Big chase for Rebecca Burns. But it's gone all the way. And that is how you answer back. Dropped, catch the ball before, and then Anderson saying, no, I'm going to take the attack now. Dances down, pumps it for 4.
Oh, when Kate Anderson's using her feet as a batter, you know you're in a little bit of trouble as a bowler, that she has comfort at the crease. And they continue to keep the drives up. Don't mind this option. Wellington Blaze know if they can get one of these two batters out, it puts them in the ascendancy.
Overpitched and driven on this occasion. And Kate Anderson, the timing's there. This time it is back-to-back boundaries now for Anderson.
Oh, it's just a bit of composure here from Nicole Baird, just to slow the game down. Maybe Maddie Green just have a couple of words to her to say, look, you can't take back what's happened. 50 runs comes up with that boundary as well for the Canterbury Magicians in the 14th over. It's just to say, Nicole Baird, you're bowling really well. You're creating opportunities. Just back into that stump line. Close out the last couple of balls.
Tries to deflect it onto the stumps. Not quite sure Satterthwaite sees the funny side in that. Misses the stumps comfortably back anyway, but what an end that could be.
You'd almost call her back, wouldn't you, and say, my apologies, dead ball.
Beats the bat to finish the over off. 14 gone. 53 for 2.
The one thing that's fantastic for Kate Anderson is you look at her coming in this season for the Canterbury Magicians and being able to bat so much with Amy Satterthwaite, and while you can look at a senior player and say, well, if they haven't scored runs or whatnot, but it's actually the guidance they've been able to provide to other players. As we see a replay of a boundary that picked up the 50 runs for the Magicians, just being able to pass on so much knowledge. I know that Amy Satterthwaite is doing some coaching in Christchurch at the moment, but just even out in the middle in that moment.
And off the mark. Satterthwaite just turned around the corner. It doesn't matter how much cricket you play, there's always a sigh of relief with that one. But yeah, she's been immense for a long time in this red and black side, and the chance for these players and young players, and especially Kate Anderson coming in first season in the Canterbury side, is just to be able to pick the brains. Just spend some time, see how she goes about things, see how she goes about her preparation, talk to her about some tough situations, how to fight through those, setting targets, working as a partnership, all that kind of stuff. You've just got knowledge on tap, and so to be able to have someone who's so generous with their time, generous with their knowledge, it's been amazing for this side for a long time now.
You think almost with this Wellington Blaze bowling lineup that they're probably around 4 spinners. Monika Singh bowls probably at that spin pace, and she does it so effectively. You've got Nicole Baird, Zara Jetley and Lee Kasprick as well, and then you throw in Jessica who will probably bowl cutters at the back end, so it's going to be a lot of off-pace deliveries. The Magician batters are going to have to contend with. It's not a wicket that typically spins a lot, but it does enough with the drift with the wind. They're going to have to try and combat it, be brave to be able to hit down the ground. It'll be the manipulation of the field as well from Lee Kasprick about when she keeps the drives up and pushes them back. So going to have to force the issue a little bit here, the Magicians. They're behind the run rate, but there's plenty of overs to go.
Yeah, just takes one into the offside, does Anderson. And I think that's all around your targets that you set along the way. So it'll be at drinks, what are we looking at? 20 overs, what are we looking at? 30 overs, what are we looking at? And then it'll come down to how many you're prepared to leave off the last 10. And then from there, how many you're prepared to leave off the last 5. So long-term planning. Just picks out the fielder in the ring, does Satterthwaite. Another tidy over for the Blaze. Just 2 runs coming from it. The Magicians 55 for 2.
The weather's played ball here in Queenstown, excuse the pun, but the sun has come out and it's just baking the wicket nicely. I've seen a few spectators up the top there, Frankie, by that light tower watching over the games. Such a good spot to be able to watch the cricket.
They picked the spot out of the wind as well. They have a nice easy viewing from up there.
I think if I'm Wellington, I'm reflecting on the season. I'm saying Nicole Baird, what a fantastic addition to the team. She's probably bowled more overs than she would have expected. There are a couple of injuries. Sophie Devine not bowling as well, being out for quite a number of games. She's really been the find and someone that has cemented her mark, I think, in this Wellington Blaze side, irrespective of how many White Ferns they have or not have playing at any one point in time. She's one of your main players that you're going to put on the list. Be impressed with her, Frank?
Yeah, I have, and I think it's actually a really good sign as well. I think she's in her late 20s. 28 off the top of our heads here. And so it actually shows that there's a way still to get into domestic cricket a little bit later. I think traditionally you see a lot of players come in their teens or in their early 20s, and it can be a tough sport to keep at for a long time. But you often see a lot of people who are mid-late 20s who haven't yet played domestic cricket. And they get a bit disheartened with it and they think it's never going to happen, and there's generally tends to be a push for youth as well. So it actually, I love seeing it because you've got this player who's toiled away at her craft, knows what she's all about, knows what she's doing, and then straight away has been able to come into domestic cricket and just replicate those skills. Just has got a good understanding of what she's trying to do, where she's been successful. Especially as a bowler, I think that's a really useful thing to have. You're going to come up against some really experienced cricketers, some fantastic cricketers on flat wickets, but if you know what you're about, that almost gives you a little advantage. So I've loved the way she's played her cricket. I've loved seeing someone new come into the scene and just be able to pick up good performances right from game one. I'm just sliding on outside the off stump. She's not a big turner of the ball. She's not someone who's going to spin the ball half a wicket, but she can do just enough off the surface. Just a little hint of grip at times. Other ones just slide on, and especially to the right-hander, that can be really dangerous, attacking the stumps, attacking the pads. Just a little loosener there though, just sliding down the leg side to the left-handed Satterthwaite.
One thing that Satterthwaite has done here is just moved her stance across with her toes out on that off stump, so if the ball is straight, she will look to play that on the leg side, plenty of space.
Just chopping down on that one, just staying maybe a tiny bit low, just skidding on.
For me, the longer that Amy Satterthwaite bats, the better she's going to get. She's one of those players that the more that she's there, the more timing she gets, finds the middle of the bat, and then she's away. So it's just absorbing a little bit of pressure here, Satterthwaite. Try to get her timing on this wicket, and then she'll be away.
Gets that one out to cover for a single. 16 gone, it's 58 for 2 at the end of the Nicole Baird over. It is the end of Katie Martin's stint as well. Just going to go and put the feet up. Check Twitter for more questions. She'll be back later with those, don't you worry. But for now, it's the Wellington Blaze ahead of this game. They are making all the plays and all the running at the moment. The spinner's on, nice and accurate. And alongside me, it is captain of the day, Willie Nichols.
Thank you, Frankie. I certainly wouldn't be claiming the captain's armband alongside the names of Mackay, Bates and Martin, but as it was, if that's what I need to do, that's the role you need from me, then I'm happy to do it. And speaking of a role, Amy Satterthwaite, she is in the driver's seat here, alongside Kate Anderson, too, a key partnership, as you mentioned, Frank, and looks like Lee Kaspricken for her fourth over. She's got 1 for 7. Bowling to the left-hander. She's got a slip in place. This is a good matchup for both, I would imagine. She's still got the one she flicks out the front of the finger, the deucer, if you will.
Sure does. She's actually got a lot of tricks, does Casper. She's very canny in how she goes about things, and something I've always wished I could do as well as her. She can actually drift the ball in both directions.
Yeah, Satterthwaite on the sweep, a shot she plays well. Yeah, when you're lining up against her, as you mentioned, a lot of guile, drift, and she does vary her flight as well. So as a batter, what are the things you're trying to come up with to counteract what she's trying to do when you're facing her?
Well, I think you've just got to decide on your method. So generally when playing spin, everyone's got a preference. So it tends to be, do you want to use your feet, try and hit down the ground? Do you want to play off the back foot? Or are you someone who likes to sweep and try and access square? And so you generally have one of those you tend to favour. So that tends to be option number one. But then it's around matching up how easy that is actually to play against certain bowlers. So I don't mind using my feet to the spinners, but I really struggled with Lee because of her ability to drift the ball both ways. So it almost feels like she can set me up with just drifting a few in. I can use my feet to that, I can hit her down the ground, that's coming into the swing arc. And then it looks identical out of the hand, and it just starts floating away from you towards the slip cordon. And that's a horrible feeling when you're running down the wicket at it, and it's just getting further and further away.
Absolutely, and she pushes this one through a little bit quicker, but it's well played from Kate Anderson off the back foot. Haven't seen the use of the feet as yet, so you're saying that the drift as much as the turn can be the worry for the batter?
Massively. Sometimes it feels like the ball from her, it's almost like it swings, but she's not bowling them seam up, so it's not like a genuine arm ball, but it just feels like it just keeps going away from you, and just makes that so hard to get any timing.
Well, the footwork there, and she'll get a single for it. Classical Satterthwaite on the cover drive, nothing better. That'll end the over. It's a good one from Kasparek, and the Magicians, they're 61 for 2. Welcome back to Sir John Davies Oval. If you're just joining us here in Queenstown, one-day women's final. And it's the Magicians in a run chase against the Wellington Blaze, the top qualifiers. And if you believe in fairy tales, well, you've got one on your hands here. It's Amy Satterthwaite in her final professional game. She's got the willow in hand and, as we mentioned, a run chase on her hands as well. The required run rate starting to creep up here. The Blaze have been very disciplined so far. Sharp in the field as we expect, and they've got the Magicians, I'm not going to say under pressure, Frankie Mackay, but there's certainly the weight of the run rate becoming an issue, or at what point does that become an issue? Two relatively experienced batters out in the middle.
It does. It definitely can become an issue, that's for sure, but I think these two will be reasonably comfortable in how they're going about things. I think there will have been discussions around how many they're prepared to leave off the last 20 overs, so almost trying to create that death phase as a T20 scenario.
It's Jess Kerr back into the attack, so an aggressive option here from Lee Kasparek. And Satterthwaite, just reminding you of the classy stroke play. So elegant, so balanced, flicks that off the legs out to the leg side sweeper. So this is an attacking move from the Blaze. They're obviously looking to keep taking wickets, keep applying pressure.
Yeah, definitely is an attacking move here, and I think, again, to use that phrase, matchups, I think it is a great matchup to both of these players. The ability to shape the ball back in to Kate Anderson. Yes, she's faced 25 balls in her innings, but can be susceptible to the ball coming back in around that knee roll height. And then, of course, it provides the opportunity to take the ball away from Amy Satterthwaite, and that has been a slight Achilles heel at times, especially when she's not fully in and set in her innings.
Absolutely. Well, that's full and it's dug out, and they'll sneak a single again. Yeah, and you just feel similar to the role sort of Maddie Green and Lee Kasparek applied in the middle along with Jess McFadden. You feel like Canterbury will want this partnership to take them deep before they can unleash the likes of Cox, Dean and Savage down in the lower sort of rungs of the order. Is that how you sort of see them traditionally setting up your magicians?
Yeah, I think it's just around being really clear about what you're prepared to chase. And it's easy to say as a set batter, if you've got 50 or 60 next to your name, you say, yeah, we're happy to chase 9s and 10s, we'll have a go at that. But it's not necessarily realistic for the whole group. So it's just around where you want to be at what stage. There definitely will be discussions at this point around trying to keep wickets in hand. So the ability then with a reasonably quick scoring middle order to actually extend that out. You've obviously got great security having someone, the talent and ability of Satterthwaite coming in at number 4.
And it's Kerr again, and that's exactly what her captain will want it, trying to get it to go across the left-handed. Doesn't look like a lot of swing still out there. The ball obviously 18 overs old now. If anyone's going to find that swing, it would be Jess Kerr.
It would be Jess Kerr, absolutely. And that's why I like this. This is good, aggressive captaincy. It's not just letting the game dawdle. It's not just letting these two get set and potentially get to the 25 over mark and you're realising, they've put a decent partnership on. How do we break it? It's actually trying to get a wicket early on.
Yep, and it signals to the batters as well. We're coming after you. We're not going to let this keep developing. But at the same time, that required run rate, it's edging over 6. More than a run a ball. I imagine that might be the watermark for these batters. Try and keep that around a run a ball if they can, for as long as they can, before you get into that last death phase.
Yeah, that'll be... I think they'll be comfortable anything up until 7s. I mean, it depends how long you've got to score at 7s, but I think probably the most they'd be wanting to chase in the last 20 overs would probably be 150, 160. That would be the absolute top mark of where you'd want to be at that point. Obviously, you want a little bit more breathing room than that. That's not your perfect planning. That's, I guess, worst case scenario. So it's just about being clear exactly how you want to go about it. They know that Wellington will have to bowl a 5th bowler, and they know that they'll actually have to bowl a 6th bowler as well, because Jess Kerr is not meant to be getting through her 10 overs. She's on bowling loads, meant to be between 6 and 8. And so it leaves that little question mark of who's going to bowl those extras. Maybe it's a couple of overs that could be targeted, and just you see a couple of overthrows there, you think maybe that's just the little twist that you need if you're the Canterbury Magicians to think maybe things are starting to go our way.
Yep, and it's going to be... looks like a time for a drink out here in Queenstown. The Magicians, they've found their way to 65 for 2 after 18 overs. Kate Anderson, 18. Amy Satterthwaite in her final professional game on 7. And we'll take a little break here as we look through the scorecard. Hughes and Gherkin, they started well. Some lovely shots straight down the grounds from Abby Gherkin. She looks like a fine player coming through. Hughes was on the pull shot quite a bit, but it was Lee Kasperick and Jess Kerr who got the breakthroughs. And it's a wonderful day down here in Queenstown. The sun is out. Frankie Mackay, Susie Bates, Katie Martin alongside me in the commentary box. Thanks for joining us wherever you are. Reminder, you can text in your questions, or tweet your questions rather. Hashtag HBJ Final. We've had a question already in from Steve that might actually just be Katie's dad. But we'd encourage any of the audience to send this in and use the brains that are in the commentary box here. In this final, which really is shaping up to be a cracker. A good wicket and a great ground and a good old-fashioned run chase with the key protagonist, Amy Satterthwaite, out in the middle. She's got her family here today for her final game. A wonderful servant of New Zealand cricket. Long-time teammate of yours, Frank. A class player. You talked about her record before, but also a lovely person.
Yeah, she is. She's one of the best, and I think it's been a lovely little period at the end of her career, because she announced she was retiring, so the chance to actually have people say really lovely things about you, which I think is really deserved. When you play for that long and you've had the influence that she's had, it's nice to have that moment that actually people can sit down and just say, hey, you've been brilliant, and how much she's meant to them as a person, meant to the group. And I've done a couple of interviews actually this week leading up to this game, and that's been the question people want to know is, well, what's Amy Satterthwaite like, and what does she mean to this group? And you actually have to kind of sit back and think about it, because I think the biggest positive I can say about her is actually that she is the Canterbury Magicians. No one in this group, no one in the last 20 years has actually played in a team without Amy Satterthwaite. So when you start talking about culture and values and team ethos and how we go about things and how the Magicians seem to always find a way to win games out of nowhere, and if any team's going to be able to do it, Canterbury's going to do it, and prided themselves on fielding standards and intelligent play and big partnerships and match-defining innings. Actually, all of that comes back down to her. So when you actually think of Amy Satterthwaite, when you think of the Canterbury Magicians, you think of her. Like, she is the driving force behind this team and all the players that have gone through it. And when you actually have the chance to sit down and talk to people about her, everyone says the same thing. Like, we were just so lucky to be in the same team as Brunchy. We were so lucky to have our careers come along at the same time as her. So lucky to be able to pick her brains, that she was always so kind and so generous with her time. And that's really the biggest thing you could say, is if you had to pick a teammate that you wanted to spend every moment of the day with, it'd be her. There's no one better to talk cricket with, no one better to stand at the non-strikers end from, no one better in a stressful situation to come up to you as a bowler when you've been knocked over your head for six a couple of times and actually say, it's okay, it's all right, what's the new plan?
And no higher praise really from your own teammate to be seen in that light. And she is actually at the non-strikers end here, and she's got a real role to play. We spoke about the targets, you thought maybe anywhere from 140 to 160 off that last 20 overs. That would mean getting another sort of 40 or 50 here in the next 10 or 12. So you're very much of the opinion, Branch and Kate, we're looking to build that partnership and set that platform for, the final 20 overs.
Yeah, I think that's the most they'd like to leave it to. I think perfect world, it's a little bit less than that, but I think you almost work from a position of worst case scenario and work it back, which sounds a little negative, I'm sure, to those listening, but it's all around how you're prepared to chase and how you're prepared to go about it. So if these two can bat out, let's say they bat to 30 overs, which means there's 20 left. If they go up 4 and over, 5 and over for the next 12, you go, yeah, that's actually looking pretty good. Yes, it means that you're leaving 7s plus for the last 20, but with 8 wickets in hand, you then can just play it like a T20 game. You can just have players that look to take on more of a free licence. You've got players that can come in and run hard. Of course, you've got Leah Tahuhu back in the side, and so you get that hitting ability. You get someone who can come in and hit you 30 off 10 balls. And of course, you're not setting up your innings that's what you're going to get, because of course it's a high risk role. It's hard to execute every time. But when you know you've got players of that ability coming in that can play those little cameos all the way down to number 11.
Well, all the way down. It's all the way down the pitch. That's Amy Satterthwaite. She says to Lee Kasparek, I'm going to come down and play a classical lofted on drive, 2 bounces for 4, breaks the shackles.
And that's what I think you can expect to see throughout this partnership between these two. Yes, they'll be measured in how they go about things, and they'll want to be playing low risk cricket, but when the odds are in your favour, as they were there, both drives up inside the circle, hitting with the wind, slow spinner, tossing it up to you, you back yourself to execute your skills and to take that aggressive option.
Yeah, it's a great battle, this. Good aggressive captaincy from Lee Kasparek, though, asking Amy Satterthwaite to take the risk. She took the risk, it paid off, and she's pushed long on back. So there's a single there now. Now deep covers going back as well. Real cat and mouse stuff. 2 high quality players, vastly experienced in the international cricket scene as well. And they're going at each other here. Good power in the drive from Amy. That burst through that left hand of Lee Kasparek, and they'll get a single. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about Leah Tahu. Is she a chance of floating, do you think, depending on how this run chase goes, as we just watch the replay? Talk us through this one, Frank.
Oh, it's just slightly over pitch, just slightly tossed up, and it's the one Satterthwaite identifies early. That's actually the one that's drifting in towards her, so just into the hitting arc. Both drives up inside the circle. It means she's essentially got a free hit at it. You've just got to clear those fielders and it'll race away. So just great batting. Shows she's clued in. She's picking up the cues early from Kasparek, just able to take full toll of it.
Yeah, and brave as well to get the feet going down there. We heard Frankie Mackay talking earlier about the variations from Lee Kasparek and the ability to dance past one. That's the end of her 4th over. But back to Leah Tahuhu, yeah, a chance to float. We've obviously seen her power well in both the domestic and international cricket. That is an option for the Magicians should this run chase sort of play out, where they do have some options to float batters.
Yep, absolutely. And I think what Leah also has as part of her arsenal is, yes, she hits the ball a mile. We all know that. She hits the ball exceptionally hard, but she actually hits the ball to slightly odd places at times. So she can be hard when you are defending a total on a new ground. It is neutral. It's not the Wellington Blazers' home ground where you know the ins and outs and where the ground runs quickly and where you need protection and all the angles to do with the wind. So she becomes that hard person to bowl to because you think you've got your field right, and then she just manages to awkwardly hit it in gaps, and then you feel like you're forever chopping and changing and moving the angles backwards and forwards, and you never quite get it right. And also, she's lightning fast between the wickets. It's a reasonably big ground here, especially into the pockets. So if you've got a set batter in, you actually feel when Tahuhu comes in at the non-striker's end that she basically can get back for two all the time, and it becomes really difficult to build any kind of pressure or momentum as a bowling team.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Zara Jetley coming into the attack. Left arm orthodox. Huh?
Right arm.
Oh, she right arm, sorry. That is just absolute inexperience. Right arm off spin. That's well played off the back foot from Kate Anderson. It'll beat cover. And the other twos we're talking about out into the pocket. Yeah, I was just looking at that scorecard there, Frankie, from the first innings. The other danger of the other side that we can see is if you do lose wickets, it can be hard for the tail to go at a decent clip. I think they were 38 runs off the last 10 overs, the Blaze, after getting themselves into a really good position there at 220 for 4. They lost the wickets, 38 runs from that last 10 overs. So that's the flip side if you do go too early.
Correct, and that's the flip side of creating too much pressure. Easy to say, yeah, we'll chase 150 off the last 20, but then if you lose a couple of wickets, bang, bang, all of a sudden that is very difficult to do for two new players.
Yep, it's the classic balance, trying to balance runs and wickets in the tank. But you just imagine these are the two players the Magicians are happy to have in the middle with the game in the balance here, and they've got a long way to go. That's the thing with 50 over cricket. You know, this is only 20 overs old, this innings. And they'll be trying to play the long game. That run rate required still sitting around about 6. Frankie Mackay alluded to the fact they'll be happy to see that stay around there, maybe go to 7s, especially if they can keep the wickets intact. It's the right arm off spin of Zara Jetley. Talk to us about facing her, what she looks to do with the ball.
Well, she's another slightly different character with ball in hand. Bowls off spin. She's not a big turner of the ball, but what she does really well is actually vary pace up and down. But she's got the ability to get the ball going, drifting away from the right-hander. So at times, especially wind dependent, you're setting yourself up almost to play her like a little outswinger rather than thinking traditional off spinner, turn, bounce, coming back into you.
Yep, and that's exactly what we see there as it gets past the bat of Kate Anderson, and it's a good start. Just the 4 runs from the first over. A little bit flatter and quicker in general than Lee Kasparek.
Yeah, definitely than Lee. She looks to bowl a little bit fuller as well. Lee almost looks to take her wickets by being on that nice full length, good length, and then being able to use change of pace to end up shorter of that. So you start reaching for it, playing early. Zara Jetley's almost the opposite. She likes to bowl length and then full of a length. And so that's almost her change-up, is to get right up into the block hole and just make boundary scoring hard. And she knows her role in this team is, with Wellington, the way they want to do things is just push the required rate up and up and up and up. And so her role through this middle order is just not to take too much punishment, to be nice and tight, to go at 3s, 4s, 5s and build pressure that way.
Absolutely, and you just saw the Manhattans there, or the Worm as it's known. Fantastic job on NZC Productions. Regan Ramsey-Boyd. Not far away from where Wellington were, and that's what they'll try and keep in touch with the required run rate and take this one as deep as they can. Is a bowling change. I think it's Nicole Beard back into the attack.
There's your left arm ortho.
That's the one I was looking for. It was actually the way Jetley set up. It looked like I thought she was going to come in. It's worked out to the deep mid-wicket. Tamsin Newton out there. I really do like the way they field the Blazers, isn't it? A lot of intensity. They've obviously got the players to do it as well. There's a high tempo. They do try and put the pressure back on the batters. 11 against 2, of course, out there.
Yeah, they try and build the pressure, and also they're just really well organised in what they do. There's not too many conversations and chopping and changing mid-over. Seem very clear in their plans.
That one's short. It's smacked right into the pitch, and it comes off hard. In terms of a big hard block like that out there, as a batter, that's sort of music to your ears. You know you can hit it in there and it can race away, particularly on this fast outfield.
Absolutely, and for those listening that have got sore elbows and sore shoulders from having to throw the ball in, it's music to your ears as well. Being able to bounce, throw in off the block, skim it in hard over top of the stumps. That is always the dream.
Yeah. Excuse me for my ignorance, but is that a part of the game as well in the domestic scene that you see trying to soften the ball up? We hear that talked a lot about in international cricket, both women's and men's.
Not too much, to be really honest, now that it's gone to 2 new balls, so you get one at each end, it stays. So you're only ever going to have a ball that's 25 overs old. So there's generally not the same opportunity, obviously, as there was when 50 overs, 1 ball. It would get soft, it would get... Yeah, you'd almost get the leather starting to come off it by the end, and so it would become hard to hit for 4 and 6. But you don't quite get that same opportunity now with 2 new balls.
Well kept as well.
And so often when you see people throwing it in, bounce throw, that's more around, is the quickest way. If you've got a big block, the quickest way, a flat, hard throw, 1 bounce into the keeper, rather than, we'd probably term it Earth to Mars, lobbing it in to get it there on the full. And sometimes it's just saving your arm a little bit as well. Whenever you get the opportunity, not having to throw it the 100%, you can actually take a little bit off, ease the load a little bit, and make it a little more accurate and a little easier on the body too.
Absolutely. Well, it's 3 from the over from Beard. She's come back into the attack. She's doing a job. Susie Bates comes back into the commentary box. I think she's due on roster soon, warming up in the back.
Might even get a little sing-along later for those tuning in. That's what you can actually tweet us. Hashtag HBJ Final. What song would you like Susie Bates to be belting out on the mic?
Well, she has given up a 660 concert ticket to be here, so it's an option as Jet Li comes in again. She's got a cover sweeper, 2 out on the leg side, and Satterthwaite just leans back, plays a classical cut shot out to the sweeper. Is there going to be an aggressor in this partnership, Frankie Mackay, or they both leave it to each other to see how they want to take down the different bowlers?
I think there'll be a little bit of a mix. I think both are the kind of players that if you give them an opportunity to hit you for 4, they'll comfortably take it with both hands. But it'll also just be pretty happy to just keep batting. Lots of 1s, lots of 2s. Just trying to minimise dot balls will be the go-to at the moment.
Yeah, it's a nice tight line that she's holding there, Jet Li. Frankie Mackay mentioned not always looking to be a big turner of the ball, just looking to hold a line, bring the stumps into play. 3 out on the leg side, a long on, deep backward square, deep square, and a cover sweeper. So she's got the protection. She drops it slightly short, but that one's been worked fine, and there's going to be a chase on here. They'll get 2. Satterthwaite's pushing hard. I don't think they'll get 3 as the throw comes in from Singh. Yeah, Kate Anderson, seriously, pretty good end to the Super Smash season, which we saw. What's the secret to her batting when she's batting well?
Just think she keeps it nice and simple, which sounds, every batter says that, and it's not a cop-out of an answer, but it actually is. She's just really clear in exactly how she wants to score. I think at times with players, especially players who are so talented like Anderson, is they almost have too many shot options. They say, I could sweep that, I could hit that over the top, I could try and run it to third man, and she's actually just really clear about how she wants to go about things. And the thing I like most about Anderson is just how hard she works. There's very few people around that could say that they hit as many balls as her in a week or do as much training as her, and I think you're just starting to see her reap the rewards for that. Very organised in how she does things, very dedicated to what she does, and just loves scoring runs. And there's nothing more you want to see in batters than people who just want to bat and bat and bat all day, and then they want to turn up the next day and do it all again. So it's been excellent to see the way she's gone about her cricket, and it's been really cool to see the rewards that have come from that as well.
Yeah, outstanding insights from teammate Frankie Mackay. It'll be a dot ball to finish. 5 off the over. The run rate required continues to creep up, but the Magicians continue to build this partnership. And Frankie mentioned Kate Anderson just wants to keep on batting, and that is what the Canterbury fans who have made the trip down will want to see these two do. Bowling change in the middle, it looks like. I think Singh's going to be coming back in, and it's a double change because Mackay's going to come out of the attack, and Susie Bates, who we were talking about earlier, has come in. She's just going to check her mic is on.
La.
Yeah, there was a threat of singing. No one's tweeted in a song, so she'll keep the vocals to just commentary as it stands. And Amy Satterthwaite's going to face up to the left arm of Monika Singh, and that one's short and pulled away. She'll be gutted. She's missed out. She's hit the deep backward square fielder. How is this partnership developing in your eyes here, Susie Bates? It's 39 off 57. They've been patient and they've understood what they need to do.
Yeah, it's been a very good partnership so far, given the situation. They're keeping the run rate under control. Everyone knows, watching this game, that there is 2 big wickets out there in this Canterbury run chase, and look, both batters have allowed themselves to get into the game, and now this partnership is building nicely.
Yeah, Singh in again. Should be looking to sort of shape that back, and that's a good single. Hit and ran with it. They have done that well. They've rotated the strike. And that means even if the boundaries aren't coming, you're able to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Also, left hand, right hand, always helpful, always very annoying for the opposition captain.
Nothing worse as a captain to have a left hand, right hand partnership, and both batters getting up and down the crease, constant change of the field, and it changes the lines for the bowler as well.
Saying that is short, and it's punched to cover. They'll get a single again.
It will be interesting how Lee Kasprick uses her bowlers. They've only used 5 bowlers so far. There has been talk of Jess Kerr being on load similar to Leah Tahuhu, so they potentially will have to find a 6th bowler, and who that is and when that comes into the game could be an important part of this run chase.
Absolutely. You do feel the longer this partnership goes, and if they can stay up on the rate, then the stronger that does make the position for Canterbury. I mean, we've talked about the 6th bowling option. Who do you think? It's, if you look out there down the names, they've obviously gone with the extra batter today, and whether Jess Kerr will in fact bowl her 10 overs. Stroke from Satterthwaite down the grounds. The singles keep on coming.
You have got Tamsin Newton out there, who has not bowled a lot recently but can bowl some medium pace and has experience at this level. Maddie Green, although she's been donning the glove, so she's hardly bowled her off spin recently.
As that's flicked out to the leg side, and you imagine the Canterbury Magicians will know that as well. When they look at that lineup that was named at the toss, they would instantly see that potentially there is a gap in the 6th bowling option. That's why the more pressure they can put on the early on. But that's the end of Monika Singh's over. She's come back into the attack. Magicians 90 for 2 after 23. Patient, going at 3.91. The run rate required, just over a run a ball. But as we have spoken about, this is a good ground for chasing. It's a true wicket, and you get value for shots out here. It's Jetley in again. Ooh, she's given herself a bit of room there to try and whip it down the leg side. It's come off the pad. Bowling nice and straight, stump to stump, as we alluded to. And with 3 back on the leg side, what is the option here for Kate Anderson if she wanted to go for a boundary, Susie Bates? Is it straight down the grounds like that? Where would you be looking?
Having watched Kate Anderson recently, that shot through extra cover mid-off or over mid-off, I think it is a tough option into the wind to go over, so using her feet to go through or piercing that gap to the left of extra cover is a really good option.
Yeah, we saw the use of the feet, the ball before, and now she gets the shorter one and whips it away behind square. Fast hands. Impressive to watch.
She does hit the ball hard, and like you say, she's so quick onto length. That's one of her strengths. As soon as the ball's short, she's onto the back foot. I think as well, with 3 out on the leg side, as a batter, you don't want to forget about the pockets. There's massive space, so you don't always have to take on the fielder. You can actually just hit hard into the pockets and try and get multiples, whether that's a 2, and if you get the gap right, it's 4. So I don't think they have to take too much risk and hit over the field just yet. There's plenty of space out there.
Yep, absolutely, and it is lower risk as well, keeping the ball on the ground. It's gently in again, that one's pulled. Might just be the single again. Looking to play her off the back foot quite a bit there, Kate Anderson, either advancing and trying to get it relatively on the full or on the half volley, or getting deep in the box and pulling.
Yeah, the key to playing spin bowling is either getting out to the ball or getting back in the crease and using the depth of the crease, so really good use of the feet. I think another key way to play spin is if you can manipulate the field behind the wicket and get rid of the mid-wicket fielder, then you've got plenty of space to get the multiples into the leg side, but that can be seen as high risk and not needed just yet. But if that run rate moves up into the 7s, we may need to see some innovation and accessing more areas of the ground.
Well, that was a wonderful example of what Susie Bates was talking about there. Amy Satterthwaite rolling the wrists on it, lightly tucking it into the fine leg gap and running an easy 2. And that's the 50 partnership up for the Magicians, Kate Anderson and Amy Satterthwaite. It's been a fine partnership, 3/4 of an hour, 69 balls, exactly what the Magicians would have wanted here in the middle, the important partnership. They're denying the Blaze wickets, and they're staying up with the run rate.
Yeah, good start from Hughes and Gherkin with a partnership of 31, but players talk a lot in 50 over cricket about 100-run partnerships, and they can be match defining, and knowing Amy, that's exactly what she'll be talking about, that these two kick on to that 100-run partnership and really get them in this run chase.
Yeah, well, as you can see there, they've just been able to keep the singles ticking over. It hasn't been a blaze of boundaries or anything like that. It's been clever batting, picking their spots, running hard. And the Blaze, of course, as we've spoken about, whether they'll look to go for that 6th bowling option, whether they'll need to go to that 6th bowling option depending on the availability of Jess Kerr to bowl her remainder of overs, obviously just back from the T20 World Cup, and same as Leah Tahuhu on bowling loads. This one's pitched up and shaping away. It's beaten the bat of Amy Satterthwaite, who looked to launch herself into that signature cover drive. And that did swing and hoop late.
That's such an advantage when you have a bowler still being able to swing the ball in the 24th over, shape away from the left-hander, and as a batter, as soon as the ball's moving, it makes it a lot more difficult. So you've got players like Monika Singh, Jess Kerr, who are always going to swing the ball, which makes it more difficult as a batter to line them up. But Singh doing a brilliant job here for Wellington, managing to keep it to those ones and dots so far throughout this over.
Yeah, all the Wellington bowlers, as I look down the scorecard, all their RPOs, less than 5. It's been a really tight, disciplined bowling performance. They may only have the 2 wickets, but every bowler either going at 3s and 4s, and that is ratcheting up the pressure here on the Magicians. Katie Martin moonlighting as the caterer. She's just come in, and it looks like got a bit of sponsors product, pump water or sparkling water. I think I'll go sparkling water. Thanks, Katie. Susie Bates. It's Monika Singh in again, and that's more width. That could be a wide, and it will be a wide. Umpire Chris Brown. It's great to see Brownie out here, standing in the women's one-day final. And if it does get tense and tight down the straight, we will be looking to the umpires. Always right in the middle of the spotlight. Trudy Anderson, match referee as well. It's a galaxy of stars down here in Queenstown. And Susie Bates with me in commentary. That one's dropped in short. It's pulled away. And that'll be the 100 up for the Magicians. In the 25th over, they're at the halfway point in terms of overs. And they are looking to leave themselves around that 130, 140, as Frankie Mackay alluded to, off the last 20. So a well-timed run chase at the present. What do you think for the last 20 overs, Susie Bates? What would you be comfortable chasing out here against this bowling attack? It's another single as work by Amy Satterthwaite down the grounds, nearly taking out Kate Anderson's bat from her very hands.
the match is very well poised for a fairy tale finish here. Fingers crossed, although I'm neutral, of course. But yeah, I think that 120 off the last 20, if you can have that run rate required in between 6 and 7, on a wicket like this when you need to up the ante, there's plenty of scoring options out there. I think, the more you leave at the back end though, and if you lose a couple of wickets, that's when it gets to squeaky bum time, and in a final, 6 and over can feel like 8. I've been there before watching Caitlin Blakely and Polly Ingalls finish a match after I got out with about 30 runs to get, and we were very nervously watching, and those 30 runs felt like twice as many in a final. So look, anything can happen. Just been a great game of cricket, and here's the bowling change that we've talked about. Jess Kerr obviously following her guidelines, which is good to see and tough for a player to do in a final, but they've turned to the experienced bowler in Maddie Green, the experienced player. She has bowled a lot of off-spin overs, and she is actually very handy. The problem with Maddie is she didn't back herself as much as everyone else did, so I think this is a huge move, and it's going to be interesting to see how they play this out.
Well, she's already got 100 to her name today. What can Maddie Green do with the ball as we see another low-flying plane coming into the airport? Quite a sight if you're in the Portacom commentating this one, with planes coming in the background. And it's Green to start with her off-spin to another off-spinner, and Amy Satterthwaite. Yeah, we saw Maddie with the gloves at times for the White Ferns lately. Truly the absolute all-rounder.
Definition of the all-rounder. Reluctantly so, though, I think, for Maddie. But that first delivery, as she bowls another one here, it's always nice when you haven't bowled for a while to have that first one come out and to be backed in the field as well. Brilliant stop there from Plummer again. She's going to save plenty of runs, but when you've got fielders like that and you're probably a little bit nervous with the ball, that always helps. So great start from Maddie Green. Great matchup to be able to bowl to a left-hander too. So it's going to be interesting whether she only gets her 2 overs or she can actually produce a few more for this Wellington side.
Yeah, and interesting to see how the Canterbury players look to attack her. Do they look to try and put the pressure back on Wellington and hit her out of the attack? Or will they have a little look to begin with? Looks like she's bowling pretty straight, 3 back on the leg side, and that one is knocked down to long on. I mean, for the Blaze, it'll be really about trying to get through a few sneaky overs here, and potentially for the Magicians, is it a chance to try and put some pressure back on and really try and peg back that run rate? What do you see, Susie Bates? Well, that one's short, and she probably got away with that a little.
The great thing about Maddie is she's got such a good cricket brain that she'll understand the field she needs to set and where she wants to be hit, and she'll be trying to squeeze these 2 overs in for as little as possible. And it's a tough one because as batters you think they're a bowler to target, but often that brings a wicket.
Yeah, skillful, bowls with a bit of gold. Does like bowling in the nets, if I recall my times as White Ferns media manager. Not afraid to get in there and get in the contest.
Yeah, she brings a lot of banter in the nets as well. She, gets stuck in. Very competitive character. So, if there was one person that I was going to trust with the ball in a final, knowing she's done the work in the nets, perhaps not recently, but she's got that experience and she loves the fight.
And she might. Will she get away with that? No, it'll be a wide. Just the 4 runs. She's done her job so far. And if you're Amy Satterthwaite, you don't want to be getting out to Maddie Green in your final game. You won't hear the end of that for a while. She's in for her last one, and there's the feet dancing, and it's going to beat Burns, I think, at mid-off. But of course, the omnipresent fielder, Georgia Plymouth, she's absolutely everywhere, and she will fire that back in. But they will get a couple, or did they just get one there? I think they just got one. Great fielding. It's 106 for 2 at the 26th over mark. I'm going to give myself a spell, and I'm going to bring into the attack Katie Martin to bowl in combination with Susie Bates.
Good form there, Willie Nichols. One thing he didn't say, Susie, he talked about bowling in the nets, the White Ferns. He did have a bunny when Willie Nichols, who is the current Black Caps media manager, runs the cutter at New Zealand Cricket in the media department, brother of Henry Nichols as well. He couldn't get away with that. Found his way with the White Ferns a number of occasions, Susie, and I feel like he had a wee bunny in the nets when he had to bowl.
Yeah, I did often call upon Willie when there was extra batting time, and no one saw this catch, but I'm going to tell it for Willie's sake. He took me out the back nets at Lincoln. He used to bowl some nice little in swingers, which I always struggled with, so it was handy. And he took an absolute screamer, caught and bowled, horizontal, flying to his right, but only myself and Willie were there to see it. So we've relived it a couple of times, but no one else actually saw the catch, but it was one of the best catches I've seen.
Yeah, I'm trying to picture that, but I'm sure it happened. As you're explaining, Suze, very good in-swing bowler, like just to hit that niggly length. Lee Kasparek, she's into another over. Sort of feel like she's here to break this partnership. Wickets that the Wellington Blaze are after. This is such a crucial partnership. I don't think, Suze, the run rate required is potentially an issue. Maybe if it gets up 7 onwards, but at the moment with 2 in batters on strike, you feel like they're going to be comfortable enough. It's just under 6.5 and over.
Yeah, with Satterthwaite and Anderson at the crease, it looks well under control, picking away the ones easily.
Did you find that as a batter, the longer you batted, more in you felt? Like Amy Satterthwaite, who just felt like her timing's been there?
Yeah, the longer you bat, the better you feel. But
some people get tired.
Yeah, sometimes you can hit yourself out of form out there, but I think in 50 over cricket.
Well, that's hit down the ground. Kate Anderson, though, has picked out the fielder, and that is the wicket that the Blaze are after. Lee Kasparek, who else was going to pick up that wicket? And the partnership is broken, and that is the big wicket of Kate Anderson as well. She cannot believe it. She has hit it straight down the long on fielder's throat, and the Blaze say thank you very much. Big moment in the game.
That has come out of nowhere. We've just been talking about how comfortable these two looked at the crease, picking off the ones. The partnership was building nicely. There wasn't much more needed to be done, but Kate Anderson potentially was trying to hit it into the pocket and hasn't quite got it where she'd like, and it was straight down the throat of Maddie Green. Kate Anderson, after a promising start and a promising partnership, has to depart for 37. The Magicians now 108 for 3.
Well, that's the opening they were after. Nat Cox, she'll come into the crease as well. She's had a good season so far for Canterbury. A big job to do with Amy Satterthwaite as well. Dean, Savage and then Tahuhu. So there is some power to come, but you'd suggest that the responsibility here is on Amy Satterthwaite. It's just something that Lee Kasparek does, is just pick up wickets at vital times. She has just got such good guile and control, and just has the ability to force the error from batters, and it's happened on that occasion with Kate Anderson.
Yeah, we've talked about it earlier today. Her strength as an off-spinner, especially in 50 over cricket, is her ability to take pace off the ball rather than get quicker, and perhaps as Kate came down the wicket, she actually held it back and forced Kate to fetch it, which meant she didn't have control of the shot.
Nat Cox, her first delivery. Again, just in at the wickets, Lee Kasparek. Top wicket taker for this Wellington Blaze side. Just get a sense with Lee Kasparek as well, the captaincy, it just keeps her in the game. She's able to use her experience, use her guile not only with the ball but also controlling what happens in the field, and you feel like a player like Lee Kasparek, it just keeps her in the game. Really good over, a successful one. Magicians 108 for 3, 23 overs to go, big job to do. Here's a look at that wicket.
The replay of the wicket Kasperick tosses it up. Not sure where Kate was trying to hit that, but she looks so disappointed and knows she's made a massive error. Unfortunate way to get dismissed, but Kasperick is very wily with the ball, and you know, she's one of the most competitive people you'll meet. She is a bit of a silent assassin. She might not outwardly, you know, show her competitive nature, but when you get to know her, she is very competitive, loves the game, understands the game so well. So as captain, I think that brings the best out in her and her ability to actually use that cricket knowledge on the field, and I think she's grown in confidence within this Wellington side to be able to lead them effectively.
Maddie Green, she's in for a second over. Just the angle in. How much pressure is it on Amy Satterthwaite now in terms of getting her side across the line? We know she's so good at chases, controlling the tempo of the innings as well. There's a lot of weight on her shoulders at the moment. How much is this on Amy Satterthwaite, Suze, to get the job done?
Yeah, I think that's the huge disadvantage of that wicket, is perhaps Amy needs to now think about how she plays this, whereas I feel like when those two were batting together, it was a very natural partnership. She could get up and down the crease, knowing that Kate's in good form and scoring down the other end, and perhaps now Amy feels like she might have to increase her risk, perhaps not. There's still some talented batters in that Magicians lineup.
Played nicely just over pitch, and that's a strength area for Nat Cox. Just being able to lean on the ball, pierce the two fielders in the offside. Oh, that's a timely boundary. Good confidence builder for Nat Cox.
Beautiful cricket shot from Nat Cox to get her innings underway, and we've seen a lot of value for shot through this offside. If you're willing to let the ball come on and just play it with timing through the offside, it's raced away to this boundary towards the grandstand.
Good dot ball there from Maddie Green. How many overs are you thinking that Lee Kasperick will want out of Maddie Green here? Is two or three overs enough that you need for a change-up bowler? So we see the slip come out, a bit of extra protection in the offside as well now.
I think Maddie Green will just be wanting to get her 2 overs in and out of the way, but look, I think she's done a great job so far for Wellington, and pace off the ball, as we see here to Nat Cox, I think is a real strength. She likes pace on the ball, she likes width with the off-spin delivery turning into her. Perhaps they can squeeze a couple more out of Maddie, and then that leaves some more options for Lee at the back end of the innings.
We'd think here she's probably taken the 2 overs of Jess Kerr, as that swung away and awkward for Jess McFadden. I wonder if that's a slight bottom edge onto the keeper's gloves. Yeah, it looks like it is a bottom edge, and Jess McFadden may have got that in the helmet. She has had a few concussion issues over the years, but looks like she's okay. Fingers crossed for Jess McFadden. Just an awkward delivery, lost side of the ball, and potentially a slight little chance, a bottom edge there of Nat Cox, but that's so tough to take. They either go straight into your gloves or they don't. 1 ball to go. Maddie Green second over. Just angling in and away, and Satterthwaite gives herself enough room. She's going to push back for 2. She makes it safely enough. Had awkward bounce off that hard block. End of another over, 116 for 3. Just looking at the bowlers to come, so Zara Jetley's only bowled 3 overs. You'd think that she is probably going to need to bowl her 10 over allotment. If you look at the overs to come, that means that she probably needs to bowl through this middle phase, unless they look to get Maddie Green to bowl more overs. You always look at how many overs to come, so that would be another 14 overs, and then Zara Jetley will be bowled out, so she's probably going to need to bowl the next over or 2 to be able to get through her allotment.
I think the nice thing here for Lee Kasperick is all her go-to bowlers, the 5 bowlers that she would like to use, have gone under 5s, which is winning the game for Wellington. She's managed to sneak a couple of overs in from Maddie Green, who's done a good job, but now she can actually rely on her 5 bowlers, and whether or not she uses Maddie again is up to her.
Kasparek in for his 7th over. We've seen a lot more high-scoring competition this season, the HBJ tournament, and all women's cricket around the world. What do you put that down to? Is it quality of the wickets or just the high-performance nature of the programs now?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the above. 250 and 50 over cricket is probably now par score, whereas that won you most games, whether it was domestic or internationally. I think just the fact that more players are contracted, they're spending more time on their skills and they're getting better. And
well, this one's looked to be swung on the leg side, and it's an edge, and it's going to be taken at point from Zara Jetley. Wow, back-to-back wickets in the overs for Lee Kasparek. Has this turned the tide in the Wellington Blaze favour? It's Nat Cox that has to go. She was looking to get on with it, but just squared up on her stance and caught the edge. And Zara Jetley is a fantastic fielder, and she's taken that one easily enough.
Lee Kasparek back at it again, taking wickets for fun. A little bit of drift away, and Nat Cox has lined her up to hit her into the leg side, and it's caught the outside edge, and a simple catch in the end for Jetley. Cox has to depart for 5. Magicians now 116 for 4.
Oh, there's a wee race on at the top of most wickets in the competition. Gabby Sullivan picked up 4 today, and that moved her to top spot, 21 wickets. Lee Kasparek is on the chase, 19 wickets so far for her this season as well. And with that wicket, that brings in Jodie Dean, someone who's got power through the middle. There's still Tahuhu still to come.
Now that would be a fairy tale, wouldn't it?
Sure would be, Susie, but there's plenty of work to do for a number of these batters. Just another look at this wicket. Just the lack of shape there, you feel, looking to hit the leg side from Nat Cox. Tough shot to play, isn't it, early on in the innings?
It is the hard thing as a batter. You're lining up, playing an off-break bowler, but with the drift away she gets, sometimes hitting through the line of the ball and hitting offside is the safer option.
Just lost a line there from Lee Kasparek. Jodie Dean, she'll get off the mark. She's going to push back for 2 on the arm of Jess Kerr, but safely enough. It's one of those things, you see the ball up in the air of Lee Kasparek and you've got about 10 minutes to play it, and you think, okay, well, what shot am I going to play here? And as the ball drops down on you, you look into the leg side and you think, oh no, I should have just hit that straighter. And that's the skill she's got. Oh, that's a straight hit. Is it going to make it to the boundary? I'm assuming that's Georgia Plummer out there. Wasn't able to get that in. It's gone for 4.
And that's the exact shot we were just talking about. She's held the ball a little bit wider. Jodie Dean has just hit through the line of the ball. Mid-offs up, she's managed to get it through the gap. Down breeze as well, great option early on to Lee Kasparek.
Good close out of the over. Lee Kasparek, 122 for 4. Well, we've kept pretty quiet on it, Susie. David White, he's made his way down to Queenstown.
I was nervous, that's why I kept quiet.
He was stuck at the back of the box chatting to a fellow commentator and captain of the team, Willie Nichols, and he snuck back out, so I feel like we've better hopefully brought our best form during that. And
I was trying hard to impress CEO David White. I think he was looking for a wee spiel though. Maybe we should get him on.
yeah, we might need to call him back to say we were talking about you, but not when you were here. Oh, it's fantastic to see David White come down, how to support the women's game. Obviously brought in the pay parity in terms of domestic cricket, match payments matching with the men's this season. So it's been fantastic. Players are able to come out here and earn a little bit of extra cash and be able to spend some more time at training. So it's fantastic to see the CEO of New Zealand Cricket down. Might need to record that just to send it to him so he knows we said something. He's actually based in Mount Maunganui. He's been in the commentary box a few times actually. He's been in the Spark Sport pod as well, but he's hidden away from the camera. But it's fantastic to see the continued investment in women's cricket in New Zealand.
Yeah, and we talk about legacies players leave, but legacies is as administrators and him making that decision for pay parity and equal pay for match fees. We saw around the rest of the world other nations follow suit, so I'm sure that's something that he'll look back on when he finally finishes at New Zealand cricket that he'll be proud of. I'm sure he's got a few years left in him, but at some point I'm sure that'll be something he reflects on, and how it was groundbreaking around the world, and other international countries have done a massive job in ensuring that that can happen in countries like India as well. Australia obviously leading the way.
Just shovelled around the corner. Well, just mention as well, Susie, the WPL, the inaugural Women's Premier League in India, starts tonight. Mealy Kerr will line up for the Mumbai Indians, so it's fantastic to see the growth of women's cricket in India. Suggests that women's cricket in India is growing. Global women's cricket is definitely on the rise, and some eye-watering salaries that's in position as well. I know that you're off to Fairbreak tournament as well in April, which would be fantastic. Supports a lot of the associate members and has some of the stars of the international game as well. Off to Hong Kong. It must be an awesome experience. Second season in for you there.
Yeah, I haven't spent much time in Hong Kong, so looking forward to getting shown around by Marina Lamplauw. She's a local there. But yeah, it's a great initiative. Obviously there's so much cricket going on these days, and the more opportunities there are for players, not just from the top nations but from all around the world, and hopefully we can get a lot of Kiwis in these tournaments, getting exposure to different tournaments, different competitions. And as a young player in the game, there's never been more of an exciting time. You know, everyone wants to play for their country, but now there's also aspirations to play in the women's IPL, to play around the world, to play franchise cricket. So there's just so much going on, and if you put the work in, you can get rewarded not only, you know, through following your cricket dreams, but financially as well.
Another good tight over from Zara Jetley. Just the 4 runs from that. Magicians moved to 126 for 4 off the 30 overs. There's been a lot of conversations we've talked up in here as what does the last 20 overs look like for the Magicians, and at the moment they need another 133 runs to win, so a required run rate of 6.65 and over. Are you saying you're comfortable being 4 down in this position, or advantage the Wellington Blaze here, Suze?
I think currently it's advantage Wellington with 4 wickets in the shed, and Amy Sathwaite just getting into her innings. I think the key here for the Magicians is that one of these middle order batters takes just that little bit of pressure off Amy, so she feels like she can bat deeper into the innings, just staying at the tempo she's currently at. So if one of these batters, Dean, Savage, Tahuhu, can come in, get some impetus into the innings through a few boundaries, then that's going to allow Amy to bat deeper, whereas if she feels like she has to take that risk, then that's advantage Wellington.
On a cold bed, she comes back in, just 2 fielders out on the leg side to Jodie Dean. Full ringside field, that is full. That is scraped past the wide line. Chris Brown says no, I'll give that to you, the bowler. Yeah, I agree. I think that Savage and Tahuhu definitely have that ability. It's just around how much Amy Sathwaite is able to get strike. You know what it's like, it's when you're standing at the other end and you're seeing dot balls and you sort of start losing a little bit of rhythm in your innings, and you're forcing runs like that, that she wants to look to get back on strike. So sometimes in this position it's actually batting for the other player at the other end.
What you have to see as a batter here as well is what Lee Kasparek has rightly done, is brought the field in. And some people see that as a disadvantage because there's no space, but actually you now have the opportunity to get the boundaries, because with Amy on strike the fielders are out and she can only milk the singles, whereas if Dean can be brave here, take on the fielders that are now up in the ring, get a couple of boundaries, then that's a massive win. But when you're out there batting, it's not quite as simple as that. You just see fielders around the bat, you feel the weight of a final on you, you've got your most senior player down the other end that you want to get on strike, but actually she's got an opportunity to score boundaries.
Long on goes back now after 4 dot balls, make that 5 in a row now, so really good bowling here from Nicole Beard. Amy Satterthwaite and her experience says it's okay, you're able to absorb the pressure. Doesn't matter if we joined the dots and it's a maiden here. You being out here is more important at the moment. It's just that experience of someone like Amy Satterthwaite at the other end. Fielder comes across now from the offside. Rebecca Burns in at fine leg, so it's good over. This is a big last ball from Beard. Angled in, playing a miss. Wow, really well bowled from Nicole Beard. Built the pressure, built the dots. Picks up a maiden. Magicians 126 for 4.
Really smart captaincy there from Lee Casbrick. We talked in the Wellington innings how they could potentially break momentum, and that was getting Maddie Green off strike. Similar here, having Amy Satterthwaite face as little balls as possible. But you can have that plan as a captain, but then the bowler actually has to execute, and she executed beautifully, and they stuck the sweepers out the back end of the over to protect the over. So as a captain, that's a dream. You have a plan and your bowler executes it as well.
Zara Jetley comes back in. I'm going to ask you about a manipulation of the field as a captain, and as Amy Satterthwaite tries to sweep a full delivery, that's the pressure that's built. We talk about T20 cricket, and when, as a batting side, when you're on top, you're proactive, and the fielding team's sort of chasing it. And this, you feel in this position for the Blaze, with so much control over the game, they're able to manipulate when the field is up and back. And then here a single for Amy Satterthwaite. How much is that important as well in terms of 50 over cricket, that longer format, that you're still able to manipulate the game as a bowling side?
Yeah, it's the art of longer format cricket, has been able to stick to plans for a prolonged period of time. Now we see another fielder come up, so they've only got 2 fielders out. So plan here is to get as many dot balls as possible against the new batter, and then the run rate, you'll see it creep up from, it's gone from 6s to 7s, and it won't be long before it's in the 8s. But if Dean can take a risk here or get one through the offside, then all of a sudden it shifts back to Canterbury's favour. So it's a real cat and mouse type scenario right now.
Good bowling from Jetley. Just dropped slightly short then. Dean is so quick on getting around to pull that to the leg side. Sort of think, likes of Dean, if you can get the ball a little bit fuller rather than that short delivery. It doesn't even have to be that short, even if it's stump height. Seems that Dean really gets onto that quickly. Sense a little bit of frustration here. Amy Satterthwaite, just in her own little world as well. Knows the job's on her, and it's such a tough position as well for Satterthwaite to be in. She's been in it so many times though throughout her career. Just beautifully weighted that time, has actually hit the ball in front of her body. She's able to get the gap, and that valiant effort on the boundary, and able to pull that in, and timely boundary to close out Zara Jetley's over. Satterthwaite, she moves to 38, 132 for 4.
That's a coach killer when you've bowled the over so beautifully. 2 off the first 5 deliveries.
How much is that a coach killer, Susie?
Such a great over. The first 5 deliveries going for 2. Just dropped one a little bit short, and against a player like Amy Satterthwaite, too good, and was able to get that 4, which took a lot of pressure off that over. As we see this last delivery, not a terrible delivery from Jetley, just a fraction shorter than the rest of the over, and Amy Satterthwaite was able to find the gap, and a slight misfield allowed it to get over the rope. But 6 off the over, that's going to make this next over interesting here for Dean. We've got Beard back into the attack. She's bowled her 6 overs for 19. Key bowler to the right hand batter for Wellington. They've got plenty of options still left up their sleeve.
Oh, they've brought 3 very close fielders in on the offside, just moved a bit straighter now, so plenty of protection on the offside. Gaps as well if she can go through. She's looking to do that. Got a thick inside edge. A little bit of fortune from Jodie Dean. She'll push back for 2.
I love that intent from Dean. Offside up, first ball of the over, I'm sure that Amy Southwaite is talking to her about her role, and if she can get a boundary earlier in the over, that takes the pressure off the over. So great intent, didn't quite execute, but was able to still get 2 off that delivery.
Oh, big appeal. I think that's going down leg side. If you're a batting pair here, Suze, what are your thoughts here in terms of, are you looking at the run rates required? Are you looking at how you construct an over and where you score a boundary, how you score your runs, or are you just trying to get bat on ball? How do you look in batting in this position?
As we see another dot into the offside, I think it's really clear, the tactics from Wellington. They've only got 2 fielders out, majority of the over to Dean. They're trying to bowl as many deliveries as they can at Dean. So I think it's around her taking risks to get that boundary early in the over, and then Amy can carry on batting and hitting the sweepers for 1.
Wow, she's looked to hit that on the leg side, and it's gone underneath the bat, and it's hit the off stump. Just the pressure building. Well-deserved wicket from Nicole Baird. She's bowled Misley, she's bowled at the stumps, she's created pressure, and she's got the wicket. Wicket of Jodie Dean as well. Started to get going, take that pressure off Satterthwaite. The Magicians, they lose their 5th.
Great squeeze from the Blaze there. Dean had to face a lot of deliveries, wasn't able to get the ball through the gaps, felt the pressure and probably played just a slightly looser shot than she would have liked. And when the ball's hitting the stumps and you play across the line, there's always the risk for bowled or LBW. So beautifully bowled here from Baird. Played across the line and it just sort of looked to skid under the bat, but I think that was a combination of dot ball pressure, and the run rate, as you can see, is creeping up pretty quickly.
Yeah, just at the stumps from Nicole Baird. Just that angle in, just not being able to cover that Jodie Dean. And that brings Jacinta Savage to the crease. Someone who's a very quality player, can bat, can hit all around the ground, got good power as well. Good on the offside, pick up length very quick as well. So she is experienced, batting here number 7 in that finishing role for the Canterbury Magicians, but it's just that run rate required that they're going to have to keep an eye at. Just fantastic bowling from Nicole Baird. The spinners have just really put the wrench on here. What you expect from the Wellington Blaze. Just something about this team, Susie, you feel there's so much talk about their White Ferns and their batting lineup, but it's the bowling lineup that just picks up wickets. They're able to build that pressure and then force the error from the opposition. I've seen that again today, 50 over format. That one's just played out from Savage to the cover fielder. The end of the 33, 33rd over, 134 for 5.
Yeah, they keep it so simple. All their bowlers, whether they swing the ball in, spin the ball in, they attack the stumps, and with some very clever captaincy, some experienced heads out there, they just keep the pressure on for long periods, and that makes it difficult to score runs against. And they're always in the game because they can build pressure through their accuracy. And any bowler that's come into their attack today, they've been able to keep the pressure on and haven't leaked too many boundaries. As I mentioned earlier, all going under 5s and runs per over, which allows Lee to keep pressure no matter what bowling change she makes.
Zara Jetley continues on. I'll bring in Willie Nichols back into the commentary box. Great thoughts there, Suze. Just amazing to hear the insights of different players around how they think about the game, Willie, how, especially as a batting unit, when you come up against such a strong side and the Wellington Blaze, how you construct an innings and the thoughts about what it's like to be at the other end when pressure's building.
Yeah, well, you really do feel like a lot is riding on the shoulders of Amy Satterthwaite. If there weren't enough already being at her last game and being the key batter in the order, but the way this one's shaping up, that run rate required, getting up over sevens, she's losing her partners. Jacinta Savage, Leah Tahuhu still to come as well. You feel like one of them has to come out and play a role, as we see Savage on the front foot and slashing through the covers. It beats the diving Tamsin Newton, and they'll get a couple. You feel like someone needs to really come out and play that role to sort of inject the impetus and really keep that run rate required from spiralling, because it can't all be Amy.
Yeah, Jacinta Savage definitely has the capability to do that. She's someone that can hit all around the ground and has batted 4 or 5 in the order for Canterbury, and I think she can counter-attack here.
Yeah, and we're seeing it here as she leans back and slices that one behind point. It's well placed, and they will get another couple. So a good start. Looks like she wants to score off both front and back foot. And this is, really getting into business time of this run chase. The HBJ Shield on the line. The Wellington Blaze looking to break what I would determine is a little bit of a hoodoo with this competition. They've obviously dominated the Dream 11 Super Smash, but they would dearly love to take the women's one-day crown and add that to their lofty collection. You mentioned them as a team. I've been really impressed by Lee Kasparek today in the way that she has been able to juggle her bowlers. She's obviously got Jess Kerr with, we think, 3 up her sleeve still to bring back, but the slow bowlers have bowled well, and they've bowled to their fields, and they've been sharp in the field. It's been very impressive so far, as Satterthwaite looks to lay the back leg down in that sweep shot. There is 2 out there, but there was a vacant mid-wicket, which was potentially where she was targeting, but she's missed it, and that'll be the over. 142 for 5. 34 gone, 16 to go. Katie Martin, you would have found yourself batting in these sort of circumstances quite a bit in that role that you like to play, as we have a drink here at Sir John Davies Oval. A plane coming in the top right of your screen. You can see the hashtag there as well. HBJ Final, if you want to tweet into the commentators and chat to any of them. But Marty, this is when it really counts, isn't it, as a batter? And as I say, you've been down the order many times. What would the conversations be here at this drinks break for the 2 batters?
I think for Amy Satterthwaite, if she's there in the last over for the Magicians, even if it's 12, 13, 14 runs required off that over, you're saying it gives yourself the best chance. So for me, there's no pressure on Amy Satterthwaite. If she, in her mind, there is pressure on Amy Satterthwaite, but in her mind, if she's thinking, I'm going to be there at the last over, irrespective what happens on the scoreboard. I know that people around me, like Jacinta Savage, Tahuhu, Missy Banks as well, can hold a bat, so it's their job to try and have that little impetus. Saw when the White Ferns played the West Indies in Tauranga last year at the World Cup, it was around the innings that Jess Kerr was able to do, was able to come in that punchy innings and striking at 120, 130. We know Tahuhu can do that. She can score 50 off 30 and it completely changes complexion. And then Amy Satterthwaite says, I'm going to be there at the end. So for me, I think for her, it's just holding on as long as she can, keeping that patience, knowing that if she's there in that back end, that last 1 or 2 overs, it gives Canterbury the best chance. If she's not there, really puts pressure on the all-rounders and the bowlers in this side.
Yeah, well, Frankie Mackay talked about that last 20 overs and leaving themselves around 150, which is pretty much what they've done. So it's a big ask, but at the same time, I mean, I feel like going on and on about it, but it is a good wicket. That there is value for shots out here if you do come out and play your shots. And you mentioned Jacinta Savage and Leah Tahuhu, 2 players who can strike the ball hard and really you feel play that foil for Amy Satterthwaite, who, let's face it, she is going to be the anchor for this innings. If they're going to win, she needs to be there at the end, as Katie Martin said. And what a scene, what a scenario that would be if it did come right down to it in her final professional match. Even the most unsentimental of our viewers would, I think, really rate that as a finish. So this is the scenario here at Sir John Davies Oval. We've seemed to have lost our star commentator Frankie Mackay, and understandably so. Part of the Magicians' wider squad, obviously, after that injury in the first round, and she's been helping us with the commentary today, but she's gone down to join the hutch, as you'd expect, given that, well, the HBJ Shield is on the line here. Marty?
It's fantastic to see that the Shield has actually come back in the game. I think 3 or 4 seasons ago, we weren't playing necessarily for the Shield, so it's got a long history in women's cricket in New Zealand, and I definitely saw some pictures last season that it went to some interesting spots in Queenstown from the Otago Spark. So whoever wins this, I'm sure that HBJ Shield will go on a little tiki tour of Queenstown.
Yeah, well, I don't believe you were there for that, Marty, but a great campaign by the Sparks last year to pinch that in the final. Not able to make it to the finals this time, though, as it looks like Monika Singh's going to begin, and this will be the 35th over. Savage leans back and cuts well. They'll get a couple out to the sweeper. 7.31's that required run rate, Marty. Once that starts going to 8s, it climbs to 9s, it can really get out of control.
Well, it's a fact they're going to have to sustain that for a long period of time. There's still 16 overs to go. So it's not like it's 4 or 5 overs. They're going to have to maintain that required run rate.
Yeah, and that's why you feel they have to get on top of it. A couple of big overs to get it back to around about 6.5, even under 7s would be ideal. But wickets are also against them. And as a batter, I suppose this is the scenario you want. But Monika Singh continuing what the Blaze have done all day and bowls stump to stump, set good fields, and there she goes again, pushing it across. Jess McFadgen with the take. They just give you nothing.
What Monika Singh is doing is just rolling her fingers over the ball, so it's just hitting or pitching on that leg to off stump line and then going away. So good quality bowling. Lack of pace makes it really difficult to hit through the field. It's going to take some good shots like that, but even better fielding.
You feel you've got to force the ball, don't you? Obviously, it's her variations and her accuracy, which are the hallmarks of her bowling. You're not going to get a lot of shape in the 35th over, but you can still bowl your variations.
You wouldn't have seen that on the screen, but guess who dived for that field and for that ball and stopped that? Willie? Who are you shouting on that one?
So Plummer, Georgia Plummer.
Not bad. She's probably saved 20 runs in the field.
A real commentator's favourite. And in a final, on a fast outfield, they are so important. Sing back into Satterthwaite. One thing you would say about Amy Satterthwaite is she really is seeming to strike the ball pretty well. If you wanted to not put a commentator's curse on her, but she's looked really at ease. She's cruised to 40 off 48. She just needs a buddy to go with her. And we could be in for a big finish here on NZC Productions. She's in again, punching back. Will they get a single? They won't. They won't get a single. That'll be the end of the over. What can they get off the last 10 realistically, Marty? You're sitting there as that glorious number sort of 5 or 6 you played in your late career going over cover. What sort of scenario would you like to set up for the last 10 overs if you could sort of talk us through the next 5, setting up a chase at the end?
Well, for me, I wouldn't want more than 70 runs off the last 10 overs, but 80, you'd be comfortable enough knowing that Amy Satterthwaite is going to be there or could be there. So next 5 overs are shaping up. If they can get to... My maths still hasn't improved.
She's looking frantically at the statistician.
I think if they can get to 180, what's that? 34 runs off the next 5 overs. So that's going at that 7 runs and over. Sets Canterbury up for that 70 off the last 10. It shows how important that last 10 overs for Wellington Blaze were. They picked up, I think it was 4 for 38. So if they were going if they were striking at 10s in those or 8s in those last 10 overs, they would have been upwards of 280. So
yep, and it also shows the value of having batters at the crease, doesn't it? Particularly if you can get a couple of the lower order players in there and you can really squeeze them. As Maddie Green comes back into the attack, interesting option from Lee Kasperick here. They know they need to get through a couple of green overs. She's bowled a couple. They've gone for 13, so potentially an opportunity here for the Magicians batters. Satterthwaite trying to give herself room. She can only hit it as far as the cover sweeper. Jacinda Savage on strike now. Right arm off spinner. Where's she looking, Katie?
Very good on the sweep slog. Just trying to see what they're going to do with the field here. That fine leg, the behind square has gone back on the boundary. Mid-wicket's in place, but it's quite square as well. So there's plenty of space either directly at square leg or mid-wicket or down the ground as well. Hitting into a strong wind. Maddie Green will just drift the ball away. She'll dart it away very good through point as well, Jacinta Savage. So I think if she's going to target anyone to get a boundary, which they need to get at least a boundary and over, this is the bowler to do so.
Yeah, well, they're going to dangle the carrot, aren't they? They have the extra fielder in at this stage of the match, or they have 4 out? No.
4 out.
Yeah. They've got the extra one in there for Savage. So dangling the carrot. Midon will go back now for Satterthwaite. So they're all out on the leg side. She could dink one there, or she could look to go over mid-off. She comes down the wicket and she chips into the gap. The call's for 2. They're going to have to run round it. They won't get 2. That's good fielding there. I need not name her Georgia Plimmer yet again. But that's the difference when you come into a final, isn't it? And the batting side are trying to get momentum. If you can cut those 2s, asking Jacinta Savage now, what can she do? The field is up. She gets onto that sweep that Katie Martin spoke about. Only get 1 down the leg side.
Well, that's one thing Maddie Green does so well, is she takes the pace off the delivery, because she can sense, and sometimes, I'll talk to Susie Bates about this as an off-spin bowler, but you're a batter at heart, that you know what the batter's going to do. So she knows that Jacinta Savage wants to come down the ground. So she took all the pace off the ball.
And here comes Satterthwaite down, stroked through the covers. A shot of class, a shot of authority, and a much-needed boundary to end the green over. It was a good one up until that point, but that 4 has made it go for 8 off the over. So a good one for the Magicians, but that is right on the run rate of what they need. Absolutely vintage Satterthwaite.
Well, the 150 come up in that over. I don't think they're too uncomfortable here, the Canterbury Magicians. Wellington Blaze know, though, if they can get Amy Satterthwaite out, that puts all the pressure on. Interesting to see if they actually look to target Satterthwaite or just keep her off strike, trying to get Jacinta Savage to face as many as she can, but she's 12 off 13. She's doing her job. I think if I'm Leah Tahu, I know there's spinners to come as well, and it's a good contest, a good matchup against those spinners.
And she goes slashing away, and that will potentially run away. Rebecca Burns after it. She'll cut it off, though. Just a couple. And you can see the momentum starting to build. It's just that time left in the innings, isn't it? 14 overs. It's still a long way out. 103 runs required off 83 balls. Really is in the balance, this. A quality final befitting the competition. As Manika Singh continues. That one's full, and it's struck. It struck too well, actually. She's hit that firmly to mid-off. Not time for a single. Amy Satterthwaite was about to set off. She just gives the thumbs up, Savage, and says, I don't fancy being run out at this stage of my final game.
I think if these two can put on a 60 to 80 run partnership, it gets them in a really good position of the game. It means that they're both in 21 run partnership so far, but in quick time as well. And just the 4 overs. They're going to run a ball the partnership 21 off 21 deliveries. So if they can get that 60 to 80 run partnership, then they're deep within the score. They're only going to need 20 runs off the back end. But I've just got a wee sense here, Willie, that this potentially is going to go down to the wire. You know, when you just get a feel in a game.
Yeah. With Amy Satterthwaite out there in her last game as well, it really does feel fitting as she turns this one into the leg side. Yeah, it's been high quality cricket right through. Up front, you saw Maddie Green with that 100, and then you saw the fight back from Canterbury with the ball in the field. And then here we're seeing a bit of an Amy Satterthwaite classic. She just needs someone to go with her down the straight here. And for the Blaze, they'll be looking to pin them back. Jacinta Savage has come out and she's played well, actually. She's played with good intent and pretty confident. You've got Leah Tahuhu to come. What about Missy Banks? What about Gabby Sullivan? What could they offer if need be in those last dying overs?
Well, Missy Banks, she can bat. She bats well at club cricket. Bats through the middle. I've played a little bit with her as well. Can hit down the ground quite well, but I think it's on this partnership. Both non-batters. Jacinta Savage squirts that one out to the leg side. She is a known batter, been at that New Zealand A level as well, so she's handy with the bat, so she can do the job. So she won't want to give too much to Banks and Sullivan to do in the back end.
That's Monika Singh continuing to do a job here. Will they continue with Maddie Green, or it looks like Zara Jetley's going to come back into the attack? So Green's 3 overs. They've gone for 21, 7 and over. Lee Kasperick says that is a risk I'm not willing to take for another over. I'm going to go back to my off spinner, who's bowled 6 overs for 31, going at 5s. It's a pretty tidy bowling card when you look down it from the Blaze. They've all done their job. Right from Monika and Jess Kerr at the start to really set the tone, Katie Martin. But it's going to be spin almost through to the end here. Jess Kerr still 3 overs up her sleeve, we're led to believe.
I actually wonder if they won't bowl Jess's Ada Lotman out just purely because of that extra bit of pace. They might just want to use the lack of pace. All the spin bowlers.
And it is the slower bowler of Jet Li that hits her on the glove, so she'll miss out. Interesting theory. Jess Kerr, with all that class and experience, potentially might not bowl. You'd think maybe to come and take a breakthrough, maybe not necessarily at the end, but it's pace off the ball at the moment as Jet Li comes in again. It's flighted and Savage on that sweep. Katie Martin talked about before. Satterthwaite. 47, not out. It's been a quality innings. Timed it. Well, we'll have to find out if she'll time it to perfection, but she's certainly playing her role here in her final game, as mentioned. It's a good matchup for the right arm off spinner here, though, as she comes in and Satterthwaite's advancing. Can't beat cover. Lee Kasperick doing the job.
It's a gap she plays so well is just to the left of, or to the right of Lee Kasperick, who's in it covers. She can get that on the other side of her. That is all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, we saw it the last over, didn't we? And again, she's trying to hit the gap. A really quality moment. We don't have camera in the commentary box, but Katie Martin putting her hands up to try and work out the left and the rights for those of you at home. Even the very best of our commentators. And as Amy Satterthwaite swats that one out to deep mid-wicket, they wanted to, but they can't get to. Is that Maddie Green out there coming around? The Centurion, all her experience in the legs, and she hustles around from long on, and she cuts another 2. We've spoken about fielding, Katie Martin, and the Blaze seemingly up to the job at the moment.
You feel they've probably saved 25 runs just with their athleticism in the field. This is a big over from Jet Li, only 2 runs off it.
Footwork again. You can see the intent from the Magicians. Almost every ball coming down at the bowler. This is going to be a big finish. 97 off 72. That required run rate just eking away. Scary place. As the batters, as we end the 38th over, it's 162 for 5. Katie Martin signalling for a bowling change in the commentary box. We haven't seen Frankie Mackay in about 5 or 6 overs, and I doubt we'll see her again for this final. Understandably there in the red and black hutch.
Well, Susie Bates gave me a weird look when I said about Jess Kerr maybe not bowling, so I thought she might want to say her opinion because she's, former White Ferns captain. But
big call.
Yeah, they might be saving her overs to the end. Quote unquote, Susie Bates.
That is the favourite option if she's not bowling now, but Marty seeming to suggest she might not bowl at all. Quite left field stuff. Monika Singh anyway is going to finish her final spell. And that one's width, and it's thrashed away by Jacinta Savage. A long chase across that's going to beat deep cover, and that'll go away for the boundary. I don't want to say a savage shot from Savage, but it certainly seemed that way.
Well, it's only taking you 5 hours to bring that one out, Willie, so well done, but a really good start to the over. Just that extra little bit of width, and able to get that just piercing both fielders, the one on the inner circle and the one on the outer, on the boundary. Now change of angle from Monika Singh coming around the wicket, trying to tuck it in.
Don't mind that thought processes. Coming across, slash through the covers, you come around the wicket and then get her off strike down to 1.
I'm just going to defend myself here. I wasn't saying that Jess Kerr wasn't going to bowl again. I just suggested
What were you suggesting?
that they might not look to bowl her full allotment. So if she's got 3 overs to go, it might be the fact that they might bowl 1 or 2 overs from her and then see if she can pick up a wicket.
You mean all in one go? She might not bowl all her overs.
Yeah, I think she'll probably bowl her eight over allotments. It means that if she's going to bowl the death overs, she might bowl 50, 48 and 46, you would think. But at this point of the game, it's actually they've found so much success with the slower deliveries. There's slower bowlers. Singh's taken all the pace off the ball as well, that maybe they're saying, well, we actually just want to take the pace off and force them to be able to create that error. Then you bring Jess Kerr in, who's got a really good ability to bowl it at the wickets, the Yorkers and the cutters as well.
Yeah, you also could see the keeper come up, potentially, if she wanted to take the pace off it a little bit, squeeze the batters. We've seen the footwork that's being used. Jess McFadden up to the stumps here to Monika Singh, as she has been the whole spell. And that one's dragged down. Satterthwaite will pull it away, and that will be 50 for Amy Satterthwaite. Her 37th women's one-day domestic cricket. What a player she is, and what an innings she's turning on here in the final.
Fantastic 50 from Satterthwaite. She is leading the way for the Canterbury Magicians.
Yeah, it's been a classy knock. All the familiar strokes that you think of when you think of Amy Satterthwaite. We've seen cuts and cover drives, lofted drives. It's been a special innings so far. Can she kick on and get the victory here for the Magicians? And as we've been a hot topic of discussion, that bowler, Jess Kerr.
I think I'd bowl her now, Willie.
Well, as Marty quite rightly predicted a second ago, she's seen her giving her cap to the umpire. There was a little bit of conjecture about whether she'd bowl them out or even bowl them in one block, but sensing a little bit of the occasion you feel here, Lee Kasperick wants to break this partnership, which is building quite nicely. 35 at a run of ball, pretty much. They want a wicket here, the Blaze. They do not want this going down to the wire with still wickets in the tank for the Canterbury Magicians. You can see those partnerships. The big one in the middle, Kate Anderson and Amy Satterthwaite, 63. But this one, 36 between her and Jacinta Savage. Building nicely, Katie Martin.
Yeah, these two will need to bat deep. If they can get to the 45th, 46th over and then say, look, we're going to try and have a dip at the back end, needing around 8, 9 runs and over. I think we'll see Jess Kerr here just look to take the pace off the delivery, look to bowl as full as she can to Amy Satterthwaite. 3 back on the leg side, behind square, mid-wicket and long on, and then a fielder in that deep cover area as well. Satterthwaite may look to use that extra bit of pace.
Keep her up as well, meaning the advance down the wicket does come with some risk, and she pulls that one away. What field will they go with here to Savage? Will they try and put the squeeze on her, see if they can break the partnership and get Canterbury batting from one end perhaps?
Yeah, they may look to keep the drives up. Jess Kerr's got a very good leg cutter. There's plenty of movement out there. Third is going to go back and what typically is referred to the backwards W, so fine, third, cover and deep mid-wicket as well. So probably be looking to hit that good length area. Nothing in the fuller area that Jacinta Savage can hit down the ground.
Right on the length from Jess Kerr. Not quite full enough, I would say, for the big lofted drive. Katie Martin pointing out the fielders are square and behind the wicket. She'll just be trying to hold her length just short of that. Or will she want to invite the drive? Say, take me on over mid-on, mid-off, who are sitting on the circle. As she charges in again. 40 over old ball.
Oh, you talk about the benefit of the wicket keeper standing up. It means that Jacinta Savage can't, if she's going to use her feet, there's going to be some risk involved. If she misses it, then you'd suggest that Jess McFadden is that good. She'll take the bails off and she'll be out. So being able to create that pressure and say, okay, well, you're going to take the risk if you need to go downtown, and that's standing still, creating your own power.
Well, she creates her own power. This one's been smashed through the covers. Big old chase out there. I think it's Tamsin Newton who's managed to keep it in. And that again, as we've said, another quality piece of fielding from the Blaze. They'll only get 2. It was a great shot, but 2 against not, 4. It it does make a big difference.
It's such a good area to hit here in Queenstown, is in those pockets just to the left of the cover field. It means that you're definitely going to get 2, and if you hit it well enough, it's going to go for 4. So good options.
There's width here again. That's cut hard. Well saved there. Is that Jet Li at point?
Yes.
That's the area she patrols. And a good hand that. That could have been 4 to her left. And this is the thing, when the run rate required gets up around 7s, 8s, it continues to balloon. It's starting to push up even to 9s now, I think. And this is when you really do ask a lot of the chasing side. 8.4 it is. Amy Satterthwaite will know that. She's been in this situation many times before in her last race career. Goes for the Yorker. It's dug out by Satterthwaite. And it's a pretty good over from Jess Kerr, really. 4 runs from it. Exactly what the Blaze wanted from their champion pace bowler. It's the Magicians. 175 for 5 with 10 overs to go. Katie Martin takes herself out of the bowling attack momentarily. A great shift. And Susie Bates comes in. She gazes out over Sir John Davies Oval. Her good friend and longtime teammate Amy Satterthwaite, with it all to do really. 84 off the last 10. I think Katie said at an absolute pinch, maybe 80 off the last 10. 70 was more ideal, but it's 8.4. 84 off 60 balls. Susie Bates, is that doable?
This is absolutely doable, and I just have a feeling about this. It is going to be an absolute great finish for one of the greatest players that we've ever had in the game. Win or lose Canterbury here, Amy Satterthwaite showing her class. Personally, as a great friend, I would love to see her and Leah Tahuhu out there at the end together, but what a great game of cricket we have on our hands, evenly poised and set up for that fairy tale finish.
Oh, absolutely, and it's Kasperick, the captain, sensing the occasion as well, bringing herself back into the attack. She's bowled well today, 3 for 25 off her 7 overs. She's been one of the form bowlers of the competition, leading by example, right up there in the wicket tally. She's on 19, chasing Gabby Sullivan, who's 22 after her 3 for, and using that mixture of flight and guile. This one's hit her in front, potentially a little bit high. Oh, I hear a groan from the box, potentially not high. Chris Brown says leg buys. Kasperick's going to come over the wicket to Savage. She's got a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Long off's going to go back now. So all the space is straight and out to the leg side. There is no one back on the offside. Does she look to give herself some room and cut here, Savage? What will be the option? We know she likes to sweep.
She is so strong through that offside, so this field actually suits Savage here.
She goes for the sweep, but it's just that little bit of drift. Almost like an outswinger, isn't it? And it's just beaten her a little bit for flight. Clever bowler, Kasperick.
Perfect batter for this situation. Because of the fielding restrictions and only allowed to have 4 fielders out, to have a batter that can hit through the offside is really beneficial at this stage of the game. She's brought the sweep shot out, but like you said, with the drift that Kasperick gets, those offside options are still on. Does take a little bit of risk if you want to go over the top. Lee spending a lot of time making sure there's no gaps through that offside for her to ease through the offside, because Lee understands that she's strong in that area.
Yeah, marshalling the troops. She wanted cover right there, and that's why it's been smashed straight to the player. Lee Kasperick, not the most demonstrative of characters normally, but the way she is pulling and pushing her charges around out there today, very impressive as she's in again and bowls. That one's slightly down the leg side. Will they get 2? Jess Kerr coming around. She's quick. There is no 2. The outfielding from the Blaze this afternoon has been terrific. And if this game does go down to the wire and they manage to just get home, they may just look back at their fielding, particularly their ground fielding, Susie Bates, and think that's been a real a plus point for them, able to keep the pressure on.
Absolutely. Winning finals, it all comes down to those 1%ers, and so far Wellington in the field have been outstanding.
Satterthwaite advancing again, but she can't get it away. That's well bowled from Kasperick. It's another good over. It is not the required run rate that is needed, and that is continuing to push up, and it's getting to the stage where the Magicians, it might become a case of now or never. I hate to say it, Susie Bates.
I feel like these next 4 overs are going to make or break this run chase. If you look at the scorecard, Lee Kasperick has 2 overs left. Jess Kerr potentially has 2 overs. And as we see now, she's brought Jess Kerr into the attack, but you like to leave your most experienced bowlers for the end. So you have Lee Kasperick with 2 overs up her sleeve. So potentially, although the bowling unit has done a really good job, potentially there's some overs to target before you get to that death phase where they bring back their best bowlers. So these next 4 overs are key to me. Savage has been outstanding here in this partnership, really allowed Amy to take this game deep, so really well poised.
Yeah, analysis there from Susie Bates. As Jacinta Savage, well, that's innovation. Scoops straight over her own head. But again, a good chase down there from Monika Singh, and they'll only get 1 run. A grimace from Susie Bates.
That is where, as a fielder, you say a great shot for 1. That such a shame. I thought it was executed beautifully. A risk early in the over against one of the best bowlers on the Blaze side, and unfortunately she was only able to get 1, which is a huge shame, willing to take that risk so early in the over.
Curls in again. This one's full, right under the eyes from Amy Satterthwaite. Guides it down to long on, potentially content to let Savage try and take the risks here.
That is what it looks like, and that's real team batting and partnership batting. The longer Amy Satterthwaite bats here, the more chance Canterbury have of finishing this. So if Savage can take some pressure off by taking risk, works beautifully for the Magicians.
And she's going to drop the leg again and go for the scoop. She's got a big piece of it. The pace of Jess Kerr, that will run away. Susie Bates said, great shot for 1. Well, great shot for 4 this time. There's the boundary, the much-needed boundary for Canterbury.
I love when players go back to that shot. Great shot with the field set. There's no one at short fine leg, deep backward square. What's also great, it's with the breeze, so no risk taken. If she hits that, she gets value for shot, and she has committed to it. Early in the over, she's gone again, and she's been rewarded with some very smart cricket.
Yeah, and it's forced a change in the field. Monika Singh's come around from a sort of short third, and she's going to come to fine leg. She's going to go back on the fence, so asking a question of Jess Kerr now. She's got mid-on, mid-off up, mid-wicket and cover. The 2 sweepers on either side. She's in again. And hit back, and she can't hold on to it. Almost a caught and bowled chance. That was struck firmly by Savage, and Jess Kerr in her follow-through couldn't hold on.
Very good fielder off her own bowling, Jess Kerr, but that one was struck hard and low, and when you're finishing your follow-through, sometimes you don't always get a full side of the ball, and it looks like it's hit her hard on the end of the thumb, and she's unable to take that opportunity.
How big could that moment be? As Kerr charges in again, 2 to come in the over. Offers up a little bit of width. Savage, she is playing freely. She's playing confidently out here at the moment. Punches that to cover. She's not happy either. She wanted a big piece of that through the covers. But she has got the boundary from this over, and that's the 50 partnership. Great work from Susie Bates, the statistician, pointing that out. And it's come in pretty good time as well, I'd have to imagine. Yeah, 53 balls. It's been a little gem of a knock. Jacinta Savage coming in, taking the pressure off Amy Satterthwaite, who still remains the key bowler. As Kerr comes in again, and it's popped out to cover. Off the bat, I thought that might have flown over point, but they'll take 1. It's been a good over as well. 8 from it, but that is what they're going to need to do from here and out. It's 185 for 5. There's 8 overs left in the chase. 74 off 48. If you're just tuning in for this HBJ Shield final, the Canterbury Magicians, led by Amy Satterthwaite in her final game, have a chance to do the double and add the HBJ Shield to their cabinet after winning the Dream 11 Super Smash earlier this year. But in front of them, they've got a very determined and disciplined Wellington Blaze, and you can see the worm, and that red worm, it needs to start going up, up and up here, Susie Bates. That gap is getting a little large.
It is, as you can see, the Wellington Blaze losing those 4 wickets in clumps. Kept that score to under 260. I think if we see here, if this partnership can go on for another couple of overs, that worm's going to climb. The only thing that's going to stop that worm from climbing is wicket. So it's going to be very interesting to how much risk Amy Sathwaite is willing to take at this point of the game.
Absolutely. All they would have wanted when they came out to chase this in a final was to have a chance, and they've certainly given themselves a chance coming down the straight here. As we see Satterthwaite with the lap.
It looks like Amy's decided now's the time to put the foot down, starting to lift her intent, knowing that 9s is a tough ask, but with these 2 out there, it is still possible.
Nicole Beard back into the attack, the left arm orthodox. Savage advances, hits that hard, and that's the captain, I think, Lee Kasperick, in there at mid-wicket, making the save. Yeah, 73 off 46. They need a boundary and over, you feel, from here, and the rest need to be scored off as Savage comes down the wicket, strikes that firmly, but there'll only be one again. It is decent-sized boundaries here at the Sir John Davey Oval, and just the one for a good shot, which puts it back to Satterthwaite.
3 out on the leg side, long off back. Does Amy look to try and take on this offside field?
She advances. She does just that. Susie Bates called it right on cue. Satterthwaite, she came down, gave herself a little bit of room, timed it to perfection, beat the sprawling cover, and that's the boundary they needed in the over.
The understanding that Satterthwaite has with all her experience, with only 4 fielders out, there's always a boundary gap. She knew if she got width, she just had to get it through that offside wall. You can't see it on the camera, but 4 fielders all on the ring. Great option for her to take.
Yep, you called it, Susie. That's where she looked. And this one's flighted, and she'll just roll it through to long on, get off strike, trying to score off every ball in the over and pick up a boundary as this run chase gathers momentum down the home straight here. The Magicians with it all to do, and they're staying in touch. Jacinta Savage, she's played a gem of a knock, 35 off 38. Uses the feet again. They're almost coming down every single ball here, Susie Bates, advancing towards the bowler, putting the pressure back on them.
That's the end of the over. Unfortunately, only 1s for Jacinta Savage off the last ball, but the Magicians are now 193 for 5 with Satterthwaite on 60 off 68. Savage playing a crucial hand here, 36 off 39. I think talking about the field sets, which we have the beauty of being able to see up here, where the game is really advanced is players being able to manipulate the field to get rid of the mid-wicket in the circle. They were able to bowl with Lee Kasperick sitting at the mid-wicket with no 45. That's when the lap is such a valuable shot, not only in 20 over cricket but in 50 over cricket, to be able to manipulate the field and create space. So Lee Kasperick setting very smart fields, knowing that that's not a strength of Jacinta Savage. She's hitting hard straight down the ground, but that's where they're protecting. So when you need 9s, you've got to find that boundary, and preferably early in the over to take pressure off the back end of the over.
Absolutely. Expert analysis there from Susie Bates of this HBJ Shield final. Amy Satterthwaite, Jacinta Savage out in the middle. Zara Jetley back into the attack, the right arm off spinner. She's got 3 back on the onside, including long on. Savage looking to the offside. Can only hit the fielder. Yeah, it's up over 9's the required run rate. We've seen a boundary in each of the last 2 overs. But unfortunately, when it's up at 9's, that's still only just enough. So they're looking for that big over here, the Magicians. Savage down the wicket again. She's timed it, but can only time it as far as long on.
You can see the intent there from Savage. Mid-off is up. She's trying to get down the wicket to hit over mid-off, but Jetley too good there, held her line straight, and she was only able to hit it down to long on for 1. Only 1 off the first 2 balls. Amy Satterthwaite will be looking for the boundary. The mid-wicket's now gone into the short 45, so I'd expect her to try and hit this big pocket on the leg side.
She goes the other side of it and times it to absolute perfection. Exquisite cover drive from Amy Satterthwaite. What a wonderful shot and what a time to pull it out.
Even better, classical Amy Satterthwaite through the offside with the spin. That pocket, she has really peppered against the off spinners. She knows how good she is through the offside. If she can get that gap, she hit that so hard. Pressure off the over, 5 off the first 3 balls. A big 3 balls here for Jet Li.
Hard to adequately describe how hard she hit that ball straight into the pitch. It flew almost halfway to the boundary off the first bounce. And that's forced a field change here. Covers come up, long off's gone back. What will she try and do now? Jet Li and Satterthwaite will just roll the hands on it. She'll say, I'll have one. I've found the boundary. That's 6 off the first 3 balls. 4 balls, rather.
That is all those 150 million odd games that Branch has played. You get the boundary and then you're willing to take the one knowing it's been a good over, and you kind of give Savage 2 balls here which almost become free hits.
And she can whip the hands around it and find one out to the leg side sweeper. Yeah, and probably, you mentioned 50 million games, 100 million throwdowns as well. You could see that was just a finely tuned cover drive that we've seen right throughout her career. Amy Satterthwaite, right where she wants to be as this run chase hurdles down the final straight. It's Jet Li in again, and this time she's on the sweep. She's timed that well too. The middle of the bat is huge, but Jess Kerr is quick, and she cuts it off. It's a good over though. 8 runs from it. Score is 201 for 5. There is 6 overs left in this HBJ final, and we're going to bring in Katie Martin to call us home.
Thanks, Willie. Well, this is proving to be a sensational final. This here, take a picture of that, Susie Bates. That is Amy Satterthwaite at her prime. That has absolutely rocketed through the offside. We're not going to see that many more times in Amy's career, but what a fantastic shot that is. Player that stands up when her team needs it, both for the White Ferns and for her Canterbury side. She's got 6 overs to go, 58 runs required to win here for the Canterbury Magicians to do the double, win the HBJ and also the Dream 11 Super Smash. So it's going right down to the wire. Lee Kasperick, she's got 2 overs to go. Comes back in. Wow, that's something you would see at a pool table on a Saturday night. May as well use all her bat. What's the plan here with Lee Kasperick? Is this a danger over for you, Susie, in terms of lose a wicket here, puts it back into Wellington's favour? She's done just that, pushed it wider. Satterthwaite has come down the wicket, and it's just that width where Lee Kasperick was able to get past the outside edge of the bat. And Amy Satterthwaite is stumped in her last ever professional game for 66. What a fantastic innings and what a fantastic career for one of New Zealand's greatest ever players, Amy Satterthwaite. Stand up and be proud for what you have done for yourself, your family, your country and your Canterbury team. What a sensational knock. Hasn't quite got her side home, but she's got her side in a position where they may push for this title, and well supported from the Wellington Blaze as well. What a moment, Susie Bates.
Yeah, a little bit lost for words. To see one of our absolute greats of the game still batting as good as I've ever seen her, pure class. You know, I was set up here for the fairy tale finish, thinking that Amy Satterthwaite was, you know, going to be there at the end. It wasn't to be, but she can be so proud of everything she's done for New Zealand cricket, for Canterbury cricket. the way she's held herself in the last 12 months, disappointing end to her career, but the way that she's been able to handle herself mentally and physically to come out here and perform for Canterbury in the 2020 Super Smash, in the 50 over game. Huge credit to who she is as a person. She's going to be hugely missed. I'm going to miss watching her bat. It's been an absolute privilege today to see her do her thing, and how beautiful to come off the field, as sad as it is for her, but Leah Tahuhu to be able to come in and give her a hug, and also Maddie Green and the rest of the Wellington side really respecting that moment. A huge moment for the game, and sad, but also just really pleased for Amy.
Well spoken, Suze. Well, I talked about the danger over, and Lee Kasprick, she's picked up 4 wickets, her 20th wicket as well for the HBJ. She's made the break for only 27 runs off her 8.2 overs as well. She has stood up as a skipper. Now it's a job for Tahuhu to do with the bat. She's hit that strong onto the leg side, but just picking out the fielder as well.
Don't underestimate Leah Tahuhu here either. She is going to be more determined than ever to get this win for Amy Sathwaite. And also, you know, we've talked about Amy, but the captaincy from Lee Kasprick there, she knew the wicket was important. If she could take that wicket of Amy Sathwaite, that could be the game. So instead of leaving her 2 overs for the back end, she's taken a risk by bringing herself in, and massive play.
Just the use of the feet, gave herself some space. Jacinta Savage. Leah Tahuhu is so quick between the wickets, and she'll get back for 2. You're absolutely spot on there, Suze. Just the one thing that Lee Kasprick knows, she eyed that Amy Sathwaite was going to come down the wicket, and she just pushed that wider line. It actually was a wide in the end. Presented the opportunity, but she has captained so well today. This one's wide, cut through the field. Plenty of work to do for the fielders. Don't know if it's going to make it. Just being pulled back in. Good chase from Jess Kerr out in the boundary, and they'll get back for 3.
Brilliant fielding, brilliant running between the wickets. Although we've got caught up in the Amy Sathwaite moment, this game is not over. The way Leah Tahuhu can run between the wickets, and Savage has looked one of the best batters out there all day, and her ability to hit through the offside, it's going to be still going down to the wire here.
I'll punch through the offside. It's made its way through the fielders. I'm going to come back for a couple as well. But it's the wicket, the big wicket of Amy Sathwaite, and that over for Lee Kasprick. Magicians move along to 210 for 6. 5 overs to go, 49 runs required. What's the batting plan here, Suze? Is it a matter of targeting an over? And that Kasprick has got 1 over to go. What's the plan for the batters here?
I feel like Jacinta Savage just needs to keep playing the strong cricket shots she's been playing, and Leah Tahuhu, she'll be thinking about that breeze, which direction it's going. She has the ability, more than anyone in women's domestic cricket, to clear the rope. If she can hit down breeze, it doesn't matter who the bowler is, she can get some maximums, and that's going to impact the run rate. So we're in for an exciting finish here. It looks like Jess Kerr is coming back into the attack, which potentially will be her last over. For those that have just tuned in, potentially Jess Kerr is on bowling loads just after coming off 2020 campaign, so this is her 8th over back into the attack, 1 for 34. So after this over, they've got some options still. Lee Kasprick with just 1 over left, so this is a big over in the context of this game.
Another wicket here, especially that of Jacinta Savage, will put heaps of pressure on the Magicians. Use of the feet, hit that into the leg side, but there's a fielder back at mid-wicket. Plenty of leadership here from Jess Kerr in terms of her bowling, where she wants her field set. Looks like she's got a lot of clarity on what she's trying to do. Well, there's the bowlers to come. How are you closing out these last 4 overs after this over? Kasprick 1, and then who's your 3 that you're turning to here, Suze?
Very good question. Kasprick definitely bowls her 1. Jess bowls this over. Then how many have we got left after that?
3.
I think you've got to use a combination of bowlers here. The left arm spinner, 1 over to Leah Tahuhu, I think is a good option. You've got Zara Jetley as well, but Lee Kasprick, it's deciding which over she's going to bowl. Is she going to bowl the last or the penultimate. Is that how you say it?
Spot on. The over before the last.
Penultimate over. That's a decision, and then it's just whether she uses Jet Li or Baird and how many she gets through, or does she turn to the experience of Maddie Green? I have not really answered the question there, but that'll be what's going through Lee Kasperik's head at the moment. I'm sure she'll trust these bowlers. They've all been doing a good job today and throughout the season.
Just shows how much clarity is in a skipper's head when we hear you talk out loud like that, Susie Bates.
Filter, there's a filter.
I'm sure you were clearer when you were skipper. A big job to do here for Jess Kerr. Just wider, plugged away just for the single. The crucial part here for the Blaze is to restrict the boundaries. That run rate is pushing up to just under 10 runs and over required. Both of these players can hit long and strong. How good is Jacinta Savage? 44 off just the 45 deliveries. Provided ample support for Amy Satterthwaite, but she is the senior player out there now with the bat. She needs to see her side home as close as she can get. Just the slower delivery from Jess Kerr. Again, just picking out the fielders on the boundary. 6 runs off the over so far. Is this a boundary ball here?
Big ball here. Needs to be a boundary, and Leah Tahuhu only thinks in boundaries, so here we go.
Well built up, Susie. Must be full and straight from Jess Kerr. Let's make that short and wide, and she's got away with a wide there, I think. More important for the Blaze, it's a dot ball. 4 overs to go, 215 for 6.
Potentially the double bluff there from Jess Kerr, or just mis-execution?
Well, she's a great thinker, Susie, but I'm not sure there what her thinking was. Could have been a double bluff. Looked like a back of the hand slower delivery.
Yeah, she does go to the leg cutter deliveries a lot at the back end, and she talks about taking the delivery out of the batter's arc, and Leah Tahuhu has a big arc on that leg side, so being able to bowl that leg cutter wide of the crease, potentially she wants it a little bit fuller and not that wide, but that's the plan, get it out of the batter's golf swing arc that we see from Leah Tahuhu, and when it's in the slot it goes a long way.
Kasperik has turned to Nicole Baird, a left arm spin, use of the crease from Jacinta Savage, but again picking out the fielder. Is the plan here as a batter to say, where is my gap to hit that boundary?
I don't think Leah Tahuhu is looking at gaps. I think she is thinking this mid-wicket pocket. I've seen her slog sweep left arm spin so well in the last 12 months.
Well, she's given her stumps up there. She slog swept it, got 2 inside the line in the end there. It's real innovation from Tahuhu. Probably the delivery, if she'd stood still, that she actually could have got that into the area she was looking for. Savage, we know, is very strong through the offside. Long off, long on, mid-wicket and square out. And she's gone for it, and she's just chipped that over points fielder. Zara Jet Li, not the tallest character, and they'll come back for a couple. Moves to 48, Jacinta Savage, but it's just 2 on the scoreboard.
Very clever bowling there from Baird. Understands Jacinta Savage wants to get down the wicket. She was able to pull her length back, bowl it into the wicket. Great piece of bowling, but Savage was able to get enough on it to get it over that offside.
Again, the use of the feet, just able to reach the fielder. Their long off boundary. Moves to 49 now. Jacinta Savage. I think this is a boundary ball again from Tahuhu. 3 overs to go after this. I wanted to know how much they're going to need off the last couple of overs. She swung hard. Fortune for Tahuhu's just jagged that onto her foot. I think everybody out there is holding their breath thinking, what is going to happen? We know where Tahuhu's going to go. Looking frustrated. Last ball of Nicole Baird's 9th over. Really well bowled so far. Full, straight, right through. What a couple of good overs from the Wellington Blaze. End of the 47th. 220 for 6.
Brilliant over from Beard under pressure. The ability to bowl to two plans from what it looked like, pull the length back to Jacinta Savage, who was looking to use her feet and hit down the ground, and then get under the bat of Leah Tahuhu, who was staying in her crease, looking for that slog sweep, which when she gets, it can go all the way. So brilliant bowling, brilliant understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of both batters. Tough over to bowl. The run rate's climbed up now, above 10s. Tough ask for the Magicians, but they've still got wickets in hand, and they've got a set batter and the striking power of Leah Tahuhu.
Oh, Zara Jetley, I've answered the question. Zara Jetley is going to bowl this over. Heading into the wind as well. Just that wider line, thick edge from Jacinta Savage. They'll come back for two. And with that two, that brings up a really well-deserved 50 for Jacinta Savage, who's 650 in the HBJ tournament. She stood up when it's counted, provided great support for Amy Satterthwaite, but the job is on her to get her side home. She's hit well around the ground. She's just batted with good intent, good impetus as well.
Brilliant 50 from Savage in the final, so strong through the offside. If she can get the team across the line, it's going to be one of her best innings in the red and black.
Use of the feet straight down the ground. A diving effort from Maddie Green, but unable to get that in, and that is the boundary. And the Canterbury Magicians are after. Run rate's up to 13 runs and over, but 6 off the first 2 deliveries. Pressure back on Zara Jetley now.
And what I loved about that, Leah Tahuhu, she was pumped. So they're in this, they're in the fight. They believe, they're egging each other on. Brilliant start to the over. They need 13s. That's only 2able. They got 2 off the first, but a boundary always helps. So how can they finish this back end of the over to get them ahead of this chase?
Jetley will be looking to try and get hit to her boundary riders. Just a little wider. Good stability on the shot from Savage, and they will get through for 2. That was very close on. Sneaking between cover and mid-off. Oh, this is a good over so far. Yes, wonder here if Jetley will look to get it outside of the swinging arc of Tahuhu. She doesn't. That's into the pads, into the leg side, and Tahuhu doesn't miss out. Another boundary in the over. Yeah, keeping up with the runs required here, Canterbury.
That shows a clear head from Leah Tahuhu. She loves to hit strong in front of the wicket, but she was able to sit back when Jetley missed her line and length slightly, hit with the breeze to that corner of the ground, get another boundary off the over. 11 off the first 4 balls of this over. Is this the game-changing over?
Oh, Jetley, 2 balls to go. 11 runs off it so far. Tahuhu moves across her stumps. Chip that over that point fielder. It's safely enough. And how quick is she in and out? Tahuhu picks up another 2. 13 runs off this over. Looking for another boundary. Gets 17 here, Suze. Puts him ahead. Again, moving around the crease. Swept hard. Just picks out the boundary rider. And Georgia Plummer. Who would have thought? Good close out of the over. 2:34 for 6. 2 overs to go.
What do you want as a batter? What do you think off the last over? You're like, yeah, we're in here.
Maximum 12, I think. What are you thinking?
I like 14. From where they've been, if they could go into that last over with these 2 batters in and they needed 14, I'd feel like the momentum is with Canterbury, and that bowler, whoever it is holding that ball, is reasonably nervous. If I was Lee Kasprick, I'd be wanting more than 16 just to breathe easy for that last over, which it looks like she's not going to bowl. She has chosen to bowl the penultimate over. Big call from the captain, Lee Kasprick.
Well, the thought process here is if she can restrict the amount of runs off this over, it puts a heap of pressure on the last over. You'd suggest that it's either going to be the inexperienced, but the fantastic season that Nicole Beard has got, or Zara Jetley, the youngster, as well. So this is a really big over. Kasparek into Tahuhu with the wind. She has hit that high off the bat, and it's landed right in between two fielders, and they'll come back for a couple. Oh, she's hardly got anything onto that, and it's nearly bounced to the boundary for 4.
This is that bravery of Lee Kasparek. In this situation, she's still willing to toss it up and go slower. I'd love to see Leah Tahuhu stay at home, stay in her crease, and just wait to pepper that mid-wicket boundary, but Lee Kasparek is very clever in these situations.
Well, she's used her feet on this occasion. She's flicked the wrist, and it's gone off Tamsin Newton, attached to the rope and gone over the rope, over the boundary. No, it's gone off her hand and bounced inside the boundary and then across the rope for 4. She's done really well there, Tamsin Newton, to actually try and parry that back in. She was going over the boundary rope. She's got her hands to it. And she's parried the ball into the circle inside the boundary rope and then spun back out. She signalled to the umpire that that is 4. Is that a turning point in the game? Plenty contention out in the middle. Leah Tahuhu thinks that Tamsin Newton has stepped on the rope while trying to keep that ball in. It was a valiant effort. Has been signalled for.
I know you can't see it at home, but there's also a big tree right in the way for us to see what's actually unfolded. So very good description from Katie Martin there.
Oh, this one's been slapped into the leg side. They will push back for 2. Now just the refocus there from Tahuhu. She moves to 22 off just the 16 deliveries. Already 8 runs off this over so far. So this is a really big over. 3 balls to go. Just taking your time here, Tahuhu. It's all about composure here, both with the ball and the bat and in the field as well. Who can hold their nerve? Kasparek's picked up 4 wickets so far. Love one now. Into Tahuhu. She slapped that and she's picked out the fielder. She has picked out the fielder square leg and it has fallen to the ground. So missed opportunity. Kadaya is on the field as a reserve fielder and it has gone straight to her behind square leg and she has dropped Tahuhu. They've just got through for the single, so really big moment. Opportunity missed. Wow, it is all happening in this over.
Finals cricket, it is all about who can hold their nerve, and so far there has been 2 opportunities for the Blaze to perhaps finish this match. Leah Tahuhu still there, 15 off 7 required. This is going down to the wire.
Well, big last ball, looking for the boundary. Use of the feet. Just picks up the single. And that's the end of a very, very good spell from Lee Kasparek. She finishes with 4 wickets. 1 over to go, 245 for 6. Oh, you called it, Susie Bates. 14 runs to win off the final over for the Canterbury Magicians to do the double, HBJ and the Super Smash title. The Wellington Blaze, beaten finalists last season here against the Otago Sparks, looking for their first title in a long time. And it's all going to come down to the youngster Nicole Beard, her first season in the yellow and black of the Wellington Blaze colours. She is bowling to Tahuhu, who is absolutely going for it, 24 off 18, and Jacinta Savage in for 57. This is massive pressure on Nicole Beard, Susie, as that youngster.
This is a huge call. Pressure on Beard's shoulders. Such a shame that Jess Kerr is on loads. She's got 2 overs. If I was her, I'd be running to the ball, but that's okay. It's not to be today. So Beard has the task of closing this game out for the Blaze. Leah Tahuhu on strike.
4 fielders out on the leg side. No one out on the offside. Giving herself space, Tahuhu. She has flashed at that. Is it going to make its way to the boundary? Yes, it is. That is flashed over the top of the covers. First ball boundary, 10 runs to win, 5 balls remaining for the Canterbury Magicians.
Not the fairy tale finish we were perhaps looking for, but we've got another chance with Leah Tahuhu, bat in hand, potentially able to get the Magicians across the line. What a game we've had so far.
Well, Beard looking to try and bowl at the stumps if she can. Fielder's all set on the leg side. More space from Tahuhu, pushing through for the single. Direct hit, and that would have been very, very close. Important, though, that she's got that on ball. 5 runs off the first 2 deliveries.
Brilliant partnership here. Jacinda Savage has been outstanding in this run chase, building that partnership with Amy Satterthwaite. Current partnership now 47 off 30. Good to see the experience of Leah Tahuhu coming down to chat to Savage. Whole offside up, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep square the field. Everyone's sitting on the ring on the offside.
Beard back in. Can she get hit to her sweeper? Yes, down to long off, just the 1 run. So the Canterbury Magicians, 2 boundaries to win, 3 deliveries to go. There will be a super over if this is tied at the end of the game. Nicole Beard, so much pressure on the youngster. Got across to the offside. They're going to push back for 2. Are they going to make it? Very tight. The throw was slowed as it come in. Leah Tahuhu is able to make it back. Wow, what a big moment. Tahuhu is able to get back on strike. She is sucking in the big ones. They're 1 hit away, the Canterbury Magicians, of winning another HBJ title. 6 runs off 2 balls required here. Nicole Beard, first season in for the Wellington Blaze. She has bowled so well this season. Such a tough ask for the youngster. Well, when I say youngster, she's 28, but youngster in terms of her experience in the Wellington colours.
Using all her experience here, Leah Tahuhu taking that extra bit of time.
Beard back in. 6 runs required. At the stumps, Tahuhu, she has dragged that on. Tahuhu dragged onto the stumps. Not only a wicket, but a dot ball. What a delivery. What composure and a pressure moment for Nicole Beard. She has stood up for her team.
Brilliant innings from Leah Tahuhu comes to an end. 31 of 22 deliveries. 6 required off 2 balls. Nicole Beard manages to get one under the bat. Nothing for Leah to get underneath, and she plays it on, and she has to depart with the Magicians 253 for 7. 1 ball remaining, 6 runs required. Is it still on?
Oh, looking to finish the job, Tahuhu. Gave herself some room. What a moment for Nicole Beard. You can see the fist pump in the air. Just dragged on from Tahuhu. Looking to try and clear it in 1. Well, Missy Banks has a job to do. 6 runs required off the 1 delivery. This has to go for 6. I wonder if she's going to actually bowl it in that arc of at the stumps, which gives her a chance, or whether she's going to look to bowl on the offside and say if it goes for 4, the Wellington Blaze will still get it home. Missy Banks, 6 runs to win. First delivery to face. Final delivery, 6 runs required. Use of the feet, she's bowled it wide. She has picked out the fielder, Missy Banks. What a fantastic over from Nicole Beard, and with that, the Wellington Blaze have won the Hallyburton Johnstone Shield by 5 runs. What a fantastic display of professionalism, led by a brilliant 100 by Maddie Green. 106, got her side to a score that they felt they were able to defend. The Magicians bowled so well in the back end to restrict the Wellington Blaze to 258. And a fantastic innings from Amy Satterthwaite. Took a bit of brilliance from Lee Kasperick, who picked up 4 wickets to be able to see her side home. And what a well-deserved final win from the Wellington Blaze, who finished top of the table, and they take home the HBJ Shield.
What a game of cricket, and what a finish under pressure from Nicole Baird to bowl that over and to hold her nerve. A brilliant win for the Wellington Blaze, who have dominated 50 over cricket this season. Unfortunate finish for the Canterbury Magicians, who did everything they could for Amy Satterthwaite to get her across the line in her final match. Brilliant contributions from Maddie Green and Jess McFadden with the bat to get Wellington up to that 258. Gabby Sullivan, 4 wickets for her overs. Leah Tahuhu outstanding with bat and ball. And the Canterbury Magicians scorecard, the legend that is Amy Satterthwaite in her final outing in professional cricket. A classy 66 off 72. Jacinda Savage in support at the end with 58 was brilliant, and her and Leah Tahuhu with a quick fire 31 almost got the Canterbury Magicians across the line. But Lee Kasperick, with the captaincy and with the ball, the way she managed her bowlers, she finishes with 4 for 46, gets her team across the line with Baird finishing under pressure. What a game of cricket, what a season we've had, and thank you, Amy Satterthwaite.
Yeah, great performance from the Wellington Blaze. Topsy-turvy all the way through, but you were spot on, Susie Bates. Lee Kasperick and her leadership, that was a difference today. Bold in the right moments, but a special mention, like you say, to Amy Satterthwaite, who finishes her career, her professional cricket career here in New Zealand. She is one of the greats. And while she couldn't finish in a fitting style with the Canterbury Magicians, just the class she has shown today and throughout her career gave her side a chance. This Wellington Blaze side are so fantastic at being able to manage those pressure moments. Canterbury Magicians, they'll be disappointed, but they gave themselves the best chance possible to be able to do that. Give themselves a chance in their last over, but fantastic performances from the Blaze. And you take your hat off to a Nicole Baird, who was a youngster, who was someone that hasn't played a heap of amount of games, but Lee Kasperick had the faith to give her the ball in that last over, and she was able to do the job. She was able to defend 14 runs off the last over for the Wellington Blaze to be successful, to pick up another title. Such a fantastic team, plenty of White Ferns experience, but also plenty of the youngsters as well. David White, CEO of New Zealand Cricket, is down. He will present the Hallyburton Johnstone Shield to the winning captain Lee Kasperick. Obviously, special mention to Amy Satterthwaite in her last game as well. Well, it's taken a while for the Blaze to be able to pick up HBJ title, but they've been a leading team for so long in T20 cricket. So welcome back, Willie Nichols. Well, what a fantastic game of cricket, and fitting for both teams who have performed so well throughout the season. Magicians winning the Super Smash competition, now the Blaze, HBJ.
Thanks, Marty. Yeah, I'm quite out of breath, actually. I was having to man that camera. You would have seen the jerky pans and the poor zooming, but yeah, as you say, Wellington Blaze, deserved winners. They missed out in the final last year against the Sparks. They missed out against the Magicians in the Dream 11 Super Smash final, but they would not be denied today. A superb effort led by a Maddie Green 100, and with the ball, well, Captain Lee Kasperick, a forfeit, and she brought herself on in the big moments. She bowled the overs, and it looks like she could be the player of the final, or she's just coming up as the captain to get the trophy, the HBJ Shield from NZC CEO David White. a terrific moment for the Blaze. As you mentioned, top qualifier, and they certainly played that way today, Marty.
Yeah, it's well deserved, and HBJ Shield is heading up north. I'm sure Lee Casbrick is saying some fantastic words, appreciating not just a great game of cricket, but contributions throughout from many of the players in both the Magicians and the Blaze side. She was the difference today, just her leadership. She bowled those tough overs and she was able to bring her side home. I think this is the one title that the Blaze said, yep, this is something that we wanted to pick up. The HBJ title, we've won lots of Super Smash titles, but the one in the longer format, the 50 over competition, where you tested more than any other competition, and just so many players were able to contribute throughout the season for the Blaze to put themselves in a position to win this title. Well deserved.
Absolutely, and a big acknowledgement must go to Sir John Davies Oval and the crew down here in Queenstown. They've done a fantastic job, as were the match officials and everyone else involved in this HBJ Shield final. Marty, thank you to you, Susie Bates, Frankie Mackay as well, the commentary team here at Sir John Davies Oval. We thank you for tuning in on the live stream. We hope you enjoyed it, and we hope to see you back here next year. Good night.